To Sail Beyond the Sunset by Robert A. Heinlein. Copyright 1987 by Robert A. and Virginia Heinlein, Trustees, UDT, 6/2083. Narrated by Carol McCartney.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Born on Earth in Timeline 2 on July 4, 1882, Maureen Johnson lived there until 1982 when she moved to Tertius, was rejuvenated, and married into the Long family group. Maureen recalls her life, marriage, loves, and joyous copulations in detail. Some strong language and explicit descriptions of sex. Bestseller, 1987. From the book jacket. In this latest addition to one of the most prestigious bodies of literature in the field of science fiction, best-selling author and grandmaster Robert A. Heinlein has written a novel that is the culmination of his life's work, tying together themes and characters from previous stories as no book has done before. On page 1 of To Sail Beyond the Sunset, Maureen Johnson wakes up in bed with a man and a cat. The cat is Pixel, well known to readers of the New York Times bestseller, The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. The man is a stranger to her, and besides that he is dead. This, Maureen says to herself, is not a good way to start the day. But it is a wonderful way to start To Sail Beyond the Sunset, the autobiography of Maureen Johnson, the mother of that most infamous Heinlein character, Lazarus Long. As we would expect in a Heinlein novel, straightforward plot description barely scratches the surface. Maureen Johnson is not only Lazarus Long's mother, but also eventually his wife, and perhaps his daughter as well. The twists of time and universes are full of paradox. As we bound along through the wonderfully intricate multiverses, we are reassured that both Pixel and other favorite characters are alive and well and apt to turn up in surprising new guises. As a wonderful side order to this feast, Robert Heinlein adds more about his own life than has ever been told before. Maureen Johnson is born in southern Missouri in 1882. Robert Heinlein was born in the same state in 1907. He has always woven generous amounts of himself into his characters, but here as never before we feel the warmth and strength of his own long life radiating through the irresistible red-haired Maureen. No reader of Heinlein, and of course there are millions of them, can fail to be fascinated and genuinely moved by the experience of To Sail Beyond the Sunset, as the creator gathers his characters and all their universes together in a novel that is both adventurous and life-affirming. About the author. Robert A. Heinlein is the author of dozens of novels, including the best-selling The Cat Who Walks Through Walls and Friday. He lives in California. Other books by Robert A. Heinlein. Assignment in Eternity. The Best of Robert Heinlein. Between Planets. Citizen of the Galaxy. Destination Moon. The Door into Summer. Double Star. Expanded Universe. More Worlds of Robert A. Heinlein. Farmer in the Sky. Farnham's Freehold. Glory Road. The Green Hills of Earth. Have Spacesuit, Will Travel. I Will Fear No Evil. Job, A Comedy of Justice. The Man Who Sold the Moon. The Menace from Earth. Methuselah's Children. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. The Notebooks of Lazarus Long. The Number of the Beast. Orphans of the Sky. The Past Through Tomorrow. Future History Stories. Podkayne of Mars. The Puppet Masters. Red Planet. Revolt in 2100. Rocket Ship Galileo. The Rolling Stones. Sixth Column. Space Cadet. The Star Beast. Starman Jones. Starship Troopers. Stranger in a Strange Land. 3 by Heinlein. Time Enough for Love. Time for the Stars. Tomorrow the Stars. Editor. Tunnel in the Sky, The Unpleasant Profession of Jonathan Hoag, Waldo and Magic Incorporated, The Worlds of Robert A. Heinlein. Dedication to little girls and butterflies and kittens, to Susan and Eleanor and Chris, and always to Ginny. With my love, R.A.H. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. The Committee for Aesthetic Deletions, Side 1. Chapter 2. The Garden of Eden, Side 1. Chapter 3. The Serpent in the Garden, Side 1. Chapter 4. The Worm in the Apple, Side 2. Chapter 5. Exit from Eden, Side 2. Chapter 6. When Johnny Comes Marching Home, Side 3. Chapter 7. Ringing the Cash Register, Side 3. Chapter 8. Seacoast Bohemia, Side 3. Chapter 9. Dollars and Cents, Side 4. Chapter 10. Random Numbers, Side 4. Chapter 11. A Dude in a Derby, Side 4. Chapter 12. Hang the Kaiser, Side 5. Chapter 13. Over There, Side 5. Chapter 14. Black Tuesday, Side 6. Chapter 15. Torrid Twenties, Threadbare Thirties, Side 6. Chapter 16. The Frantic Forties, Side 7. Chapter 17. Starting Over, Side 7. Chapter 18. Bachelorhood, Side 7. Chapter 19. Cats and Children, Side 8. Chapter 20. Soothsayer, Side 8. Chapter 21. Serpent's Tooth, Side 8. Chapter 22. The Better Dead List, Side 9. Chapter 23. The Adventures of Prudence Penny, Side 9. Chapter 24. Decline and Fall, Side 10. Chapter 25. Rebirth in Boondock, Side 10. Chapter 26. Pixel to the Rescue, Side 10. Chapter 27. At the Coventry Cusp, Side 11. Chapter 28. Eternal Now, Side 11. Appendix. People in this memoir, Side 11. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off and, sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. Tennyson, Ulysses. Chapter 1. The Committee for Aesthetic Deletions. I woke up in bed with a man and a cat. The man was a stranger, the cat was not. I closed my eyes and tried to pull myself together, hook now to my memory of last night. No good. There wasn't any last night. My last clear memory was of being a passenger in a Burroughs Irrelevant bus bound for New Liverpool, when there was a loud bang. My head hit the seat in front of me. Then a lady handed me a baby, and we started filing out the starboard emergency exit, me with a cat in one arm and a baby in the other, and I saw a man with his right arm off. I gulped and opened my eyes. A stranger in my bed was better than a man bleeding to death from a stump where his right forearm ought to be. Had it been a nightmare? I fervently hoped so. If it was not, then what had I done with that baby, and whose baby was it? Maureen, this won't do. Mislaying a baby is inexcusable. Pixel, have you seen a baby? The cat stood mute, and a plea of not guilty was directed by the court. My father once told me that I was the only one of his daughters capable of sitting down in church and finding that I had sat on a hot lemon meringue pie. Anyone else would have looked. I had looked, but my cousin Nelson— oh, never mind. Regardless of lemon pies, bloody stumps, or missing babies, there was still this stranger in my bed, his bony back toward me, husbandly rather than loverly. but I did not recall marrying him. I've shared beds with men before, and with women, and wet babies, and cats who demand most of the bed, and once with a barber-shop quartet. But I do like to know with whom I am sleeping. Just an old-fashioned girl, that's me. So I said to the cat, "Pixel, who is he? Do we know him?" "No." "Well, let's check." I put a hand on the man's shoulder, intending to shake him awake and then ask where we had met, or had we? His shoulder was cold. He was quite dead. This is not a good way to start the day. I grabbed Pixel and got out of bed by instantaneous translation. Pixel protested. I said sharply, "Shut up, you. Mama has problems." I forced a thalamic pause of at least a microsecond, maybe longer, and decided not to flee headlong outdoors or out into the hallway, as the case might be, but to slow down and attempt to assess the situation before screaming for help. Perhaps just as well, as I found that I was barefooted all the way up. I am not jumpy about skin, but it did seem prudent to dress before reporting a corpse. Police were certain to want to question me, and I have known cops who would exploit any advantage in order to throw one off balance. But first a look at the corpse. Still clutching Pixel, I went around and bent over the other side of the bed. Gulp. No one I knew. No one I would choose to bed with, even were he in perfect health, which he was not. That side of the bed was soggy with blood. 2 gulps and a frisson. He had bled from his mouth, or his throat had been cut. I was not sure which, and was unwilling to investigate. So I backed away and looked around for my clothes. I knew in my bones that this bedroom was part of a hostelry. Rooms for hire do not taste like private homes. It was a luxury suite. It took me a longish time to poke through all the closets and cubbyholes and drawers and cupboards, etc., and then to do it all over again when the first search failed to locate my clothes. The second search, even more thorough, found not a rag, neither his size nor my size, neither women's clothes nor men's. I decided willy-nilly to telephone the manager, tell him the problem, and let him call the cops, and ask him for a courtesy bathing robe or kimono or some such. So I looked for a telephone. Alexander Graham Bell had lived in vain. I stopped in frustration. Name of a dog! Where had they hidden that frimping phone? A bodiless voice said, "Madam, may we offer you breakfast? We are proud of our harvest brunch, a lavish bowl of assorted fresh fruits, a tray of cheeses, a basket of freshly baked top breads, crisp breads, and soft breads with jams and jellies and syrups and Belgian butter, basted baby barlops en brochette, drawn eggs Octavian, smoked Savannah slinker, farkles in sweet sour, Bavarian strudel, your choice of still and sparkling wines, Skullbuster Strine beer, Mocha, Kona, Turkish, and Proxima coffees, blended or straight, all served with—" I repressed a gagging reflex. "I don't want breakfast." "Perhaps Madam would enjoy our holiday eye-opener. Your choice of fruit juice, a roll hot from our oven, your choice of gourmet jams or jellies, your choice in a filling but non-fattening hot cup, served with the latest news or background music or restful silence." "I don't want to eat." The voice answered thoughtfully, "Madam, I am a machine programmed for our food and beverage services. May I switch you to another program? Housekeeping, head porter, engineering?" "Get me the manager." There was a short delay. "Guest services, hospitality with a smile. How may I help you?" "Get me the manager." "Do you have a problem?" "You're the problem. Are you a man or a machine?" "Is that relevant? Please tell me how I can help you." "If you are not the manager, you can't. Do you run on testicles or electrons?" "Madam, I am a machine, but a very flexible one. My memories include all curricula of Procrustes Institute of Hotelier Science, including all case studies updated to midnight yesterday. If you will be so good as to state your problem, I will match it at once with a precedent case and show how it was solved to the satisfaction of the guest. Please." If you don't put me through to the manager in nothing flat, I guarantee that the manager will take an axe to your rusty gizzard and install a Burroughs-Libby analog brain in your place. Who shaved the barber? What do your case studies say about that, moron? This time I got a female voice. Manager's office. How may I help you? You can take this dead man out of my bed. Short pause. Housekeeping. Hester speaking. How may we help you? There's a dead man in my bed. I don't like it. Untidy. Another pause. Caesar Augustus Escort Service, serving all tastes. Do I understand that one of our gentlemen companions died in your bed? I don't know who he is. I just know that he's dead. Who takes care of such things? Room service, garbage removal, house physician, and I want the sheets changed, too. This time they gave me background music while I waited, and waited, through the first 2 operas of the Ring cycle and well into the 3rd. Accounting and bookkeeping, our Mr. Munster speaking. That room was not rented for double occupancy. There will be an additional— Look, Buster, it's a corpse. I don't think a corpse counts toward double occupancy. Blood is dripping off the bed and onto your rug. If you don't get somebody up here right away, that rug will be ruined. There will be a charge for damage to the rug. That is more than normal wear and tear. Grrr! I beg pardon? I am about to set fire to the drapes. You're wasting your time. Those drapes are fireproof, but your threat has been recorded. Under the Rooming House Act, Section 7D, get this dead man out of here. Please hold. I'll connect you with the head porter. You do, and I'll shoot him as he comes through the door. I bite. I scratch. I'm foaming at the mouth. I haven't had my shots. Madam, please contain yourself. We pride ourselves on— And then I'll come down to your office and find you, Mr. Monster Munster, and pull you out of your chair and sit down in it myself, and turn you over my knee and take your pants down, and— Did I mention that I am from Hercules Gamma, 2.5 gravity surface acceleration? We eat your sort for lunch, so stay where you are. Don't make me have to hunt for you. Madam, I regret that I must tell you that you cannot sit in my chair. Want to bet? I do not have a chair. I am securely bolted to the floor, and now I must bid you good day and turn you over to our security force. You will find the additional charges on your statement of account. Enjoy your stay with us. They showed up too quickly. I was still eyeing those fireproof drapes, wondering if I could do as well with them as Scarlett O'Hara had with the drapes at Tara, or if I could arrange a simple toga like Eunice in the last days of Pompeii. Or was she in Quo Vadis? When they arrived. A house Doc, a house Dick, and a house Ape, the last with a cart. Several more oddments crowded in after them, until we had enough to choose up sides. I need not have worried about being naked. No one seemed to notice, which irked me. Gentlemen should at least leer, and a wolf whistle or other applause would not be out of place. Anything less makes a woman feel unsure of herself. Perhaps I am too sensitive, but since my sesquicentennial I have been disposed to check the mirror each morning, wondering. There was only one woman in this mob of intruders. She looked at me and sniffed, which made me feel better. Then I recalled something. When I was 12, my father told me that I was going to have lots of trouble with men. I said, "Father, you are out of your veering mind. I'm not pretty. The boys don't even throw snowballs at me." "A little respect, please. No, you aren't pretty. It's the way you smell, my darling daughter. You are going to have to bathe oftener, or some warm night you will wind up raped and murdered." "Why, I bathe every week. You know I do." "In your case, that's not enough. Mark my words." I did mark his words, and learned that father knew what he was talking about. My body odor when I'm well and happy is much like that of a cat in heat. But today I was not happy. First that dead man scared me, and then those bleeping machines made me angry, which adds up to a different sort of stink. A tabby cat not in heat can walk right through a caucus of toms and they will ignore her, as I was being ignored. They stripped the top sheet off my erstwhile bedmate. The house physician looked over the cadaver without touching it, then looked more closely at that horrid red puddle, leaned down, sniffed it, then made my skin crawl by dipping a finger into the slop and tasting it. "Try it, Adolphe. See what you think." His colleague, I assumed that he was another physician, also tasted the bloody mess. Heightens. No, Skinner's. With all due respect, Dr. Ridpath, you have ruined your palate with that cheap gin you guzzle. Heightens. Skinner's catsup has more salt, which kills the delicate tomato flavor, which you can't taste because of your evil habits. 10,000, Dr. Weisskopf? Even money. You're on. What do you place as the cause of death, sir? Don't try to trap me, doctor. Cause of death is your job. His heart stopped. Brilliant, doctor, brilliant. But why did it stop? In the case of Judge Hardacres, for some years, the question has been what keeps him alive. Before I express an opinion, I want to place him on a slab and slice him up. I may have been hasty. He may turn out not to have had a heart. Are you going to cut him up to learn something, or to make certain he stays dead? Noisy in here, isn't it? Do you release the body? I'll have it taken downtown. Hand me a Form 904 and I'll chop it. Just keep the meat out of sight of our guests. Grand Hotel Augustus does not have guests dying on its premises. Dr. Ridpath, I was handling such things discreetly before you slid through that diploma mill. I'm sure you were, Adolf. Lawn ball later. Thank you, Eric. Yes. And dinner after. Zenobia will be expecting you. I'll pick you up at the morgue. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm taking my assistant to the mayor's orgy. No fuss. Zenobia would never miss the first big party of fiesta. We'll all go together. So bring her with you. Him, not her. Pardon my raised eyebrows. I thought you had sworn off. Very well, bring him. Eric, don't you find it depressing to be so cynical? He's a satyr, not a goose. So much the better. With fiesta starting at sundown, Zenobia will welcome any gallant indecency he offers her as long as he does not break her bones. This silly chatter had told me one thing. I was not in New Liverpool. New Liverpool does not celebrate fiesta, and this local festival sounded like Fasching in Munich, combined with Carnival in Rio, with a Brixton riot thrown in. So, not New Liverpool. What city, what planet, what year, and what universe remained to be seen. Then I would have to see what could be done about my predicament. Clothes, money, status. Then how to get home. But I was not worried. As long as the body is warm and the bowels move regularly, no problem can be other than minor and temporary. The two doctors were still sneering at each other when I suddenly realized that I had heard not one word of Galacta. Not even Spanglish. They were speaking English, almost the harsh accent of my girlhood, with idiom and vocabulary close to that of my native Missouri. Maureen, this is ridiculous. While flunkies were getting ready to move the body, disguised as a nameless something draped in dust covers, the medical examiner, coroner, got a signed release from the house physician, and both started to leave. I stopped the latter. Dr. Ridpath? Yes. What is it, miss? I'm Maureen Johnson Long. You're on the staff of the hotel, are you not? In a manner of speaking. I have my offices here and am available as house physician when needed. Do you wish to see me professionally? I'm in a hurry. Just one quick question, doctor. How does one get the attention of a flesh-and-blood human being on the staff of this hotel? I can't seem to raise anyone but moronic robots, and I'm stranded here with no clothes and no money. He shrugged. Someone is certain to show up before long, once I report that Judge Hardacres is dead. Are you worried about your fee? Why don't you call the talent agency that sent you to him? The judge probably had a running account with them. Oh, doctor, I'm not a prostitute, although I suppose it does look like it. He cocked his left brow so high that it disturbed the tilt of his toupee and changed the subject. You have a beautiful pussy. I assumed that he was speaking of my feline companion, who is a most beautiful pussy, a flame-colored tomcat, just the color of my hair, in a striking tiger pattern. He has been much admired in several universes. Thank you, sir. His name is Pixel, and he is a much-traveled cat. Pixel, this is Dr. Ridpath. The doctor put out a finger close to the little pink nose. Howdy, Pixel. Pixel was helpful. Sometimes he is not. A cat of firm opinions. He sniffed the proffered finger, then licked it. The doctor smiled indulgently, then withdrew his finger when Pixel decided that the ritual kiss had gone on long enough. "He's a fine boy, that one. Where did you find him?" "On Tertius." "Where's on Tertius? Canada? You say you have a money problem. What'll you take for Pixel, cash in hand? My little girl would love him." "I didn't swindle him. I could have, but I didn't. Pixel can't be sold. He can't stay sold, because he can't be locked up. For him stone walls do not a prison make." "Oh, I'm sorry. I can't sell him. He's not mine. He's a member of the family of my grandson, one of my grandsons, and his wife. But Colin and Hazel would never sell him. They can't sell him. They don't own him. No one owns him. Pixel is a free citizen." "So, then perhaps I can bribe him. How about it, Pixel? Lots of horse liver, fresh fish, cat nibbles, all you want. Plenty of friendly girl cats around, and we'll leave your spark plugs right where they are." "Well?" Pixel gave the restless wiggle that means let me down, so I did. He sniffed the doctor's legs, then brushed against him. "Meow?" he inquired. "Dr. Ridpath said to me, 'You should have accepted my offer. I seem to have acquired a cat.'" "I wouldn't bet on it, Doctor. Pixel likes to travel, but he always comes back to my grandson Colin, Colonel Colin Campbell, and his wife Hazel." For the first time Dr. Ridpath really looked at me. "Grandson? Colonel? Miss, you're hallucinating." I suddenly realized how it looked to him. Before I left Tertius, Ishtar had given me a booster treatment. It had been 52 years, and Galahad had given me a cosmetic refresher and had overdone it. Galahad likes 'em young, especially redheads. He keeps my twin daughters permanent teenagers, and now we three look like triplets. Galahad cheats. Except for Theodore, Galahad is my favorite husband, but I shan't let anyone find out. "Yes, I must be hallucinating," I agreed. "I don't know where I am. I don't know what day this is. I don't know what became of my clothes or my money or my purse, and I don't know how I got here, save that I was in an irrelevancy bus for New Liverpool and there was an accident of some sort. If Pixel were not still with me, I would wonder if I were me." Dr. Ridpath reached down. Pixel allowed himself to be picked up. "What was that bus you mentioned?" "A Burroughs shifter. I was on Tellus Tertius at Boondock on Time Line 2 at Galactic Year 2149, or Gregorian 4368 if you like that better. I was scheduled for New Liverpool in Time Line 2 where I was to base for a field trip. But something went wrong." "Ah, so. And you have a grandson who is a colonel?" "Yes, sir." "And how old are you?" "That depends on how you count it, Doctor. I was born on Earth in Timeline 2 on the 4th of July, 1882. I lived there until 1982, 1 century minus 2 weeks, whereupon I moved to Tertius and was rejuvenated. That was 52 years ago by my personal calendar. I've had a booster just recently, which made me younger than I should be. I prefer to be mature rather than girlish. But I do have grandchildren, lots of them." "Interesting. Will you come down to my office with me?" "You think I'm out of my head." He was not quick to answer. "Let me put it this way. One of us is hallucinating. Tests may show which one. Besides that, I have an exceptionally cynical office nurse who can, without tests, almost certainly spot which one of us has slipped his clutch. Will you come?" "Yes, certainly, and thank you, sir. But I've got to find some clothes first. I can't very well leave this room until I do." I wasn't certain that this was true. That crowd that had just left obviously did not have the attitudes on indecent exposure that were commonplace in Missouri when I was born. On the other hand, where I now lived on Tertius, nudity at home was unremarkable, and it didn't cause any excitement even in the most public places, like overalls at a wedding. Unusual, but nothing to stare at. "Oh, but festival is about to start." "Festival? Doctor, I'm a stranger in a strange land. That is what I've been trying to say." Our biggest holiday is about to start. Starts at sundown, theoretically, but there are many who jump the gun. By now the boulevard out front will have quite a percentage of naked people, already drunk and looking for partners." "Partners for what?" I tried to sound innocent. I'm not much for orgies. All those knees and elbows. "What do you think? It's a fertility right, my dear girl, to ensure fat crops. And fat bellies, for that matter. By now any virgins left in this fair city are locked up." He added, "But you won't be bothered simply going with me to my office, and I promise I'll find you some sort of clothing, a coverall, a nurse's uniform, something. Does that suit you?" "Thank you, Doctor. Yes." "If I were you, and I was still jumpy, I would look for a big beach towel in that bathroom and make a caftan out of it, if you can do it in 3 minutes. Don't dilly-dally, Dolly. I've got to get back to the grind." "Yes, sir." I hurried into the bathroom. It really was a bathroom, not a refresher. When I had searched the suite for clothing, I had noticed a stack of Turkish towels in there. Now I looked more closely and spotted 2 that bulged fat in that stack. I worked one out and unfolded it. Eureka! A towel fit for a rich South American, one at least 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. A razor blade from the medicine chest placed a slit big enough for my head spang down the center. Now to find something, anything, to tie around my waist. While I was doing this, a human head appeared in place of, the hairdryer. A head female and rather pretty. No body. During my first century this would have made me jumpy. Today I'm used to realistic hollows. "I've been trying to catch you alone," the head said in an organ-like baritone. "I speak for the Committee for Aesthetic Deletions. We seem to have caused you some inconvenience. For that we are truly sorry." "You should be. What became of that baby?" "Never mind that baby. We'll be in touch." It flickered. "Hey, wait!" But I was talking to the hairdryer. Dr. Ridpath looked up from scratching Pixel's chin. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. "I'm sorry to be late, but I was interrupted. A head appeared and spoke to me. Does that happen often around here, or am I hallucinating again?" "You really do seem to be a stranger here. That's a telephone. Like this. Telephone, please." A head appeared in a frame that had contained a rather dull still life, a male head in this case. "Your call, sir." "Cancel." The head blinked out. "Like that?" "Yes, but a girl." "Of course. You're female, and the call reached you in a bathroom, so the computer displayed a head matching your sex. The computer matches lip movements to words, but the visual stays an impersonal animation unless you elect to be seen. Same for the caller." "I see. A hologram." "Yes. Come along," he added. "You look quite fetching in that towel, but you looked still better in your skin." "Thank you." We went out in the hotel corridor. Pixel cut back and forth in front of us. "Doctor, what is the Committee for Aesthetic Deletions?" "Huh?" He sounded surprised. "Assassins. Criminal nihilists. Where did you hear of them?" "That head I saw in the bathroom. That telephone. I repeated the call word for word, I think." Interesting." He did not say another word until we reached his office suite 10 stories down on the mezzanine. We ran across several hotel guests who had jumped the gun. Most were naked save for domino masks, but several wore full masks of animals or birds or abstract fantasy. One couple was dressed most gaudily in nothing but paint. I was glad that I had my terrycloth caftan. When we reached Dr. Ridpath's office suite, I hung back in the waiting room while he went on into an inner room preceded by Pixel. The doctor left the door open. I could hear and see. His office nurse was standing, her back to us, talking on the telephone, a talking head. There appeared to be no one else in the suite. Nevertheless, I was mildly surprised to find that she had joined the epidemic of skin. She was wearing shoes, mini panties, and a nurse's cap, and had a white nurse's uniform over one arm as if caught by the phone while she was undressing, or changing. She was a tall and slender brunette. I could not see her face. I heard her say, "I'll tell him, Doc," Keep your guard up tonight. See you in jail. Bye. She half-turned. That was Daffy Weisskopf, boss. He has a preliminary report for you. Cause of death, suffocation. But, get this, stuffed down the old bastard's throat before the catsup was poured in was a plastic envelope with a famous, or infamous, card in it. The Committee for Aesthetic Deletions. So I figured. Did he say what brand of catsup? For cry-yi-yi. And what are you doing peeling down? Festival doesn't start for another 3 hours. Look here, slave driver. See that clock? Ticking off the precious seconds of my life. See what it says? 5:11. My contract says that I work until 5. It says that you are on duty until I relieve you, but that overtime rate starts at 5. There were no patients here, and I was changing into my festival costume. Wait till you see it, boss. It'd make a priest blush. I doubt it. We do have a patient, and I need your help. Okay. I'll get back into my Florence Nightingale duds. Don't bother. It would just waste time. Mrs. Long, come in, please, and take off your clothes. Yes, sir. I came in at once. While peeling off that scrounged caftan, I could see what he was doing. A prudent male doctor has a chaperone when examining a female patient. That's a universal. A multi-universal. If the circumstances happen to supply a chaperone in her skin, so much the better. There need be no time wasted on angel robes and other such nonsense. Having helped my father, and having stood years of watches in the rejuvenation clinic at Boondock and in the Associated Hospital, I understood the protocol invoked. A nurse in Boondock wears clothes only when the job requires it. Seldom, that is, as the patient is usually not clothed. But it's not Mrs. Long, Doctor. I am usually called Maureen. Maureen it is. This is Dagmar. Roast, meet Alice. Alice, meet Roast. And Pixel, too, Dagmar. He's the one with the short legs. Howdy, Maureen. Hi, Pixel. Meow. Hi, Dagmar. Sorry to keep you late. De nada, ducks. Dagmar, either I am out of my skull, or Maureen is. Which is it? Couldn't it be both? I've had my doubts about you for a long time, boss. Understandable, but she really does seem to have lost a chunk of her memory, at least, plus possible hallucinations. You've studied materia medica much more recently than I have. If someone wanted to cause a few hours' temporary amnesia, what drug would he choose? Huh? Don't give me your barefoot boy act. Alcohol, of course. But it might be almost anything, the way the kids nowadays eat, drink, snort, smoke, or shoot almost anything that doesn't shoot back. Not alcohol. Enough alcohol to do that produces a horrible hangover, with halitosis, twitches, and shakes, and bloodshot eyes. But look at her. Clear eyes, healthy as a horse, and innocent as a pup in the clean laundry. Pixel, stay out of that. So what do we look for? I don't know. Let's operate and find out. Urine sample, blood sample, saliva too? Certainly. And sweat if you can find enough. Vaginal specimen? Yes. Wait, I objected. If you intend to poke around inside me, I want a chance to douche and wash. Not bleedin' likely, ducks, Dagmar answered gently. What we need is whatever is in there now, not after you've washed your sins away. Don't argue. I wouldn't want to break your arm. I shut up. I do indeed want to smell good or not smell at all when being examined, but as a doctor's daughter and a therapist myself, I knew that what Dagmar said made sense, since they were looking for drugs. I didn't expect that they would find any, but they might. I certainly was missing some hours. Days. Anything could have happened. Dagmar had me pee in a cup and took my blood and saliva, then told me to climb onto the table and into the stirrups. Shall I do it, or the boss? Out of the way, Pixel, and stop that. Either of you. A truly considerate nurse. Some female patients can't stand to be touched down below by females. Others are shy with males. Me, I was cured of all such nonsense by my father before I was 10. Dagmar came back with the dilator, and I noticed something. Brunette, I said she was. She had remained undressed, save for scanty panties, which were not opaque. She should have shown a dark built-in fig leaf, no? No. Just skin shade and a hint of the Great Divide. A woman who shaves or otherwise depilates her pubic curls has a profound interest in recreational sex. My beloved first husband, Brian, pointed this out to me in the Mauve decade, circa 1905 Gregorian. I've checked Brian's assertion through a century and a half, endless examples. I am not counting prepping for surgery or for childbirth. The ones who did it because they preferred that styling were, without exception, hearty, healthy, uninhibited hedonists. Dagmar wasn't prepped for surgery. She obviously was not about to give birth. No, she was about to take part in a Saturnalia, QED. It made me feel warm toward her. Brian, bless his lecherous soul, would have appreciated her. By now, in the course of chatting while she took samples, she knew the essentials of my hallucination, so she knew that I was a stranger in town. As she was adjusting that damned dilator, I have always detested them, although this one was blood temperature and was being handled with the gentle care that a woman can bring to the task, having been there herself. While she was busy with this, I asked a question in order to ignore what she was doing. "Dagmar, tell me about this festival." "La Fiesta de Santa Carolita? Hey, you clamped down. Watch it, ducks. You'll hurt yourself." I sighed and tried to relax. Santa Carolita is my second child, born in 1902 Gregorian. Chapter 2. The Garden of Eden. I remember Earth. I knew her when she was clean and green, mankind's beautiful bride, sweet and lush and lovable. I speak of my own timeline, of course, numbered 2, and coded Leslie LaCroix. But the best-known timelines, those policed by the Time Corps for the circle of Ouroboros, are all one at the time I was born. 1882 Gregorian, only 9 years after the death of Ira Howard. In 1882 the population of Earth was a mere 1.5 billion. When I left Earth just a century later, it had increased to over 4 billion, and that swarming mass was doubling every 30 years. Remember that ancient Persian parable about doubling grains of rice on a chessboard? 4 billion people are a smidgen larger than a grain of rice. You quickly run out of chessboard. On one timeline, Earth's population swelled to over 30 billion before reaching final disaster. On other timelines, the end came at less than 10 billion, but on all timelines, Dr. Malthus had the last laugh. It is futile to mourn over the corpse of Earth, as silly as it would be to cry over an empty chrysalis when its butterfly has flown, but I am incurably sentimental and forever sad at how man's old home has changed. I had a marvelously happy girlhood. I not only lived on Earth when she was young and beautiful, but also had the good fortune to be born in one of her loveliest garden spots, southern Missouri, before people and bulldozers ravaged its green hills. Besides the happy accident of birthplace, I had the special good fortune to be my father's daughter. When I was still quite young, my father said to me, "My beloved daughter, you are an immoral little wretch. I know this because you take after me. Your mind works just the way mine does. If you are not to be destroyed by your lack, you must work out a practical code of your own and live by it." I thought about his words and felt warm and good inside. Immoral little wretch. Father knew me so well. "What code should I follow, Father?" "You have to pick your own." "The 10 Commandments?" "You know better than that. The 10 Commandments are for lame brains. The first 5 are solely for the benefit of the priests and the powers that be. The second 5 are half-truths, neither complete nor adequate." "All right, teach me about the second 5. How should they read?" "Not on your tin-type, lazybones. You've got to do it yourself." He stood up suddenly, dumping me off his lap and almost landing me on my bottom. This was a running game with us. If I moved fast, I could land on my feet. If not, it was 1 point to him. "Analyze the 10 Commandments," he ordered. "Tell me how they should read. In the meantime, if I hear just once more that you have lost your temper, then when your mother sends you to discuss the matter with me, you had better have your McGuffey's reader tucked inside your bloomers." "Father, you wouldn't." "Just try me, Carrot Top, just try me. I will enjoy spanking you." An empty threat. He never spanked me once I was old enough to understand why I was being scolded. but even before then he had never spanked me hard enough to hurt my bottom, just my feelings. Mother's punishments were another matter. The High Justice was Father's bailiwick. Mother handled the low and middle, with a peach switch. Ouch! Father spoiled me rotten. I had 4 brothers and 4 sisters. Edward, born in 1876, Audrey in 78, Agnes in 1880, Tom 81. In 82 I came along. Frank was born in 1884, then Beth in 92, Lucille 94, George in 1897, and I took up more of Father's time than any 3 of my siblings, maybe 4. Looking back on it, I can't see that he made himself more available to me than he did to any of my brothers and sisters, but it certainly worked out that I spent more time with my father. 2 ground-floor rooms in our house were Father's clinic and surgery. I spent a lot of my free time there, as I was fascinated by his books. Mother did not think I should read them, medical books being filled with things that ladies simply should not delve into. Unladylike, immodest. Father said to her, "Mrs. Johnson, the few errors in those books I will point out to Maureen. As for the far more numerous and much more important truths, I am pleased that Maureen wants to learn them. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." John 8, verse 32. Mother set her mouth in a grim line and did not answer. For her the Bible was the final word, whereas Father was a free thinker, a fact he did not admit even to me at that time. But Father knew the Bible more thoroughly than Mother did, and could always quote a verse to refute her. A most unfair way to argue, it seems to me, but an advantage he needed in dealing with her. Mother was strong-willed. They disagreed on many things, but they had rules that let them live together without bloodshed. Not only live together, but share a bed and have baby after baby together. A miracle. I think Father set most of the rules. At that time and place it was taken for granted that a husband was head of his household and must be obeyed. You may not believe this, but the wedding ceremony in those days required the bride to promise to obey her husband, in everything and forever. If I know my mother, I don't really. She didn't keep that promise more than 30 minutes. But they worked out practical compromises. Mother bossed the household. Father's domain was his clinic and surgery, and the barn and outbuildings and matters pertaining thereto. Father controlled all money matters. Each month he gave Mother a household allowance that she spent as she saw fit, but he required her to keep a record of how she spent it, bookkeeping that Father examined each month. Breakfast was at 7, dinner at noon, supper at 6. If Father's medical practice caused him to need to eat at other times, he notified Mother, ahead of time if possible, but the family sat down on time. If Father was present, he held Mother's chair for her. She thanked him, he then sat down, and the rest of us followed. He said grace morning, noon, and night. In Father's absence, my brother Edward seated Mother, and she said grace. Or she might direct one of us to return thanks for practice. Then we ate, and misbehavior at the table was only 1 notch below high treason. But a child did not have to sit and squirm and wait for the grown-ups after he was through eating. He could ask to be excused, then leave the table. He could not return even if he discovered that he had made a horrible mistake, such as forgetting that it was a dessert night. But Mother would relent and allow that child to eat dessert in the kitchen if he had not teased or whined. The day my eldest sister Audrey entered high school, Father added to the protocol. He held Mother's chair as usual. Once she was seated, Mother said, "Thank you, Doctor." Then Edward, 2 years older than Audrey, held her chair for her and seated her just after Mother was seated. Mother said, "What do you say, Audrey?" "I did say it, Mamma." "Yes, she did, Mother." "I did not hear it." "Thank you, Eddie." "You're welcome, Aud." Then the rest of us sat down. Thereafter, as each girl entered high school, the senior available boy was conscripted into the ceremony. On Sundays, dinner was at 1 because every one but Father went to Sunday school, and every one, including Father, went to morning church. Father stayed out of the kitchen. Mother never entered the clinic and surgery, even to clean. That cleaning was done by a hired girl or by one of my sisters, or, once I was old enough, by me. By unwritten rules never broken, My parents lived in peace. I think their friends thought of them as an ideal couple and of their offspring as those nice Johnson children. Indeed, I think we were a happy family, all 9 of us children and our parents. Don't think for a minute that we lived under such strict discipline that we did not have fun. We had loads of fun, both at home and away. But we made our own fun mostly. I recall a time many years later when American children seemed to be unable to amuse themselves without a fortune in electrical and electronic equipment. We had no fancy equipment and did not miss it. By then, 1890 more or less, Mr. Edison had invented the electric light and Professor Bell had invented the telephone, but these modern miracles had not reached Thebes in Lisle County, Missouri. As for electronic toys, the word electron had yet to be coined. But my brothers had sleds and wagons, and we girls had dolls and toy sewing machines, and we had many indoor games in joint tenancy, dominoes and checkers and chess and jackstraws and lotto and pigs in clover and anagrams. We played outdoor games that required no equipment or not much. We had a variation of baseball called scrub, which could be played by 3 to 18 players, plus the volunteer efforts of dogs, cats, and 1 goat. We had other livestock, from 1 to 4 horses, depending on the year, a Guernsey cow named Clytemnestra, chickens, usually Rhode Island Reds, guinea fowl, ducks, white domestic, rabbits from time to time, and, 1 season only, a sow named Gumdrop. Father sold Gumdrop when it developed that we were unwilling to eat pigs we had helped raise. Not that we needed to raise pigs. Father was more likely to receive fees in smoked ham or a side of bacon than he was to be paid in money. We all fished and the boys hunted. As soon as each boy was old enough, 10 as I recall, to handle a rifle, Father taught him to shoot, a .22 at first. He taught them to hunt, too, but I did not see it. Girls were not included. I did not mind that. I refused to have anything to do with skinning and gutting bunny rabbits, that being their usual game, but I did want to learn to shoot, and made the mistake of saying so in Mother's hearing. She exploded. Father told me quietly, "We'll discuss it later." And we did. About a year later, when it was established that I sometimes drove Father on country calls, unbeknownst to Mother, he started taking along in the back of his buggy under gunny sacks a little single-shot .22, and Maureen was taught to shoot, and especially how not to get shot, all the rules of firearm safety. Father was a patient teacher who demanded perfection. Weeks later he said, "Maureen, if you will remember what I've taught you, it may cause you to live longer." "I hope so. We won't tackle pistol this year. Your hands aren't yet big enough." We young folks owned the whole outdoors as our playground. We picked wild blackberries and went nutting for black walnuts and searched for pawpaws and persimmons. We went on hikes and picnics. Eventually, as each of us grew taller and began to feel new and wonderful yearnings, we used the outdoors for courting. Sparking, we called it. Our family was forever celebrating special days. 11 birthdays, our parents' wedding anniversary, Christmas, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, Valentine's Day, Washington's birthday, Easter, the 4th of July, a double celebration, it being my birthday, and Admission Day on the 10th of August. Best of all was the county fair, best because Father drove in the harness races, and warned his patients not to get sick that week, or see Dr. Chadwick his exchange. We sat in the stands and cheered ourselves hoarse, although Father seldom finished in the money. Then came Halloween and Thanksgiving, which brings us up to Christmas again. That's a full month of special days, every one of them celebrated with noisy enthusiasm. And there were non-special days when we sat around the dining table and picked the meats from walnuts as fast as Father and Edward could crack them, while Mother or Audrey read aloud from the Leather Stocking Tales, or Ivanhoe, or Dickens. Or we made popcorn, or popcorn balls, sticky all over everything, or fudge, or we gathered around the piano and sang while Mother played, and that was best of all. There were winters when we had a spell down every night because Audrey was going for it seriously. She walked around with McGuffey's Speller under one arm and Webster's American Spelling Book under the other, her lips moving and her eyes blank. She always won the family drills. We expected that. Family competition was usually between Edward and me for second place. Audrey made it. First place in Thebes Consolidated Grammar and High School when she was in 6th grade. Then the following year she went all the way to Joplin for the regional, only to lose to a nasty little boy from Rich Hill. But in her freshman year in high school, she won the regional, and went on to Jefferson City and won the gold medal for top speller in Missouri. Mother and Audrey went together to the state capitol for the finals and the presentation, by stagecoach to Butler, by railroad train to Kansas City, then again by train to Jefferson City. I could have been jealous of Audrey's travel, not of her gold medal, had it not been that by then I was about to go to Chicago. But that's another story. Audrey was welcomed back with a brass band, the one that played at the county fair, specially activated off-season to honor Thebes' favorite daughter. So it said on a big banner, Audrey Adele Johnson. Audrey cried. So did I. I remember especially one hot July afternoon. Cyclone weather, Father decided, and sure enough, 3 twisters did touch down that day, one quite close to our house. We were safe. Father had ordered us into the storm cellar as soon as the sky darkened, and had helped Mother down the steps most carefully. She was carrying again. My little sister Beth it must have been. We sat down there for 3 hours by the light of a barn lantern, and drank lemonade and ate Mother's sugar cookies, thick and floury and filling. Father stood at the top of the steps with the slant door open until a piece of the Ritter's barn came by, at which point Mother was shrill with him, for the only time that I know of in the presence of children. "Doctor, you come inside at once. I will not be widowed just to let you prove to yourself that you can stand up to anything." Father came down promptly, fastening the slant door behind him. "Madam," he stated, "as always your logic is irrefutable." There were hayrides with young people of our own ages, usually with fairly tolerant chaperonage. There were skating parties on the Mer d'Azine. There were Sunday school picnics and church ice cream socials, and more and more. Happy times do not come from fancy gadgets. They come from male and female created he them, and from being healthy and filled with zest for life. The firm discipline we lived under was neither onerous nor unreasonable. None of it was simply for the sterile purpose of having rules. Outside the scope of those necessary rules we were as free as birds. Older children helped with younger children, with defined responsibilities. All of us had assigned chores from about age 6 on up. The assignments were written down and checked off, and in later years I handled my own brood, larger than my mother's, by her rules. Hers were sensible rules. They had worked for her, they would work for me. Oh, my rules were not exactly like my mother's rules because our circumstances were not exactly alike. For example, a major chore for my brothers was sawing and chopping wood. My sons did not chop wood because our home in Kansas City was heated by a coal furnace. But they did tend furnace, fill the coal bin. Coal was delivered to the curb, followed by the back-breaking chore of carrying it a bucket at a time to a chute that led to the coal bin, and clean out the ashes and haul them up the basement stairs and out. There were other differences. My boys did not have to carry water for baths. In Kansas City we had running water, and so forth. My sons worked as hard as my brothers had, but differently. A city house with electricity and gas and a coal furnace does not create anything like the heavy chores that a country house in the gay 90s did. The house I was brought up in had no running water, no plumbing of any sort, no central heating. It was lighted by coal oil lamps and by candles, both homemade and store-boughten, and it was heated by wood stoves, a big base burner in the parlor, a drum stove in the clinic, monkey stoves elsewhere. No stoves upstairs, but grills set in the ceilings allowed heated air to reach the upper floor. Ours was one of the larger houses in town, and possibly the most modern, as Father was quick to adopt any truly useful new invention as soon as it was available. In this he consciously imitated Mr. Samuel Clemens. Father judged Mr. Clemens to be one of the smartest and possibly the smartest man in America. Mr. Clemens was 17 years older than Father. He first became aware of Mark Twain with the jumping frog story. From that time on, Father read everything by Mr. Clemens he could lay hands on. The year I was born, Father wrote to Mr. Clemens, complimenting him on A Tramp Abroad. Mr. Clemens sent a courteous and dryly humorous answer. Father framed it and hung it on the wall of his clinic. Thereafter Father wrote to Mr. Clemens as each new book by Mark Twain appeared. As a direct result, young Maureen read all of Mr. Clemens's published works, curled up in a corner of her father's clinic. These were not books that Mother read. She considered them vulgar and destructive of good morals. By her values, Mother was correct. Mr. Clemens was clearly subversive by the standards of all right-thinking people. I am forced to assume that Mother could spot an immoral book by its odor, as she never actually read anything by Mr. Clemens. So those books stayed in the clinic, and I devoured them there, along with other books never seen in the parlor. Not just medical books, but such outright subversion as the lectures of Colonel Robert Ingersoll, and, best of all, the essays of Thomas Henry Huxley. I'll never forget the afternoon I read Professor Huxley's essay on the Gadarene swine. "Father," I said in deep excitement, "they've lied to us all along." "Probably," he agreed. "What are you reading?" I told him. "Well, you've read enough of it for today. Professor Huxley is strong medicine. Let's talk for a while. How are you doing with the 10 Commandments? Got your final version?" "Maybe," I answered. "How many are there now?" 16, I think. "Too many." "If you would just let me chuck the first 5. "Not while you're under my roof and eating at my table. You see me attending church and singing hymns, do you not? I don't even sleep during the sermon. Maureen, rubbing blue mud in your belly button is an indispensable survival skill, everywhere, anywhen. Let's hear your latest version of the first 5. "Father, you're a horrid man, and you will come to a bad end." "Not as long as I can keep dodging them. Quit stalling." "Yes, sir. First commandment. Thou shalt pay public homage to the God favored by the majority without giggling or even smiling behind your hand." "Go on." "Thou shalt not make any graven image of a sort that could annoy the powers that be, especially Mrs. Grundy. And exempli gratia, this is why your anatomy book doesn't show the clitoris. Mrs. Grundy wouldn't like it because she doesn't have one." "Or possibly has one the size of a banana," my father answered, "but doesn't want anyone to find out. Censorship is never logical, but, like cancer, it is dangerous to ignore it when it shows up. Darling daughter, the purpose of the 2nd commandment is simply to reinforce the first. A graven image is any idol that could rival the official God. It has nothing to do with sculpture or etchings. Go on." "Thou shalt not take the name of thy Lord God in vain," which means don't swear, not even Jiminy or golly or darn, or use any of those 4-letter words or anything that Mother might consider vulgar. Father, there is something here that doesn't make sense. Why is vagina a good word while cunt is a bad word? Riddle me that." "Both are bad words out of your mouth, youngster, unless you are talking to me, in which case you will use the medical Latin out of respect for my vocation and my gray hair. You are permitted to say the Anglo-Saxon synonym under your breath if it pleasures you." Somehow it does, and I haven't been able to analyze why. Number 4. Just a moment. Add to number 3, thou shalt not split infinitives or dangle participles. Thou shalt shun solecisms. Thou shalt honor the noble English language, speech of Shakespeare, Milton, and Poe, and it will serve thee all the days of thy life. In particular, Maureen, if I ever again hear you say different than, I will beat you about the head and shoulders with an unbated, ablative absolute." "Father, that was an accident. I meant to—" "Excuses. Let's hear number 4. Commandment number 4. Go to church on Sundays. Smile and be pleasant, but don't be too smarmily a hypocrite. Don't let my children, if and when I have any, play out in front on Sunday or make too much noise in back. Support the church by deeds and money, but not too conspicuously." "Maureen, that's well put. You'll be a preacher's wife yet." "Oh, God, Father, I'd rather be a whore."
"The two are not incompatible. Continuez, mon cher enfant."
Mais oui, mon cher papa. Honor thy father and thy mother where any one can see you, but once you leave home, live your own life. Don't let them lead you around by the nose. Mon papa, you phrased that one yourself, and I don't like it much. I do honor you because I want to, and I don't have anything against mother. We just don't sing in the same key. But I'm grateful to her.
Avoid gratitude, my dear. It can sour your stomach. After you marry and I'm dead, are you going to invite Adele to move in with you?
I stopped, unable to answer.
Think about it. Think it through carefully, in advance, because any answer you make in a hurry while my grave is still fresh is certain to be a wrong answer. Next item.
Thou shalt not commit murder. Murder means killing somebody wrongfully. Other sorts of killing come in several flavors, and each sort must be analyzed. I'm still working on this one, Father.
So am I. Just bear in mind that a person who eats meat is on the same moral level as the butcher.
Yes, sir. Thou shalt not get caught committing adultery. And that means don't get pregnant, don't catch a social disease, don't let Mrs. Grundy even suspect you, and above all, don't let your spouse find out. It would make him most unhappy, and he could divorce you. Father, I don't think I would ever be tempted by adultery. If God had intended a woman to have more than one man, he would have supplied more men, instead of just enough to go around.
Who intended? I didn't catch the name.
I said God, but you know what I mean.
I do indeed. You are indulging in theology. I would rather see you take laudanum. Maureen, when anyone talks about God's will or God's intentions or nature's intentions, if he is afraid to say God, I know at once that he is selling a gold brick, to himself in some cases, as you were just doing. To read a moral law into the fact that about as many males are born as females is to make too much stew from one oyster. It's as slippery as post hoc propter hoc. As for your belief that you will never be tempted, here you are, barely dry behind the ears, and only a year past first onset of menses, and you think you know all there is to know about the perils of sex, just as every girl your age throughout history has thought. So go right ahead. Jump the fence with your eyes closed, break your husband's heart and ruin his pride, shame your children, be a scandal in the public square, get your tubes filled with pus, then let some butcher cut them out in some dirty back room with no ether. Go right ahead, Maureen. Count the world well lost for love, for that's what sloppy adultery can get you. The world lost all right, and an early grave, and children who will never speak your name.
But, Father, I was saying that I must shun adultery. It's too dangerous. I think I can manage it. I smiled at him and recited, There was a young lady named Wild. Father picked it up.
Who kept herself quite undefiled.
By thinking of Jesus,
contagious diseases,
and the dangers of having a child.
Yes, I know, I taught you that limerick. Maureen, you failed to mention the safest route to prudent adultery. Yet I know that you've heard of it. I mentioned it the day I tried to give you an estimate of the amount of fence-jumping going on in this county.
I must have missed it, Father.
I know I mentioned it. If you've just got her, and the day might come, tell your husband what is biting you, ask his permission, ask for his help, ask him to stand jigger for you.
Oh, yes, you did tell me about 2 couples like that here in our county, but I could never figure out who they are.
I didn't intend you to, so I threw in a few false clues.
I discounted for that, sir, knowing you, but I still couldn't guess. Father, that seems so undignified. And wouldn't, my husband be terribly angry?
He might give you a fat lip. He won't divorce you for asking. Then he might help you anyhow on the sound theory that you would get into worse trouble if he says no, and—
Father gave a most evil grin.
He might discover he enjoys the role.
Father, I find that I'm shocked.
Then get over it. Complacent husbands are common throughout history. There is a lot of voyeur in everyone, especially in males, but females weren't left out. He might jump at the chance to help you, because you helped him just that way 6 weeks earlier. Stood lookout for him and that young schoolteacher. Then you lied like a diplomat to cover up for them. Next commandment.
Wait a minute, please. I want to talk about this one some more. Adultery.
And that is just what I'm not going to let you do. You think about it, but not a word out of you on this subject for at least 2 weeks. Next.
Thou shalt not steal. I couldn't improve that one, father.
Would you steal to feed a baby?
Yes.
Think about other exceptions. We'll discuss it in a year or 2. But it is a good general rule. But why won't you steal? You're smart. You can probably get away with stealing all your life. Why won't you do it? Don't grunt.
Father, you're infuriating. I don't steal because I'm too stinkin' proud.
Exactly. Perfect. For the same reason you don't cheat in school or cheat in games. Pride. Your own concept of yourself. To thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day.
Thou canst not then be false to any man. Yes, sir.
But you dropped the G from the participle. Repeat it, and this time pronounce it correctly. You don't steal because...
I am too stinking proud.
Good. A proud self-image is the strongest incentive you can have toward correct behavior. Too proud to steal, too proud to cheat, too proud to take candy from babies or to push little ducks into water. Maureen, a moral code for the tribe must be based on survival for the tribe. But for the individual, correct behavior in the tightest pinch is based on pride, not on personal survival. This is why a captain goes down with his ship. This is why the guard dies but does not surrender. A person who has nothing to die for has nothing to live for. Next commandment.
Simon Legree, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, until you corrupted me.
Who corrupted whom? I am the epitome of moral rectitude, because I know exactly why I behave as I do. When I started in on you, you had no morals of any sort, and your behavior was as naively shameless as that of a kitten trying to cover up on a bare floor.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, until you corrupted me, I thought the 9th commandment meant, don't tell lies. But all it says is if you have to go into court and be a witness, then you have to tell the truth.
It says more than that.
Yes, you pointed out that it was a special case of a general theorem. I think the general case ought to read, don't tell lies that can hurt other people.
Close enough.
Father, you didn't let me finish.
Oh, Maureen, I beg your pardon. Please go on.
I said, don't tell lies that can hurt other people, but I intended to add, but since you can't guess ahead of time what harm your lies may do, the only safe rule is not to tell any lies at all. Father said nothing for quite a long time. At last he said,
Maureen, this one we will not dispose of in an afternoon. A liar is worse to have around than a thief, yet I would rather cope with a liar than with a person who takes self-righteous pride in telling the truth, all of the truth, and all of the time, let the chips fall where they may. Meaning, no matter who is hurt by it, no matter what innocent life is ruined. Maureen, a person who takes smug pride in telling the blunt truth is a sadist, not a saint. There are many sorts of lies, untruths, fibs, non-factual statements, etc., as an exercise to stretch the muscles of your mind.
The mind has no muscles.
Smarty, don't teach Grandma how to steal sheep. Your mind has no muscles, and that's what I'm trying to correct. Try to categorize logically the varieties of not-true statements. Having done so, try to decide when and where each sort may be used morally, if at all, and if not, why not? That should keep you out of mischief for the next 14, 15 months.
Oh, Father, you're so good to me.
Stop the sarcasm, or I'll paddle your pants. Bring me a preliminary report in a month or 6 weeks.
Thy will be done. Papa, I do have one special case. Don't tell fibs to Mother, lest thy mouth be washed out with lye soap.
Correction. Don't tell any fibs to your mother that she can catch you in. If you ever told her the ungarnished truth about our private talks, I would have to leave home. If you catch Audrey spooning with that unlikely young cub who's been calling on her, what are you going to tell your mother?
Father took me by surprise on that one. I had indeed caught Audrey spooning, and I had an uneasy suspicion that there had been something more than spooning, and it worried me. I won't tell Mother anything.
That's a good answer. But what are you going to tell me? You know that I don't have your mother's moralistic and puritanical attitudes about sex, and you know, I hope you do, that I won't use anything you tell me to punish Audrey, but to help her. So what do you tell your father?
I felt walls closing in on me, caught between loyalty to father and my love for my oldest sister, who had always helped me and been good to me. I won't tell you a darn thing."
"Hurrah! You took the hurdle without even ticking the top rail. Dead right, dear one. We don't tell tales out of school. We don't confess on behalf of someone else. But don't say dern. If you need it, say damn."
"Yes, sir. I won't tell you a damn thing about Audrey and her young man. And, dear Lord, if there is one, don't let my sister get pregnant. Mother would have fits and pray over her, and all would be terrible. Thy will be done, but not too much of it. Maureen Johnson. Amen."
Let's deal with number 10 quickly, then move on to the ones Moses neglected to bring down the mountain. 10 doesn't seem to be a problem to you. Coveted anything lately?
"I don't think I have." "Why is there a rule against coveting your neighbor's wife, but not a word about not coveting your neighbor's husband? Was it an oversight on Jehovah's part, or was it truly open season on husbands in those days?"
"I don't know, Maureen. I suspect that it was simply conceit on the part of some ancient Hebrews who could not imagine their wives wanting to jump the fence when they had such virile heroes at home. The Old Testament doesn't place women very high. It starts right out with Adam putting all the blame on Mother Eve. Then it gets worse. But here in Lisle County, Missouri, we do have a rule against it, and if any wife catches you making eyes at her husband here, she is likely to scratch out your pretty green eyes."
"I don't intend to let her catch me. But suppose it's the other way. Suppose he covets me, or seems to. Suppose he pinches my bottom."
"Well, well. Who was he, Maureen? Who is he?"
"Hypothetical case, mon cher père."
"Very well. If he hypothetically does it again, you may hypothetically respond in several hypothetical fashions. You may hypothetically ignore him, pretend to a hypothetical lack of sensation in your gluteus maximus sinister. Or is he left-handed?"
"I don't know."
"Or you can hypothetically whisper, 'Don't do that here. Meet me after church.'"
"Father!"
"You brought it up." Or if it suits you, you may hypothetically warn him that one more hypothetical pinch will be reported to your hypothetical father, who owns both a hypothetical horsewhip and a hypothetical shotgun. You may say this most privately, or shout it loudly enough for the congregation and his hypothetical wife to hear it. Lady's choice. Wait one moment. You did say husband, did you not?
"I did not say, but that was assumed in the hypothesis, I suppose."
Maureen, a pinch on the bottom is an expression of direct intent. Encouraged, it leads in 3 short steps to copulation. You are young, but you are physically a mature woman capable of pregnancy. Is it your intention to assume full womanhood in the immediate future?
Chapter 3. The Serpent in the Garden. Father's question as to whether or not I was thinking about getting rid of my virginity upset me because I had been thinking about nothing else for weeks, months maybe. So I answered, "Of course not. Father, how could you think such a thing?"
Meeting's adjourned.
"Sir?"
"I thought we had cured you of that sort of trivial fibbing. I see we have not, so quit wasting my time. Come back when you feel the need for serious discussion."
He swiveled his chair around to face his desk and raised its roll top. "Father—"
Haven't you left?"
"Please, sir, I've been thinking about it all the time."
"Thinking about what?"
"That. Losing my virginity. Breaking my maidenhead." He glowered at me.
"Hymen is the medical term, as you know. Maidenhead is from that list of Anglo-Saxon synonyms, although it doesn't carry quite the curse that the shorter ones do. But don't talk about losing anything, when in fact you will be achieving your birthright, that supreme status of functioning female that your biological inheritance makes possible."
I thought about his words. "Father, you make it sound so desirable that I should run right out at once and find someone to help me break my hymen. Now, right away. So if you will excuse me—" I started to stand up.
"Whoa! Steady there. If that is your intention, it won't hurt to wait 10 minutes. Maureen, if you were a heifer, I would say that you are ready to be serviced. But you are not. You are a human maiden faced by a world of human men and women in a complex and often cruel culture. I think that you will be better off if you wait a year or 2. You could even go virgin to your marriage bed, although as a physician I know that does not happen too often these modern days. But what's the 11th commandment?"
"Don't get caught."
"Where do I hide the French purses?"
Lower right-hand drawer, and the key is in the top left pigeonhole all the way back. I did not do it that day, or that week, or that month, but it was not many months thereafter. I did it about 10 o'clock in the morning on a balmy day the first week of June, 1897, just 4 weeks before my 15th birthday. The place I picked was the floor of the judges' stand at the race-track in the county fairgrounds, with a folded horse blanket to pad the bare boards. I knew the area because I had sat up in that judges' stand on many a frosty morning clocking Father's practice miles, my eyes lined up on the wire and his fat stopwatch in my hand. I had needed both hands to handle that big watch when I had first done this at 6. That was the year that Father bought Loafer, a black stallion sired by the sire of Maud S., but, sadly, not as fast as his famous half-sister. In June of 1897 I went there prepared, resolved to do it, with a condom, a French purse in my handbag, and a sanitary napkin, homemade, but all of them were in those days, as I knew that I might bleed, and if anything went wrong, I would have to convince my mother that I was simply 3 days early that month. My partner in this crime was a high school classmate, a boy named Chuck Perkins, a year older and almost a foot taller than I. I was not even in puppy love with him, but we pretended that we were. Perhaps he was not pretending, but how was a girl to know? And we had been progressively seducing each other all that school year. Chuck was the first boy, with whom I opened my mouth to a kiss. And from that I formulated another commandment, "Open thy mouth only if thou plannest to open thy limbs," for I discovered that I liked it. How I liked it! Chuck's mouth was sweet. He did not smoke. He kept his teeth clean, and they were as sound as my own teeth, and his tongue was sweet and loving against mine. At later times I encountered, too often, men who did not keep their mouths and breaths sweet, and I did not open my mouth, or anything. To this day I am convinced that tongue-kissing is more intimate than coition. In preparing for this meeting I had followed also my 14th commandment, "Thou shalt keep thy secret places as clean as a boiled egg, lest thou stink in church," to which my lusty father had added, "and to hold thy husband's love when thou dost catch one." I told him I had figured that out. Keeping really clean in a house not supplied with running water and too well supplied with running children is not easy, but I had worked out expedients from the time Father had warned me some years earlier. One expedient was to sneak in extra washing behind a locked door in Father's surgery. One of my duties was to place a pitcher of hot water in the surgery each morning and again after lunch, and to refill that pitcher as needed. This put me in position to do washing that Mother did not know about. Mother believed that cleanliness is next to godliness, but I did not dare give her ideas by letting her catch me giving myself extra scrubbing in places I was supposed to be ashamed to touch. Mother didn't approve of too much washing of those places, as it could lead to immodest behavior. It certainly could. At the fairgrounds we left Chuck's horse and buggy in one of the big empty barns with a nosebag of oats to keep him happy. Then we climbed up into the judges' stand. I led the way up the back stairs, then up a vertical ladder through the roof of the grandstand and to a trap door in the floor of the judges' stand. I tucked up my skirts and climbed the ladder ahead of Chuck, and I delighted in the scandalous display I was making of myself. Oh, Chuck had seen my legs before, but men always like to peek. Once we were both inside the stand, I had Chuck close the trap door and drag over it a heavy box, heavy with weights used in racing. "Now they can't possibly reach us," I said gleefully, turned and got a key from a ditching place over a locker, opened its padlock. "But they can see us, Mo. This front side is wide open." "Who cares? Just don't stand in front of the judges' bench. If you can't see them, they can't see you." "Mo, are you sure you want to do this? Isn't that why we came up here? Here, help me spread this blanket. We'll use it doubled. The judges spread it along the bench to protect their tender behinds. It will keep splinters out of my tender behind and out of your knees." Chuck didn't say a word as we made our bed. I straightened up and looked at him. He did not look like a man about to achieve a joyful consummation long desired. He looked like a scared little boy. "Charles, are you sure you want to?" He looked sheepish. "It's bright sunlight, Mo. This is awfully public. Maybe we could find a quiet place on the Osage. Chiggers and mosquitoes and youngsters hunting muskrats, and they'll pop up just when we're busiest. No, thank you, sir. But, Charles, dear, I thought we were agreed on this. I certainly don't want to rush you into anything. Would you mind cancelling the trip to Butler?" A shopping trip to Butler was my excuse to my parents for asking Chuck to drive me that morning. Butler was not much bigger than Thebes, but it had much better shopping. Bennett and Wheeler Mercantile Company was 6 times as big as our biggest general store. They even stocked Paris styles, or so they claimed. "Why, no, Mo, if you don't want to go." "Then would you mind swinging past Richard Heiser's house? I need to speak to him. Chuck, I'm smiling and speaking gently, but I would like to massage you with a baseball bat."
Something wrong, Mo?"
"Yes and no. You know why we came up here. If you don't want my cherry, well, Richard let me know that he wanted it. I didn't promise him anything, but I did tell him that I would think about it." I looked up at Chuck and then dropped my eyes. "And I did think about it, and decided you were the one I wanted, had wanted ever since that time you took me up the bell tower, the school Easter party, you know. But, Charles, if you've changed your mind, I still don't intend to let the sun set with me still a virgin, so will you drive me to Richard's house?" Cruel? Not truly so. A few minutes later I delivered what I had promised, but men are far more timid than we are. Sometimes the only way you can get one to move is by placing him in sharpest competition with another male. Even a tabby cat knows that. By timid I do not mean cowardly. A man, what I think of as a man, can face death calmly, but looking ridiculous, as when being surprised in copulation, can distress him to his marrow. "I haven't changed my mind." Charles was most emphatic. I gave him my sunniest smile and opened my arms to him. "Then come here and kiss me like you mean it." He did, and we both caught fire again. His backing and filling had cooled me. At that time I had never heard the word orgasm. I am not sure it had been coined by 1897, but I had done some private experimenting, and I knew that it was possible for something strongly resembling fireworks to happen inside me. By the end of that kiss I felt myself getting close to that point. I pulled my face away just far enough to murmur against his lips, "Dear Charles, I'll take off all my clothes, if you want me to."
"Huh? Jeepers, yes."
"All right. Do you want to undress me?" He undressed me, or tried to, while I unfastened all the snaps and buttons and ties ahead of him. In a few moments I was bare as a frog and ready to burst into flame. I happily struck a pose I had practiced and let him look. He stared and caught his breath. I felt a fine tingle deep inside me. Then I closed in on him and started unfastening his buttons and things. He was shy, and I didn't push it, but I did get him to take off his trousers and his drawers. I put them on top of mine on the box over the trap door, then sank down on the blankets. "Charles."
"Coming."
"You have a safe?"
"A what?"
"A Merry Widow."
"Oh. Gee, Mo, there isn't any way I can buy them. I'm only 16. Pop Green is the only one who sells them, and he won't unless you're either married or over 21.
The poor dear looked woebegone. I said quietly, "And we aren't married and don't want to have to get married, not the way Joe and Amelia had to. My mother would have a fit. But quit looking grim and hand me my bag." He did so, and I got out the condom I had fetched. "There are advantages to being a doctor's daughter, Chuck. I swiped this while I was cleaning Father's clinic. Let's see how it fits." I wanted to check something else. Having become so acutely conscious of my own cleanliness, I had become quite critical of cleanliness in others. Some of my classmates, both sexes, could have used Father's advice and some hot soapy water. I'm a decadent today. The best aspect of Boondock, aside from its gentle customs, is its wonderful plumbing. Chuck looked clean and smelled clean, scrubbed as recently as I was my guess. A whiff of male musk, but fresh. Even at that age I had learned the difference. I felt happy and gay. How sweet of him to offer me such a well-kept toy. It was just inches from my face. I suddenly ducked and planted a quick kiss on it. "Hey!" Charles almost squealed. "Did I shock you, dear? It was just so pretty and sweet that I felt like kissing it. I didn't mean to shock you." "No, but I do want to find your shock point."
"I wasn't shocked. I liked it."
"Cross your heart and shame the devil?"
"Yes, indeed."
"Good. I waited while he got ready. "Now, Charles, take me." I was clumsy and inexperienced, but nevertheless I had to guide him, gently, as his pride had already been hurt once. Charles was even less skilled than I. Probably what he knew of sex came from barber shops and pool halls and behind barns, the ignorant boasts of bachelor males, whereas I had been taught by an old and wise medical doctor who loved me and wanted me to be happy. I had in my purse a patent medicine, Vaseline, to use as a lubricant if I needed it. Not necessary. I was as slippery as boiled flaxseed. In spite of that, "Charles, please, dear, take it easy. Not so fast." "But I ought to go fast. First push, Mo. It'll hurt you less. Everybody knows that." "Charles, I'm not everybody. I'm me. Take it slowly, and it won't hurt me at all, I think." I felt eager, terribly excited, and wanted him deep inside me, but he did feel bigger than I had expected. It didn't really hurt, or not much, but I knew it could hurt plenty if we did this too fast. Dear Charles did hold still, his face intent. I bit my lip and tried. And again. At last he was firmly against me, and all of him that could reach was inside me. I relaxed and smiled up at him. "There, that's just fine, dear. Now move if you want to. Do it." But I had taken too long. He grinned, then I felt a couple of quick twitches, and he stopped smiling and looked distressed. He had spent. So there weren't any fireworks for Maureen that first trip, and not much for Charles. But I wasn't too disappointed. My prime purpose had been achieved. I was no longer a virgin. I made note to ask Father about how to make it last longer. I was certain that I could have reached those fireworks had I been able to stretch it out a little longer. Then I put it out of my mind and was happy with what I had accomplished. And started a custom that has stood me in good stead for a long lifetime. I smiled up at him and said softly, "Thank you, Charles. You were splendid." Men don't expect to be thanked for it, and at that moment a man is always willing to believe any sort of compliment, most especially if he hasn't really earned it, and is uneasily aware of his shortcoming. To thank him and compliment him is an easy investment that pays high dividends, believe me, sister mine. "Gosh, Maureen, you're swell." "You are too, Chuck, sweetheart." I hugged him arms and legs, then relaxed and added, "Maybe we had better get up. This floor is hard even with a doubled blanket." Charles was quiet while he drove us on into Butler, not at all the suave Don Juan who has just relieved a maiden of that which enriched her not. I was encountering for the first time that tristesse that some males have after intercourse, while I myself was bubblingly happy. I no longer minded that I had missed climax. If I had, I was not sure. Maybe those fireworks were something one could do only by oneself. We had gotten away with it cold, and I felt very grown up. I sat up straight and enjoyed the beautiful day. I didn't hurt, not enough to matter. I think men often feel buffeted by sex. They often have so much to lose, and we often give them little choice. I am minded of a very odd case that involved one of my grandchildren, how he was pushed around by fate and his first wife. It involved our cat Pixel, too, at that time, a small kitten, all fuzz and buzzes. My grandson, Colonel Campbell, son of my son Woodrow, who is also my husband Theodore, but don't let that worry you. Woodrow and Theodore are both Lazarus Long, who is an odd one in any universe. Don't let me forget to tell about the time that Lazarus quite unintentionally got 3 women pregnant at once, a grandmother, her daughter, and her granddaughter, and thereby had to make some unusual arrangements with the Time Corps in order to carry out the first commandment in his own private decalogue, which is, never leave a pregnant woman to face her destiny unsupported. Since Lazarus has been knocking them up over centuries in several universes, this has taken up quite a bit of his time. Lazarus quite innocently broke his own first commandment with respect to my grandson's mother, and this mishap resulted indirectly in my grandson marrying my sister-wife, Hazel Stone, who was on leave of absence from our family for that purpose. For you see, or perhaps you don't, Hazel had to marry Colin Campbell so that these two could rescue Mycroft Holmes IV, the computer that led the lunar revolution on Timeline 3, code Neil Armstrong. Let's skip the details. It's all in the Encyclopedia Galacta and other books. The operation was a success, but the patient died. It was almost that way. The computer was saved and is alive and well and happy in Boondock today. All of the raiding party got away without a scratch, except Colin and Hazel Campbell and the kitten Pixel, all of whom were terribly wounded and were left dying in a cave in Luna. I must digress again. In that raiding party was a young officer, Gretchen Henderson, great-great-granddaughter of my sister-wife Hazel Stone. Gretchen had had a baby boy 4 months before this raid, which my grandson knew. What he did not know was that he was the father of Gretchen's son. In fact, he knew beyond doubt that he had never copulated with Gretchen, and knew with equal certainty that he had left no sperm in any donor bank anywhere when. Nevertheless, Hazel, dying, had told him firmly that he was the father of Gretchen's child. He had asked how. She had answered, paradox. A time paradox Colin could understand. He was a member of the Time Corps. He had been through time loops. He knew that, in a time paradox, it was possible to turn around and bite oneself in the back of one's own neck. Therefore he now knew that he was going to inseminate Gretchen somewhere forward on his own timeline, somewhere backward on her timeline, the inverted loop paradox. But God helps those who help themselves. That would happen only if he lived through this squeeze and made it happen. When the three were rescued shortly after this revelation, Colin had piled up new corpses and had been wounded twice more, but all three were still alive. They were flashed 2,000 years into the future to the greatest physicians in any universe, Ishtar and her staff. My sister-wife Ishtar won't let a patient die as long as the body is warm and the brain is intact. It took some doing, Pixel especially. The baby creature was held at Kelvin 0.3 for several months, while Dr. Bone was fetched from another universe, and a dozen of Ishtar's best, including Ishtar herself, were put through a crash course in feline medicine, surgery, physiology, etc. Then they raised Pixel to simple hypothermia, rebuilt him, brought him to blood temperature, and wakened him. So today he is a strong, healthy Tom, still traveling as he pleases and making kittens wherever he goes. In the meantime Hazel arranged the time loop, and Colin encountered and wooed and won and tumbled and impregnated a somewhat younger Gretchen. So she had her baby, and later on, by her personal timeline, she joined Hazel and Colin in saving the computer Mycroft Holmes. But why such extreme effort over a kitten? Why not give a dying kitten the release he needs to end his pain? Because, without Pixel and his ability to walk through walls, Mycroft Holmes would not have been rescued, all of the raiding party would have died, and the future of the entire human race would have been placed at risk. The chances were so evenly balanced that in half of the futures they died, in half of them they succeeded. A few ounces of kitten made the difference. He warned them with the only word he had mastered, blurt. On the way back from Butler, Charles had recovered from his post-coital depression. He wanted to do it again. Well, so did I, but not that day. That buggy ride over dirt roads had reminded me that what I was sitting on was just a leetle tender. But Charles was raring to go. He wanted an encore right now. "Mo, there is a spot just ahead there where we can get a buggy clear off the road and out of sight. Quite safe." "No, Chuck." "Why not?" "It's not perfectly safe. Anybody else could pull off there, too. We're late now, and I don't want to have to answer questions today. Not this day, and we don't have another merry widow, and that settles it because while I do plan to have children, I don't want to have them at 15. "Oh." "Quite so. Be patient, dear, and we will do it again, another day with careful arrangements, which you might be thinking about. Now take your hand away, please. There is a rig coming down the road. See the dust?" Mother did not scold me over being a half-hour late, but she did not press Charles when he refused her offer of lemonade on the excuse that he had to get Ned, his gelding, home and curried and the buggy wiped down because his parents were going to need it. A too complex lie. I'm sure he simply did not want to meet Mother's eye or be questioned by her. I'm glad Father taught me to avoid fancy lies. Mother went upstairs as soon as Chuck left. I went out back. 2 years earlier, Father had indulged us in a luxury many of our church members felt was sinfully wasteful. 2 outhouses, one for the boys and one for us girls, just like at school. In fact, we truly needed them. That day I was delighted to find the girls' privy empty. I flipped the bar to lock and checked up. Some blood, not much. No problems. Slightly sore, nothing more. So I sighed with relief and peed and reassembled myself and went back to the house, picking up a piece of stove wood for the kitchen as I passed the woodpile, a toll each of us paid for each trip out back. I dropped off the wood and stopped in the wash-shed adjoining the kitchen, washed my hands and sniffed them. Clean. Just my guilty conscience. I went to the clinic, stopping only to tousle Lucille's strawberry hair and pat her bottom. Lucy was 3, I think. Yes, she was born in '94, the year after Father and I went to Chicago. She was a little doll, always merry. I decided that I wanted one just like her, but not this year. But soon. I was feeling very female. I reached the clinic just as Mrs. Altschuler was leaving. I spoke politely. She looked at me and said, "Audrey, you've been out in the sun without a sunbonnet again. Don't you know any better than that?" I thanked her for her interest in my welfare and went on in. According to Father, all she suffered from was constipation and lack of exercise, but she showed up at least twice a month and had not, since the first of the year, paid a single penny. Father was a strong man, firm-minded, but not good at collecting money from people who owed it to him. Father entered her visit in his book and looked up. "I'm taking your bishop, young lady." "Sure you don't want to change your mind, sir?" "No. I may be wrong, but I'm certain." "Why? Have I made a mistake?" "I think so, sir. Mate in 4 moves." "Eh?" Father stood up, went over to his chess table. "Show me." "Shall we simply play it out? I may be mistaken." "Grumph! You'll be the death of me, girl." He studied the board, then went back to his desk. "This will interest you. This morning's mail. From Mr. Clemens." "Oh, my." I remember especially one paragraph. "I agree with you and the Bard, sir. Let's hang them. Hanging its lawyers might not correct all of this country's woes, but it would be lots of fun and could do no harm to anyone." Elsewhere I have noted that the Congress is the only distinct criminal class this country has. It cannot be mere coincidence that 97% of Congress are lawyers. Mr. Clemens added that his lecture agency had scheduled him for Kansas City next winter. "I recall that 4 years ago we failed of rendezvous in Chicago by a week. Is it possible that you will be in K.C. January 10th next?" "Oh, Father, could we?" "School will be in session." "Father, you know that I made up all time lost by going to Chicago. You know, too, that I am first among the girls in my class, and could be first including the boys if you hadn't cautioned me about the inadvisability of appearing too smart. But what you may not have noticed is that I have enough credits and could have graduated—" "With Tom's class last week. I noticed. We'll work on it. Deus volent, and the creek don't rise. Did you get what you wanted in Butler?" "I got what I wanted, but not in Butler." "Eh?" "I did it, Father. I am no longer virgin." His eyebrows shot up. "You have managed to surprise me." "Truly, Father." I didn't want him to be angry with me, and I thought that he had implied long back that he would not be. "Truly, because I thought that you had managed it last Christmas vacation. I have been waiting the past 6 months, hoping that you would decide to trust me with it." "Sir, I didn't even consider keeping it from you. I depend on you." "Thank you. Maureen, freshly deflowered. You should be examined. Shall I call your mother?" "Oh, does Mother have to know?" "Eventually, yes. But you need not have her examining you if it frets you." "It does." "In that case, I'll take you over to see Dr. Chadwick." "Father, why must I see Dr. Chadwick? It is a natural event. I was not hurt, and I feel no need." We had a polite argument. Father pointed out that an ethical doctor did not treat members of his own family, especially his womenfolk. I answered that I was aware of that, but that I needed no treatment, and back and forth. After a bit, having made sure that Mother was upstairs for her nap, Father took me into the surgery, locked the door, and helped me up onto the table, and I found myself in much the position for examination that I had been in earlier for Charles, except that this time I had removed only my bloomers. I suddenly realized that I had become excited. I tried to suppress it, and hoped that Father would not notice it. Even at 15 I was not naive about my unusual and possibly unhealthy relation with my father. As early as 12, I had had the desert isle daydream with my father as the other castaway. But I also knew how strong the taboo was from the Bible, from classic literature, and from myth, and I remembered all too well how father quit letting me sit on his lap, had stopped it completely and utterly once I reached monarchy. Father put on a pair of rubber gloves. This was something he had started as a result of the Chicago trip, which had not been to allow Maureen to enjoy the Columbian Exposition, but to permit father to attend school at Northwestern University in Evanston in order to get up to date on Professor Pasteur's germ theories. Father had always been strong for soap and water, but he had had no science to back up his attitudes. His preceptor, Dr. Phillips, had started practice in 1850 and, so said father, regarded the rumors from France as just what you could expect from a bunch of frogs. After father returned from Evanston, nothing ever again could be clean enough to suit him. He started using rubber gloves and iodine, and boiling and sometimes burning used instruments, especially anything used with lockjaw. Those impersonal, clammy rubber gloves cooled me down, but I was embarrassed to realize that I was quite wet. I ignored it. Father ignored it. Shortly he helped me down and turned away to strip off his gloves while I got back into my bloomers. Once I was decent, he unlocked and opened the door. "Healthy, normal woman," he said gruffly. "You should have no trouble bearing offspring. I recommend that you refrain from intercourse for a few days. I conclude that you used a French purse, correct?" "Yes, sir." "Good. If you will continue to use them, every time, and are discreet about your public conduct, you should have no serious problems. Do you feel up to another buggy ride?" "Why, certainly, sir. Is there any reason why I should not?" "No. Word came in that Johnny May Igo's latest baby is ailing. I promised to try to get out there today. Will you ask Frank to hitch up Daisy?" It was a long drive. Father took me along to tell me about Ira Howard and the Foundation. I listened, unable to believe my ears, save that father, the only utterly dependable source of information, was telling me. After a long stretch, I at last spoke up. "Father, I think I see. How does this differ from prostitution? Or does it?" Chapter 4. The Worm in the Apple. Father let Daisy amble on quite a piece before he answered. "I suppose it is prostitution, if you want to stretch the definition to cover it. It does involve payment, not for intercourse per se, but for the result of that intercourse, a baby. The Howard Foundation will not pay you to marry a man on their list, nor is he paid for marrying you. In fact, you are never paid. He is paid for every baby you bear sired by him." I listened and found myself humiliated by these arrangements. I was never one of those women demanding the vote, but fair is fair. Somebody was going to inseminate me. Then, when I groaned and moaned the way mother does and gave birth to a baby, he got paid. I fumed to myself. "It still sounds like whoring, father, from where I sit. What's the going rate? How much does my hypocritical, hypothetical husband get paid for each set of my labor pains and one smelly baby?" "No set price." "What? Mon papa, that is a hell of a way to run a business. I lie down and spread my legs, by contract. 9 months later my husband is paid $5, 50 cents. This is not a good bet. I think I would be better off to move to Kansas City and walk the streets." "Maureen, behave yourself." I took a deep breath and held it. Then I lowered my voice an octave the way I had been practicing lately. I had promised myself never to let my voice get shrill. "I'm sorry, sir. I guess I'm just another vaporish ex-virgin. I had thought I was more grown up." I sighed. "But it does seem crass." "Yes, perhaps crass is le mot juste, but let me tell you how it works. No one will ask you to marry anyone. If you consent, your mother and I will submit your name to the Foundation, along with a questionnaire that I will help you fill out. In return, they will send you a list of young men. Each man on that list will be what is called an eligible bachelor, eligible quite aside from the Foundation and its money. He will be young, not more than 10 years older than you are, but more likely about your age." 15? I was amazed, shocked. "Simmer down, Flametop. Your name is not yet on the list.
I'm telling you this now because it is not fair not to let you know about the Howard Foundation option once you have graduated to functioning woman, but you're still too young to marry.
In this state I can marry at 12, with your permission.
You have my permission to marry at 12, if you can manage it.
Father, you're impossible.
No, merely improbable. He'll be young but older than 15. He will be of good health and of good reputation. He will be of adequate education.
He had better be able to speak French, or he won't fit into this family. The Thebes school system offered French and German. Edward had picked French, then Audrey also, because both father and mother had studied French and made a habit of shifting to French when they wanted to talk privately in front of us. Audrey and Edward established a precedent. We all followed. I started on French before I could take it in school. I did not like having words talked in front of me that I did not understand. This precedent affected my whole life. But again, that's another story.
You can teach him French, including that French kissing you asked me about. Now this faceless stranger who ruined our Nell, can he kiss?
Gorgeously.
Good. Was he sweet to you, Maureen?
Quite sweet. A bit timid, but he'll get over that, I think. Father, it wasn't as much fun as I think it could be, and will be next time.
Or maybe the time after that. What you're saying is that today's trial run was not as satisfying as masturbation, correct?
Well, yes, that is what I meant. It was over too fast. Goodness, you know who drove me to Butler. Charles Perkins. He's sweet, cher papa, but he knows less about it than I do.
So I would expect. I taught you, and you were an apt student.
Did you teach Audrey before she got married?
Your mother taught her.
So? I suspect that you taught me more. Was Audrey's marriage sponsored by the Howard Foundation? Is that how she met Jerome?
That is a question never asked, Maureen. It would be polite not even to speculate.
Well, excuse my bare face.
I won't excuse your naked manners. I never discuss your private affairs with your siblings. You should not ask me about theirs.
I suddenly felt the curb bit. I'm sorry, sir. This is all new to me.
Yes. This young man, these young men, will all be acceptable prospects, or if I don't approve of one, I'll tell you why and not permit him in my house. But in addition to everything else, each one will have 4 living grandparents.
What's special about that? I not only have 4 living grandparents, but also 8 living great-grandparents. Have I not?
Yes, although Grandpa McPhee is a waste of space. If he had died at 95, he would have been better off. But that is what this is all about, dear daughter. Ira Howard wanted his fortune used to extend human life. The Foundation trustees have chosen to treat it as if it were a stock-breeding problem. Do you recall the papers on Loafer, and the reason I paid a high price for him? Or the papers on Clytemnestra? You have long life in your ancestry, Maureen, all branches. If you marry a young man on the list, your children will have long life in all their branches.
Father turned in his seat and looked me in the eye.
But nobody is asking you to do anything. If you authorize me to submit your name, not today, but let's say next year, it simply means that you will have 6 or 8 or 10 or more additional suitors to choose from, instead of being effectively limited to the few young men near your age in Lisle County. If you decide to marry Charles Perkins, I won't say a word. He's healthy, he's well-behaved, and he's not my cup of tea, but he may be yours.
He was not my cup of tea either, Papa. I guess I was just using him. But I'd promised him a return match, so I would have to. Father, suppose we hold off until next year.
I think that is sound judgment, Maureen. In the meantime, don't get pregnant, and try not to get caught. Oh, by the way, if you submit your name and a young man on the list comes along, if you wish, you can try him out on the parlor sofa.
He smiled.
More convenient and safer than the judge's stand.
Mother would have heart failure.
No, she would not, because that is exactly the arrangement her mother provided for her, and that is why Edward was officially a premature baby. Because it is stupid to go the Howard route, then find out after you're committed by marriage vows that the 2 of you are infertile with each other.
I had no answer. Mother, my mother, who thought breast was a dirty word and that belly was outright profanity, Mother, with her bloomers off, bouncing her bawdy buttocks on Grandma Pfeiffer's sofa, making a baby out of wedlock, while Grandma and Grandpa pretended not to know what was going on. It was easier to believe in virgin birth and transubstantiation and resurrection and Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. We are strangers, all of us, family most of all. Shortly we pulled into the Jackson Igo place, 80 acres, mostly rocks and hills, and a shack and a sorry barn. Mr. Igo cropped it a bit, but it didn't seem possible that the place supported him and his thin, tired wife and his swarm of dirty children. Mostly Jackson Igo cleaned cesspools and built privies. Some of those children and half a dozen dogs gathered round our buggy. One boy ran shouting into the house. Presently Mr. Igo came out. Father called out, "Jackson!" "Yeah, Doc?" "Get these dogs away from my rig." "They ain't no harm." "Do it. I won't have them jumping up on me." "Just as you say, Doc. Cleveland! Jefferson! Get them hounds. Take 'em around back." The order was carried out. Father got down with a quiet word over his shoulder. "Stay in the buggy." Father was inside their shack only a short time, which suited me, as the oldest boy, Caleb, my age or near it, was pestering me to get down and come see a new litter of pigs. I knew him from school, where he had attended 5th grade for some years. He was, in my opinion, a likely candidate for lynching if some father did not kill him first. I had to tell him to get away from Daisy and quit bothering her. He was causing her to toss her head and back away from him. I took the whip out of its socket to point up my words. I was glad to see Father reappear. He climbed into the buggy without a word. I clucked to Daisy and we got out of there. Father was frowning like a thundercloud, so I kept quiet. A quarter of a mile down the road he said, "Please pull over onto the grass." So I did, and said to Daisy, "Whoa, girl," and waited. "Thank you, Maureen. Will you help me wash, please?" "Certainly, sir." This buggy, used for his country calls and specially built by the carriage Wrights who built his racing sulkies, had a larger baggage space in back with a rain cover. In it were carried a number of items that Father might need on a call, but which did not belong in his black bag. One was a coal oil can with a spout filled with water, and a tin basin and soap and toweling. This time he wanted me to pour water over his hands. Then he soaped them. I rinsed them by pouring. He shook them dry, then washed them all over again in the basin and dried them after shaking on clean toweling. He sighed. "That's better. I did not sit down in there. I did not touch anything I could avoid touching. Maureen, remember that bathtub we used in Chicago?" "I certainly do." The World's Fair had been an endless wonder, and I'll never forget my first view of the lake and my first ride on a railroad train up high in the air, but I dreamed about that tub, all white enamel and hot water up to my chin. I could be seduced for a hot bath. They say every woman has her price. That's mine. Mrs. Malloy charged us 2 bits for each bath. This minute I would happily pay her $2. Maureen, I need glycerin and rose water. In my bag, please." Father compounded this lotion himself, and it was intended primarily for chapped hands. Right now he needed it to soothe his hands against the strong lye soap he had just used. Once back on the road, he said, "Maureen, that baby was dead long before Jackson Igo sent for me. Since last night, I estimate." I tried to feel sorry about that baby, but growing up in that household was no fate to wish on anyone. "Then why did he send for you?" "To bless the death, to get me to write a death certificate, to keep him from trouble with the law when he buries it, which he is probably doing this very minute. Primarily to cause me, and you, to make a 6-mile round trip to save himself the trouble of harnessing his mule and coming into town." Father laughed without mirth. "He kept pointing out that I couldn't charge him for a call since I didn't get there before the baby died. I finally said, 'Shut up, Jackson. You haven't paid me a cent since Cleveland beat Harrison.' He said something about hard times and how this administration never does anything for the farmer." Father sighed. I didn't argue with him. He had a point. "Maureen, you've been keeping my books this past year. Would you say these were hard times?" That brought me up sharp. I had been thinking about the Howard Foundation and Chuck's pretty penis. "I don't know, Father, but I know that you have far more on the books than you ever get paid. I've noticed something else, too. The worst of the deadbeats would rather owe you $1 for a house call than 50 cents for an office visit, like Jackson Igo." "Yes,
He could have fetched that little cadaver in. Never saw a child so dehydrated. But I'm relieved that he did not. I don't want him in my clean clinic, or Adele's clean house. You've seen the books. Do you estimate that collections are enough to support our family? Food, clothing, shelter, oats and hay, and a nickel for Sunday school?" I thought about it. I knew my multiplication tables through 20 times 20, same as everybody, and in high school I had been learning the delights of more advanced ciphering, but I had never applied any of it to our household affairs. Now I drew a blackboard in my mind and did some hard calculating. "Father, if they all paid you what they owe you, we would be quite comfortable, but they don't pay you, not enough of them." I thought. "Nevertheless, we are comfortable." "Maureen, if you don't want the Howard option, better marry a rich man, not a country doctor." Presently he shrugged and smiled. "Don't worry about it. We'll keep food on the table even if I have to slide over into Kansas and rustle cattle. Shall we sing? Pop Goes the Weasel would be appropriate today. How is your weasel by now, dear? Sore?"
"Father, you are a dirty old man, and you will come to a bad end."
"I've always hoped so, but I've been too busy raising Kinder to raise Cain. Meant to tell you, someone else is interested in your welfare, old Lady Altschuler."
"So I know." I told him about her remark. "She thinks I'm Audrey."
"That unspeakable old cow. But she may not really think you are Audrey. She asked me what you were doing in the grandstand at the fairgrounds."
"Well, what did you tell her?"
"I told her nit. Silence is all a snoopy question deserves. Just fail to hear it. But the insult direct is still better, which I handed that snapping turtle by ignoring her question and telling her next time to bathe before she comes to see me, as I found her personal hygiene to be less than adequate. She was not pleased."
He smiled.
"She may be so angry that she will switch to Dr. Chadwick. One may hope."
"One may. So somebody saw us go up." "Well, sir, they did not actually see us doing it." I told Father about the box heavy with weights. "Spectators would have to have been in a balloon."
"I would say so. Safe enough, if not very comfortable. I wish I could extend to you the courtesy of the sofa, but I can't until you take up the Howard option, if you do. In the meantime, let's think about it. Safe places."
"Yes, sir, thank you. What I can't figure out is this. We trimmed the trip to Butler's short in order to conceal the time used up in unscheduled activity. I've been figuring times and distances in my head. Cher papa, unless my arithmetic is wrong."
"It never is."
"Whoever spotted us climbing up into my hideaway must then have proceeded at a fast trot to the Altschuler place, reported my sins, then the ugly Duchess must have been already dressed, with her buggy hitched and ready to hurry over to see you. When did she show up?"
"Let me see. When she arrived, 3 patients were waiting. I made her wait her turn, so she came in already angry. I sent her out boiling mad. She must have arrived at least an hour before you showed up and bumped into her coming out."
"Father, it won't work. Physically impossible, unless she herself was at the fairgrounds, then drove straight to our house on the pretense of needing to see you."
"That's possible. Quite unlikely. But, Maureen, you have just encountered a phenomenon that you will see again and again all your life after this red-letter day. The only thing known to science faster than the speed of light is Mrs. Grundy's gossip."
"I guess so."
"I know so. When you next encounter it, how will you handle it? Do you have that in your commandments?"
No."
"Think about it. How will you defend yourself?"
I thought about it for the next half-mile. "I won't."
"Won't what?"
"I won't defend myself against gossip. I will ignore it. At most I will look her, or him, in the eye and state loudly, 'You are a filthy-minded liar.' But it's usually best to ignore it entirely, I think."
"I think so, too. People of that sort want to be noticed. The cruelest thing you can do to them is to behave as if they did not exist."
During the remaining half of 1897, I ignored Mrs. Grundy while trying to avoid being noticed by her. My public persona was straight out of Louisa M. Alcott, while in private I tried to learn more about this amazing new art. I don't mean to imply that I spent much time on my back, sweating away for the mutual pleasure of Maureen and His Name is Legion. Not in Lisle County. Not in 1897. Too hard to find a place to do it. Conscience is that little voice that tells you that someone may be watching. Anon and opposite. And there was the problem of a satisfactory partner. Charles was a nice boy, and I did offer him that encore, and even a third try at it for good measure. The second and third attempts were more comfortable, but even less exciting, cold mush without sorghum and cream. So after the third one, I told Charles that someone had seen us on top of Marston Hill, and had told one of my sisters. And a good thing that it hadn't been one of my brothers, because I had been able to cool things down with my sister. But he and I had better act as if we had quarrelled, or next time the word might get all the way to my mother, who would tell my father, and then there was just no telling. So you had better leave me alone until school starts, huh? You see, don't you, dear? I learned that the hardest problem of all in dealing with a man is how to stop dealing with him when he does not want to stop. A century and a half of quite varied experience has not given me any answer that is totally satisfactory. One partly satisfactory answer that I did not learn until much later than 1897 requires considerable skill, great self-control, and some sophistication, the intentional dead arse. Lie there like a dead woman, and, above all, let your inner muscles be utterly relaxed. If you combine that with garlic on your breath, it is likely, although not certain, that he will save you the trouble of thinking of a reason to break off. Then, when he initiates a break, you can be brave about it, a good sport. I am not suggesting that lively hips and tight muscles constitute sex appeal. Such qualities, while useful, are merely equivalent to sharp tools for a carpenter. My sister-wife Tamara, mother of our sister-wife Ishtar, and at one time the most celebrated whore in all Secundus, is the epitome of sex appeal, yet she is not especially pretty, and no one who has slept with her talks about her technique, but their faces light up when they see her, and their voices throb when they speak of her. I asked Jubal Harshaw about Tammy, because Jubal is the most analytical of my husbands. He said, "Mamma Maureen, quit pulling my leg. You of all people know the answer." I denied it. "All right," he said, "but I still think you are fishing. Sex appeal is the outer evidence of deep interest in your partner's pleasure. Tammy's got it. So have you, and just as strongly. It is not your red hair, wench, or even the way you smell, which is yummy. It is the way you give, when you give." Jubal got me so stirred up that I tripped him then and there. But in Lisle County, in 1897, one cannot simply trip a darling man and have at it. Mrs. Grundy is sitting up in every tree, eager to catch you and publish it. So the preliminaries must be more complex. There are plenty of eager males, about 12 in every dozen, but it is necessary to pick the one you want. Age, health, cleanliness, personal charm, discretion — if he gossips to you, he will gossip about you — and other factors that vary with each candidate. Having selected him for the slaughter, you must cause him to decide that he wants you, while letting him know silently that it is possible. That is easy to phrase, but to put it into practice, you'll be honing your skills for a lifetime. So you reach an agreement, but you still haven't found a place. After picking a place to shed my virginity, I resigned that aspect of the problem. If a boy-man wanted my immoral carcass, he would get his grey matter churning and solve it, or he could go chase flies. But I did risk chiggers and once poison ivy. He caught it. I seemed to be immune. From June to January, 3 boys ranging 16 to 20 had me, and one married man of 31. I added him in on the assumption, false, that a married man would be so skilled that he could set off those fireworks without fail. Total copulations, 9. Orgasms, 3, and one was wonderful. Time actually spent copulated, an average of 5 minutes per go, which is not nearly enough. I learned that life can be beautiful indeed, but that the males of my circle ranged from clumsy to awkward. Mrs. Grundy apparently did not notice me. By New Year's Eve I had decided to ask Father to submit my name to the Howard Foundation, not for the money — I still did not know that the payments could amount to enough to matter — but because I would welcome a chance to meet more eligible males. The hunting in Lisle County was too poor to suit Maureen. I had firmly made up my mind that, while sex might not be the be-all and end-all, I did want to marry, and it had to be to a man who would make me eager to go to bed early. In the meantime, I kept on trying to make Maureen as desirable a female animal as I could manage, and I listened most carefully to my father's advice. I knew that what I really wanted was a man just like my father, but 25 years younger, or 20. Make that 15. But I was prepared to settle for the best imitation I could find. There were 200 days left in 1897 from that day Chuck and I climbed up into the judge's stand. That makes 200 times 24 times 60 equals 288,000 minutes. Circa 45 of those minutes I spent copulated. That leaves 199 days, 23 hours, 15 minutes. It is obvious that I had time for other things. That summer was one of the best of my life. While I did not get laid very often or very effectively, the idea was on my mind awake and asleep. It brightened my eyes and my days. I shed female pheromones like a female moth, and I never stopped smiling. Picnics, swimming parties in the Osage, you wouldn't believe what we wore. Country dances, frowned on by the Methodist and Baptist churches but sponsored by Jack Mormons who welcomed Gentiles who might be converted. Father overruled Mother. I went and learned to swing on the corners and do-si-do. Watermelon contests, any excuse to get together. I stopped thinking about the University of Missouri at Columbia. From Father's books I could see that there just wasn't money to put me through 4 years of college. I was not anxious to be a nurse or a school teacher, so there seemed to be little point in my aspiring to formal and expensive higher education. I would always be a bookworm, but that does not require a college degree. So I decided to be the best housewife I could manage, starting with cooking. I had always taken my turn in the kitchen along with my sisters. I had been assistant cook for the day in rotation since my 12th birthday. By 15, I was a good plain cook. I decided to become a good fancy cook. Mother remarked on my increased interest. I told her the truth, or some of it. Chère Maman, I expect to be married some day. I think the best wedding present I can bring my future husband is good cooking. I may not have the talent to become a gourmet chef, but I can try. Maureen, you can be anything you want to be. Never forget that. She helped me and she taught me, and she sent away to New Orleans for French cookbooks, and we pored over them together. Then she sent me for 3 weeks to stay with Aunt Carol, who taught me Cajun skills. Aunt Carol was a Johnny Reb, married after the war to, heavens, a damn Yankee, Father's eldest brother, Uncle Ewing, now deceased. Uncle Ewing had been in the Union occupation of New Orleans and had poked a sergeant in the nose over a distressed Southern girl. It got him a reduction from corporal to private and a wife. In Aunt Carol's house we never discussed the war. The war was not often discussed in our own house, as the Johnsons were not native to Missouri but to Minnesota. Being newcomers, by Father's policy we avoided subjects that might upset our neighbors. In Missouri sympathies were mixed. A border state and a slave state, it had veterans from both sides, but that part of Missouri had been local option. Some towns never had any slaves and now permitted no colored people. Thebes was one such. But Thebes itself was so small and unimportant that the Union troops had ignored it when they came through there in '65, burning and looting. They burned Butler to the ground, and it never fully recovered, but Thebes was untouched. Even though the Johnsons had come down from the north, we were not carpetbaggers, as Missouri never seceded. Reconstruction did not touch it. Uncle Jules, Father's cousin in Kansas City, explained our migration this way. After fighting 4 years in Dixie, we went back home to Minnesota, and stayed just long enough to pack up again and git. Missouri ain't as hot as Dixie, but it ain't so cold that the shadows freeze to the sidewalks and the cows give ice cream. Aunt Carol put a polish on my cooking, and I was in and out of her kitchen quite a lot until I married. It was during that 3 weeks that the matter of the lemon pie took place. I think I mentioned it earlier. I baked that pie. It was not my best work. I had burned the crust, but it was one of 4, and the other 3 were all right. Getting the temperature just right on a wood range is tricky. But how did my cousin Nelson get that pie into church without anyone seeing it? How did he slide it under me without my noticing it? He made me so furious that I went straight home, to Aunt Carol's house. Then, when Nelson showed up to apologize, I burst into tears and took him straight to bed, and had one of those 3 fireworks occasions. Sudden impulse and quite reckless, and we got away with it cold. Thereafter I let Nelson have me from time to time when we could figure out a safe way right up to my wedding, which did not quite finish it, as years later he moved to Kansas City. I should have behaved myself with Nelson. He was only 14. But a smart 14. He knew that we didn't dare get caught. He knew that I couldn't marry him no matter what, and he realized that he could get me pregnant and that a baby would be disaster for each of us. That Sunday morning he held still while I put a French purse on him, grinned and said, "Maureen, you're smart." Then he tackled me with unworried enthusiasm and brought me to orgasm in record time. For the next 2 years I kept Nelson supplied with merry widows. Not for me, I carried my own. For his harem. I started him off. He took up the sport with zeal and native genius and never got into trouble. Smart. Besides cooking, I endeavored to straighten out Father's accounts receivable with less success. After consulting with Father, I sent out some polite and friendly dunning letters. Have you ever written over 100 letters, one after another, by hand? I found out why Mr. Clemens had grabbed the first opportunity to shift from pen to typewriter, first author to do so. Dear Mr. Deadbeat, in going over Dr. Johnson's books, I find that your account stands at $umpteen, and that you have made no payment on it since March 1896. Perhaps this is an oversight. May we expect payment by the 1st of the month? If it is not possible for you to pay the full amount at once, will you please call at the clinic this Friday the 10th so that we can work out arrangements mutually satisfactory? The doctor sends his good wishes to you and to Mrs. Deadbeat, and also to Junior and the twins and little Knothead. I remain, faithfully yours, Maureen Johnson, on behalf of Ira Johnson, M.D. I showed Father sample letters ranging from gentle to firm to tough. The sample above shows what we used on most of them. With some, he said, "Don't dun them. They would if they could, but they can't." Nevertheless, I sent out more than 100 letters. For each letter, postage was 2 cents, stationery about 3. Can we reckon my time as worth 5 cents per letter? If so, each letter comes to a dime, and the whole mailing cost slightly over $10. Those 100 letters did not bring in as much as $10 in cash. About 30 patients came in to talk to us about it. Perhaps half of those fetched some payment in kind, fresh eggs, a ham, side meat, garden truck, fresh bread, and so forth. 6 or 7 arranged schedules of payment. Some of those actually met their promises, but over 70 totally ignored the letters. I was upset and disappointed. These were not shiftless peckerwoods like Jackson Igo. These were respectable farmers and townspeople. These were people for whom my father had gotten up in the middle of the night, dressed, then driven or ridden horseback through snow or rain, dust or mud or frozen ruts to attend them or their children, and when he asked to be paid, they ignored it. I couldn't believe it. I asked, "Father, what do I do now?" I expected him to tell me to forget it, as he had been dubious as to the usefulness of these letters. I awaited his response with anticipated relief. "Send each of them the tough one and mark it 'second notice.'" "You think that will do it, sir?" "No, but it will do some good. You'll see." Father was right. That second mailing brought in no money. It fetched a number of highly indignant replies, some of them scurrilous. Father had me file each with its appropriate case record, but make no reply. Most of those 70 patients never showed up again. This was the good result Father expected. He was cheerful about it. "Maureen, it's a standoff. They don't pay me, and I don't do them much good. Iodine, calomel, and aspirin. That's about all we have today that isn't a sugar pill. The only times I'm certain of results are when I deliver a baby or set a bone or cut off a leg. But damn it all, I'm doing the best I know how. I do try. If a man gets angry at me simply because I ask him to pay for my services, well, I see no reason why I should get out of a warm bed to physic him." 1897 was the year that the Katy ran a line not a mile from our town square, so the council extended the city limits, and that put Thebes on the railroad. That brought the telegraph to Thebes, too, which enabled the Lisle County Leader to bring the news to us direct from Chicago, but still only once a week. The Kansas City Star by mail was usually quicker. The Bell telephone reached us, too, although at first only from 9 to 9 and never on Sunday mornings, because the switchboard was in the Widow Loomis's parlor and service stopped when she was not there. The Leader published a glowing editorial, Modern Times. Father frowned.
They point out that it will soon be possible, as more people subscribe, to call for a doctor in the middle of the night. Yes, yes, surely. Today I make night calls because somebody is in such trouble that some member of the patient's family has hitched up in the middle of the night and driven here to ask me to come. But what happens when he can rout me out of bed just by cranking a little crank? Will it be for a dying child? No, Maureen, it will be for a hangnail. Mark my words, the telephone signals the end of the house call. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. They will ride a willing horse to death, and you will see the day when medical doctors will refuse to make house calls.
At New Year's I told Father that I had made up my mind. I wanted him to put my name in to the Howard Foundation. Before the end of January, I received the first of the young men on my list. By the end of March, I had received all 7 of them. In 3 cases I did go so far as to avail myself of the privilege of the sofa, although I used the couch in Father's office and locked the door. Wet firecrackers. Decent enough young men, those 3, but to marry? No. Maureen felt glum about the whole matter. But on Saturday, the 2nd of April, Father received a letter from Rolla, Missouri. My dear Doctor, permit me to introduce myself. I am a son of Mr. and Mrs. John Adams Smith of Cincinnati, Ohio, where my father is a tool and die maker. I am a senior at the School of Mines of the University of Missouri at Rolla, Missouri. I was given your name and address by Judge Orville Sperling of Toledo, Ohio, Executive Secretary of the Howard Foundation. Judge Sperling tells me that he has written to you about me. If I may do so, I will call on you and Mrs. Johnson on Sunday afternoon, the 17th of April. Then, if you permit, I ask to be presented to your daughter, Miss Maureen Johnson, for the purpose of offering myself as a possible suitor for her hand in marriage. I welcome any investigation you care to make of me, and I will answer fully and frankly any questions you put to me. I look forward to your reply. I remain, sir, faithfully your servant, Brian Smith. Father said, "See, my dear daughter, your knight comes riding." Probably has 2 heads. Father, it's no good. I shall die an old maid at the age of 97. Not a fussy old maid, I trust. What shall I tell Mr. Smith? Oh, tell him yes. Tell him I'm drooling with eagerness. Maureen. Yes, Father. I'm too young to be cynical, I know. Quel dommage. I will straighten up and give Mr. Brian Smith my best smile, and approach the meeting with cheerful optimism. But I have grown a bit jaundiced. That last orangutan. That ape had tried to rape me right on Mother's sofa, just as soon as Mother and Father went upstairs. He then left abruptly, clutching his crotch. My study of anatomy had paid off. I'll tell him that we will welcome him, Sunday the 17th. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. I greeted Sunday the 17th with little enthusiasm, but I did stay home from church and prepared a picnic lunch, and grabbed the chance for an extra bath. Mr. Smith turned out to be presentable and well-spoken, if not especially inspiring. Father grilled him a bit, and Mother offered him coffee. About 2 we got away. Daisy and a family buggy, with his livery-stable nag, left in our barn. 3 hours later I was certain that I was in love. Brian made a date to come back on the 1st of May. He had final examinations to get out of the way in the meantime. 1 week later, Sunday the 24th of April, 1898, Spain declared war on the United States. Chapter 5. Exit from Eden. This is not a bad jail, as jails go. I was in a much worse one in Texas 70-odd years back on my personal timeline. In that one, the cockroaches slugged it out with each other for a thin chance of finding a few crumbs on the floor. There was no hot water at any time, and the screws were all cousins of the sheriff. Bad as that joint was, wetbacks used to sneak across the Rio and break a window or 2 in order to get themselves locked up, so they could fatten up for the winter. That says something about Mexican jails that I don't care to investigate. Pixel comes to see me almost every day. The guards can't figure out how he does it. They all like him, and he has given several of them his conditional approval. They fetch tidbits in to him. He deigns to eat some of their tribute. The warden heard about Pixel's Houdini talents, came to my cell, happened to show up when Pixel was making a call on me, tried to pet him and got nipped for his presumption. Not hard enough to break the skin, but the message was clear. The warden told me, ordered me, to be sure to let him know ahead of time when Pixel went in or out. He wanted to see how Pixel managed to sneak past and not set off alarms. I told him that no mortal man or woman could predict what a cat would do next, so don't hold your breath, Buster. Guards and trustees are okay in their place, but a warden is not my social equal. Apparently Pixel realizes this. Dr. Ridpath has been in a couple of times to urge me to plead guilty and throw myself on the mercy of the court. He says that I would be certain to get no worse than a suspended sentence if I convinced the tribunal that I was truly contrite. I told him that I was not guilty and would rather be a cause célèbre and sell my memoirs for an outrageous sum. He told me that I was apparently unaware that the College of Bishops had passed a law years back, under which any profits arising out of a case of sacrilege went to the church, after the fee for disposing of the body was paid. "Look, Maureen, I'm your friend, although you don't seem to know it, but there is nothing I or anyone can do for you if you won't cooperate." I thanked him and told him that I was sorry that he was disappointed in me. He said to think it over. He didn't kiss me when he left, so I conclude that he really is vexed with me. Dagmar has been in almost daily. She doesn't try to coerce me into confessing, but what she did do last time had more effect on me than Dr. Eric's reasonableness. She smuggled in a last friend. "If you're going to be stubborn about confessing, this will help. Just break off the tip and inject it anywhere. Once it takes hold, 5 minutes or less. Even a slow fire won't hurt, or not much. But for Santa Carolita's sake, ducks, don't let anyone find it." "I'll try not to." I would not be dictating this if I were not in jail. I don't necessarily have publication in mind, but the discipline of sorting it all out may show me where I went wrong, and that may show me how to straighten out the mess and go right. The Battle of New Orleans was fought 2 weeks after the War of 1812 was over. Poor communications, but in 1898 the Atlantic cable was in use. The news of Spain's declaration of war went from Madrid to London to New York to Chicago to Kansas City to Thebes, almost with the speed of light, only the delays of retransmission. Thebes is about 8 hours west of Madrid, so the Johnson family was in church when the dreadful news arrived. The Reverend Clarence Timberly, our pastor at Cyrus Vance Parker Memorial Methodist Episcopal Church, was preaching and had just finished fourthly and was digging into fifthly when someone started ringing the big bell in the county courthouse cupola. Brother Timberly stopped preaching. "Let us suspend services for a few moments while the Osage volunteers and members of the bucket brigades withdraw." 10 or a dozen of the younger men got up and left. Father picked up his bag and followed them. Being a doctor, Father did not serve on the volunteer fire team, but, being a doctor, he usually did go to fires, if not actively engaged in treating a patient when the bell rang. As soon as Father closed the church door behind him, our preacher got back to work on fifthly. What it was, I don't know. During sermons I always tried to look alert and attentive, but I rarely listened. On down Ford Street someone was shouting. He could be heard right through Brother Timberly's loud voice. Those shouts came closer. Presently Father came back into the church. Instead of returning to his pew, he walked up to the chancel rail and handed a sheet of newspaper to our pastor. I should interject that the Lisle County Leader was a 4-page single sheet printed on what was then called boilerplate, newsprint printed on one side with international and national and state news, and shipped that way to small country papers, which would then fill the inside pages with local news and local advertising. The Lisle County Leader bought boilerplate from the Kansas City Star with the Leader's own masthead printed on it. The sheet Father handed to Brother Timberly was of that sort, with the same local stuff inside as had been in the Leader's weekly edition dated Thursday, April 21st, 1898, except that the upper half of page 2 had been reset in large type with one short news story. Spain declares war. By wire from the New York Journal, April 24th, Madrid. Today our ambassador was summoned to the office of the Premier and was handed his passport and a curt note stating that the crimes of the United States against His Most Catholic Majesty have forced His Majesty's government to recognize that a state of war exists between the Kingdom of Spain and... Reverend Timberly read that one news story aloud from the pulpit, put the paper down, looked solemnly at us, took out his handkerchief and wiped his brow and blew his nose. He said hoarsely, "Let us pray." Father stood up. The rest of the congregation followed. Brother Timberly asked Lord God Jehovah to lead us in this time of peril. He asked divine guidance for President McKinley. He asked the Lord's help for all our brave men on land and sea who now must fight for the preservation of this sacred God-given land. He asked mercy for the souls of those who would fall in battle, and consolation and help in drying the tears of widows and orphans, and of the fathers and mothers of our young heroes destined to die in battle. He asked that right prevail for a speedy end to this conflict. He asked for help for our friends and neighbors, the unfortunate people of Cuba, oppressed for so long by the iron heel of the King of Spain. And more, about 20 minutes of it. Father had long since cured me of any belief in the Apostles' Creed. In its place I held a deep suspicion, planted by Professor Huxley and nurtured by Father, that no such person as Jesus of Nazareth had ever lived. As for Brother Timberly, I regarded him as 2 yards of noise with his cracks filled with unction. Like many preachers in the Bible Belt, he was a farm boy with, I strongly suspected, a distaste for real work. I did not and do not believe in a God up there in the sky listening to Brother Timberly's words. Yet I found myself saying Amen to his every word, while tears streamed down my cheeks. At this point I must drag out my soapbox. In the 20th century Gregorian in the United States of America, something called revisionist history became popular among intellectuals. Revisionism appears to have been based on the notion that the living actors present on the spot never understood what they were doing or why, or how they were being manipulated, being mere puppets in the hands of unseen evil forces. This may be true, I don't know. But why are the people of the United States and their government always the villains in the eyes of the revisionists? Why can't our enemies, such as the King of Spain, and the Kaiser and Hitler and Geronimo and Villa and Sandino and Mao Zedong and Jefferson Davis, why can't these each take a turn in the pillory? Why is it always our turn? I am well aware that the revisionists maintain that William Randolph Hearst created the Spanish-American War to increase the circulation of his newspapers. I know, too, that various scholars and experts later asserted that the USS Maine, at dock in Havana Harbor, was blown up, with the loss of 226 American lives, by faceless villains whose purpose was to make Spain look bad, and thereby to prepare the American people to accept a declaration of war against Spain. Now look carefully at what I said. I said that I know that these things are asserted. I did not say that they are true. It is unquestionably true that the United States, acting officially, was rude to the Spanish government concerning Spain's oppression of the Cuban people. It is also true that William Randolph Hearst used his newspapers to say any number of unpleasant things about the Spanish government, but Hearst was not the United States, and he had no guns and no ships, and no authority. What he did have was a loud voice and no respect for tyrants. Tyrants hate people like that. Somehow those masochistic revisionists have turned the War of 1898 into a case of imperialistic aggression by the United States. How an imperialist war could result in the freeing of Cuba and of the Philippines is never made clear. But revisionism always starts with the assumption that the United States is the villain. Once the revisionist historian proves this assumption, usually by circular logic, he is granted his Ph.D. and is well on his way to a Nobel Peace Prize. In April 1898, to us benighted country people, certain simple facts were true. Our battleship Maine had been destroyed with great loss of life. Spain had declared war on us. The President had asked for volunteers. The next day, Monday the 25th of April, came the President's call asking the state militias to furnish 125,000 volunteers to augment our almost non-existent army. That morning Tom had ridden over to Butler Academy as usual. The news reached him there, and he came trotting back at noon, his roan gelding, Beau Brummel, in a lather. He asked Frank to wipe Beau down for him and hurried into the house, there to disappear into the clinic with Father. They came out in about 10 minutes. Father told Mother, "Madam, our son Tom is about to enlist in the service of his country. He and I will be leaving for Springfield at once. I must go with him in order to swear that he is 18 years old and has parental approval." "But he is not 18. "That is why I must go with him.
Where is Frank? I want him to hitch Loafer."
"I'll hitch him, father," I put in. "Frank just now left for school in a rush. He was a bit late." Tending Bo had made Frank late, but it wasn't necessary to say so. Father looked worried. I insisted. "Loafer knows me, sir. He would never hurt me." I had just returned to the house when I saw Father standing at the new telephone instrument, which hung in the hallway we used as a waiting room for patients. Father was saying, Yes, I understand. Good luck, sir, and Godspeed. I will tell her. Goodbye." He took the receiver away from his ear, stared at it, then remembered to hang it up. He looked at me. "That was for you, Maureen." "For me?" I had never had a telephone call. "Yes, your young man, Brian Smith. He asks you to forgive him, but he will not be able to call on you next Sunday. He is catching a train for St. Louis at once in order to return to Cincinnati, where he will be enlisting in the Ohio State Militia. He asks to be permitted to call on you again as soon as the war is over. Acting for you, I agreed to that." "Oh." I felt an aching tight place under my wishbone, and I had trouble breathing. "Thank you, Father. Could you show me how to call him? Call Rolla, I suppose I mean, and speak to Mr. Smith myself?" Mother interrupted. "Maureen!" I turned to face her. "Mother, I am not being forward or unladylike. This is a very special circumstance. Mr. Smith is going off to fight for us. I simply wish to tell him that I will pray for him every night while he is gone." Mother looked at me, then said gently, "Yes, Maureen, if you are able to speak to him, please tell him that I shall pray for him too, every night." Father cleared his throat loudly. "Ladies." "Yes, Doctor," Mother answered. "The matter is academic. Mr. Smith told me that he could talk only a few moments because there was a long line of students waiting to use the telephone. Similar messages, I assume, so there is no use in trying to reach him. The telephone wire will be in use, and he will be gone, which in no way keeps you two ladies from praying for his safety. Maureen, you can tell him so in a letter." "But I don't know how to write to him." "Use your head, daughter. You know at least 3 ways." "Dr. Johnson, please." Mother then said gently to me, "Judge Spurling will know." "Judge Spurling? Oh." "Yes, dear. Judge Spurling always knows where each of us is." A few minutes later we all kissed Tom good-bye, and Father also, while we were about it, although he was coming back, and, so he assured us, it was extremely likely that Tom would be back, sworn in, then told what day to return for duty, as it was most unlikely that the state militia could accept 1,000 or more new bodies all on the same day. They drove off. Beth was crying quietly. Lucille was not. I don't think she understood any of it, but was solemn and round-eyed. Mother did not cry, and neither did I. Not then, but Mother went upstairs and closed her door, and so did I. I now had a room to myself, ever since Agnes married, so I threw the latch, and lay down and let myself cry. I tried to tell myself that I was crying over my brother Thomas, but I knew better. It was Mr. Smith who was causing that ache in my heart. I wished with all my soul that I had not caused him to use a French purse in making love to me a week earlier. I had been tempted. I knew, I was certain that it would be ever so much nicer just to forget that rubber sheath and be bare to him inside and out. But I had told Father solemnly that I would always use a sheath, until the day when, after sober discussion with the man concerned, I omitted it for the purpose of becoming pregnant, under a mutual firm intention of marrying if we succeeded. And now he was going off to war, and I might never see him again. I dried my eyes and got up and took down a little volume of verse, Professor Palgrave's Golden Treasury. Mother had given it to me on my 12th birthday, and it had been given to her on her 12th birthday in 1866. Professor Palgrave had found 288 lyrics which were fine enough in his exquisite taste for his treasury. That day I wanted just one, Richard Lovelace's To Lucasta Going to the Wars. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honour more. Then I cried some more, and after a while I slept. When I woke up, I got up and did not let myself cry again. Instead, I slipped a note under Mother's door, telling her that I would get supper for all of us by myself, and she could have supper in bed if it pleased her to do so. She let me cook supper, but she came down and presided, and for the first time Frank seated Mother and sat opposite her. She looked at me. "Maureen, will you return thanks?" "Yes, Mother." "Dear Lord, we thank Thee for that which we are about to partake. Please bless this food to our use, and bless all our brothers and sisters in Jesus everywhere, both known to us and unknown." I gulped and added, "And on this day we ask a special blessing for our beloved brother Thomas Jefferson, and for all other young men who have gone to serve our beloved country. Et je prie que le bon Dieu garde bien mon ami." In Jesus' name, Amen. "Amen," Mother said firmly. "Franklin, will you carve?" Father and Tom returned the next day, late in the afternoon. Beth and Lucille threw themselves on Tom and Father, and I wanted to, but could not, as I was carrying George, and he had picked that moment to wet a diaper. But I just held him and let him wait, so that I wouldn't miss any news. A spare diaper under him. I knew George. That baby peed more than all the rest put together. Beth demanded, "Did you do it, Tommy? Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you?"
"Of course he did," Father answered. "He's Private Johnson now. Next week he'll be a general."
"He will?"
"Well, maybe not that fast."
Father stopped to kiss Lucille and Beth.
"But they do promote them fast in wartime. Take me, for example. I'm a captain."
"Dr. Johnson." Father straightened up.
"Captain Johnson, madam. Both of us enlisted. I am now acting surgeon, medical detachment, 2nd Missouri Regiment, with assigned rank of captain."
At this point I ought to say something about the families of my parents, especially Father's brothers and sisters, as what happened that week in April 1898 in Thebes had its roots a century earlier. Father's grandparents were George Edward Johnson, 1795 to 1897, and Amanda Lou Fredericks Johnson, 1798 to 1899, Terence McPhee, 1796 to 1900, and Rose Wilhelmina Brandt McPhee, 1798 to 1899. Both George Johnson and Terence McPhee served in the War of 1812. Father's parents were Asa Edward Johnson, 1813 to 1918, and Rose Althea McPhee Johnson, 1814 to 1918. Asa Johnson served in the war with Mexico, a sergeant in the Illinois militia. Mother's grandparents were Robert Pfeiffer, 1809 to 1909, and Heidi Schmidt Pfeiffer, 1810 to 1912. Ole Larsen, 1805 to 1907, and Anna Christina Hansen Larsen, 1810 to 1912, and her parents were Richard Pfeiffer, 1830 to 1932, and Christina Larsen Pfeiffer, 1834 to 1940. Father was born on his grandfather Johnson's farm in Minnesota in Freeborn County near Albert on Monday, August 2nd, 1852, the youngest of 4 boys and 3 girls. His grandfather, George Edward Johnson, my great-grandfather, was born in 1795 in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. He died in a nursing home in Minneapolis in December 1897, and the newspapers made a to-do over the fact that George Washington was still alive when he was born. We had nothing to do with this publicity, while I was not aware of the policy until I was married. Even at that time, Howard Foundation families avoided public mention of ages. George Edward Johnson married Amanda Lou Fredericks, 1798 to 1899, in 1813, and took her to Illinois, where she had her first child, Asa Edward Johnson, my grandfather, that same year. It seems likely that Grandpa Asa was the same sort of premature baby as was my oldest brother Edward. After the war with Mexico, the Johnson family migrated west and homesteaded in Minnesota. There was no Howard Foundation in those days, but all of my ancestors appear to have started breeding young, had lots of children, were healthy despite the uncontrolled diseases of those times, and lived long lives, mostly to 100 and more. Asa Edward Johnson, 1813 to 1918, married Rose Althea McPhee, 1814 to 1918, in 1831. They had 7 children. 1. Samantha Jane Johnson, 1831 to 1915, died from injuries suffered while breaking a horse. 2. James Ewing Johnson, 1833 to 1884, killed attempting to ford the Osage during spring flood. I barely remember him. He married Aunt Carol Peltier of New Orleans. 3. Walter Raleigh Johnson, 1838 to 1862, killed at Shiloh. 4. Alice Irene Johnson, 1840 to... I don't know what became of Aunt Alice. She married back east. 5. Edward McPhee Johnson, 1844 to 1884, killed in a train wreck. 6. Aurora Johnson, 1850 to... last heard of in California circa 1930, married several times. 7. Ira Johnson, August 2nd, 1852 to 1941, reported missing in the Battle of Britain. When Fort Sumter fell in April 1861, Mr. Lincoln asked for volunteers from the militias of the several states, just as Mr. McKinley would do in a later April. On the Johnson farm in Freeborn County, Minnesota, the call was answered by Ewing, 28, Walter, 23, Edward, 17, and Grandpa Acey, at that time 48 years old, thus producing a situation that utterly humiliated Ira Johnson, 9 years old and a grown man in his own estimation. He was going to be left home to do chores, while all the other men went to war. His sister Samantha, whose husband had volunteered, and his mother would run the farm. Small comfort to him that his father returned home almost at once, turned down for something, I do not know what. Father endured this humiliation for 3 long years, and at 12 ran away from home to enlist as a drummer boy. He found his way down the Mississippi on a barge, managed to locate the encampment of the 2nd Minnesota before it joined Sherman's drive to the sea. His cousin Jules vouched for him, and he was tentatively accepted, subject to training. He knew nothing of drums or of bugles, and was assigned quarters and rations with headquarters company. Then his father showed up and fetched him home. So Father's service in the war was about 3 weeks, and he was never in combat. He was not credited even with those 3 weeks, as he learned to his dismay when he attempted to join the Union Veterans Organization, the Grand Army of the Republic. There was no record of his service, as the regimental adjutant had discharged him and let Grandpa Acey take him home simply by destroying the paperwork. I think it is necessary to assume that Father was marked for life. During the 9 days that Father and Tom waited at home before they could be inducted into Army life, I saw no indication that Mother disapproved, other than her first expression of surprise. But she never smiled. One could feel the tension between our parents, but they did not let it be seen. Father did say something to me that I think had some bearing on this tension. We were in his clinic, and I was helping him to thin out and update his patients' records so that he could turn them over to Dr. Chadwick for the duration of the war. He said to me, "Why, no smiles, turkey egg. Worried about your young man?" "No," I lied. "He had to go, I know that. But I wish you weren't going. Selfish, I guess. But I'll miss you, cher papa." "I'll miss you, too. All of you." He was silent for several minutes, then he added, "Maureen, some day you may be will be faced, I think, with the same thing, your husband going off to war. Some people say, I've heard talk, that married men should not go, because of their families. But this involves a contradiction, a fatal one. The family man dare not hang back and expect the bachelor to do his fighting for him. It is manifestly unfair for me to expect a bachelor to die for my children if I am unwilling to die for them myself. Enough of that attitude on the part of married men, and the bachelor will refuse to fight if the married man stays safe at home, and the Republic is doomed. The barbarian will walk in unopposed." Father looked at me, looked worried. "Do you see?" I think he was honestly seeking my opinion, my approval. I stopped and sighed. "Father, I think I see, but at times like these I am forced to realize that I am not very experienced. I just want this war to be over so that you will come home and Tom will come home, and Brian Smith. I agree." "Well, yes, but I was thinking of Chuck, too. Chuck Perkins." "Chuck is going? Good lad." "Yes, he told me today. His father has agreed and is going to Joplin with him tomorrow. I sniffed back a tear. I don't love Chuck, but I do feel sort of sentimental about him. That's understandable. Later that day I let Chuck take me up on Marston Hill and defied Chiggers and Mrs. Grundy, and told Chuck I was proud of him, and demonstrated it the very best I knew how. I did use a sheath. I had promised Father. And an amazing thing happened. I had gone up there simply intending to run through some female calisthenics to demonstrate to Chuck that I was proud of him and appreciated his willingness to fight for us, and the miracle happened. Fireworks, big ones. I got all blurry, and my eyes squinched shut, and I found I was making loud noises. And about half an hour later the miracle happened again. Amazing! Chuck and his father caught the 8:06 out of Butler the next morning and were back that same afternoon, Chuck sworn in and assigned to the same company, C Company, 2nd Regiment. Tom was in, and with similar delay time. So Chuck and I went to another fairly safe spot, and I told him goodbye again, and again the miracle overtook me. No, I did not decide I was in love with him after all. Enough men had had me by then that I was not inclined to mistake a hearty orgasm for eternal love, but it was nice that they happened, since I intended to tell Chuck goodbye as often and as emphatically as possible, come what might, and did right up to the day a week later when it really was goodbye. Chuck never came back. No, he was not killed in action. He never got out of Chickamauga Park, Georgia. It was the fever, whether malaria or yellow jack, I'm not sure. Or it could have been typhoid. 5 times as many died of the fevers as were lost in combat. They are heroes, too. Well, aren't they? They volunteered. They were willing to fight, and they wouldn't have caught the fever if they had hung back, refused to answer the call. I've got to drag out that soapbox again. All during the 20th century I've run into people who either have never heard of the War of 1898 or belittle it. "Oh, you mean that one. That wasn't a real war, just a skirmish. What happened? Did he stub his toe running back down San Juan Hill?" I should have killed them. I did throw an extra dry martini into the eyes of one man who talked that way. Casualties are just as heavy in one war as in another, because death comes just one to the customer. And besides, in the summer of 1898 we did not know that the war would be over quickly. The United States was not a superpower. The United States was not a world power of any sort, whereas Spain was still a great empire. For all we knew, our men might be gone for years, or not come back. The bloody tragedy of 1861 to 1865 was all we had to go by, and that had started just like this one, with the President calling for a few militiamen. My elders tell me that no one dreamed that the rebel states, half as big and less than half as populous, and totally lacking in the heavy industry on which modern war rests, no sensible person dreamed that they could hold out for 4 long, dreary, death-laden years. With that behind us, we did not assume that beating Spain would be easy or quick. We just prayed that our men would come back. Some day. The day came, the 5th of May, when our men left, on a special troop train down from Kansas City, a swing over to Springfield, then up to St. Louis and east, destination Georgia. All of us went over to Butler, Mother and Father in the lead in his buggy drawn by Loafer, while the rest of us followed in the surrey, ordinarily used only on Sundays, with Tom driving Daisy and Bo. The train pulled in, and we made hurried goodbyes as they were already shouting, "All aboard!" Father turned Loafer over to Frank, and I inherited the surrey with the gentle team. They didn't actually pull out all that quickly. Baggage and freight had to be loaded as well as soldiers. There was a flat car in the middle of the train with a brass band on it, supplied by the 3rd Regiment, Kansas City, and it played all the time the train was stopped, a military medley. They played "Mine Eyes Have Seen the Glory," and segued right into "I Wish I Was in de Land ob Cotton," and from that into tenting tonight," and "Stuck a Feather in His Cap and Called it Macaroni." Then they played "In My Prison Cell I Sit," and the engine gave a toot and the train started to move, and the band scrambled to get off the flat car and into the coach next to it, and the man with the tuba had to be helped. And we started home, and I was still hearing tramp, 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 the boys are marching. And that tragic first line, "In my prison cell I sit." Somebody told me later that the man who wrote that knew nothing about it, because wartime prison camps don't have anything as luxurious as cells. He cited Andersonville. As may be, it was enough to make my eyes blur up and I couldn't see, but that didn't matter. Beau Brummel and Daisy needed no help from me. Just leave the reins slack and they would take us home. And they did. I helped Frank unharness both rigs, then went in and upstairs. Mother came to my room just as I closed the door and tapped on it. I opened it. "Yes, Mother?" "Maureen, your golden treasury. May I borrow it?" "Certainly." I went and got it. It was under my pillow. I handed it to her. "It's number 83, Mother, on page 60. She looked surprised, then thumbed the pages. "So it is," she agreed, then looked up. "We must be brave, dear." "Yes, Mother, we must." Speaking of prison cells, Pixel has just arrived in mine with a present for me. A mouse. A dead mouse. Still warm. He is so pleased with himself, and clearly he expects me to eat it. He is waiting for me to eat it. How am I going to get out of this? Chapter 6. When Johnny Comes Marching Home. The rest of 1898 was one long bad dream. Our men had gone to war, but it was difficult to find out what was happening in that war. I remember a time 60-odd years later when the malevolent eye of television turned war into a spectator sport, even to the extent, I hope that this is not true, that attacks were timed so that the action could be shown live on the evening news. Can you imagine a more ironically horrible way to die than to have one's death timed to allow an anchorman to comment on it just before turning the screen over to the beer ads? In 1898 the fighting was not brought live into our living rooms. We had trouble finding out what had happened, even long after the fact. Was our Navy guarding the East Coast, as Eastern politicians were demanding, or was it somewhere in the Caribbean? Had the Oregon rounded the Horn, and would it reach the fleet in time? Why was there a second battle at Manila? Hadn't we won the Battle of Manila Bay weeks ago? In 1898 I knew so little about military matters that I did not realize that civilians should not know the location of a fleet or the planned movements of an army. I did not know that anything known to an outsider will be known by enemy agents just minutes later. I had never heard of the public's right to know, a right that cannot be found in the Constitution but was sacrosanct in the second half of the 20th century. This so-called right meant that it was satisfactory, regrettable perhaps, but necessary, for soldiers and sailors and airmen to die in order to preserve unblemished that sacred right to know. I had still to learn that neither congressman nor newsman could be trusted with the lives of our men. Let me try to be fair. Let us assume that over 90% of congressmen and of newsmen are honest and honorable men. In that case, less than 10% need be murderous fools indifferent to the deaths of heroes, for that minority to destroy lives, lose battles, turn the course of a war. I did not have these grim thoughts in 1898. It would take the War of 1898 and 2 world wars and 2 undeclared wars, police actions for God's sake, to make me realize that neither our government nor our press could be trusted with human lives. A democracy works well only when the common man is an aristocrat, but God must hate the common man. He has made him so dad-blamed common. Does your common man understand chivalry, noblesse oblige, aristocratic rules of conduct, personal responsibility for the welfare of the state? One may as well search for fur on a frog. Is that something I heard my father say? No. Well, not exactly. It is something I recall from about 2 o'clock in the morning in the oyster bar of the Benton House in Kansas City after Mr. Clemens's lecture in January 1898. Maybe my father said part of it, perhaps Mr. Clemens said all of it, or perhaps they shared it. My memory is not perfect after so many years. Mr. Clemens and my father were indulging in raw oysters, philosophy, and brandy. I had a small glass of port. Both port and raw oysters were new to me. I disliked both,
not helped by the odor of Mr. Clemens's cigar. I had assured Mr. Clemens that I enjoyed the aroma of a good cigar. Please do smoke. A mistake. But I would have endured more than cigar smoke and raw oysters to be present that night. On the platform Mr. Clemens had looked just like his pictures, a jovial Satan with a halo of white hair in a beautifully tailored white suit. In person he was a foot shorter, warmly charming, and he made of me an even more fervent admirer by treating me as a grown lady. I was up hours past my bedtime and had to keep pinching myself not to fall asleep. What I remember best was Mr. Clemens's discourse on the subject of cats and redheads, composed on the spot for my benefit, I think. It does not appear anywhere in his published works, not even those released by the University of California 50 years after his death. Did you know that Mr. Clemens was a redhead? But that must wait. News of the signing of the peace protocol reached Thebes on the 12th of August, a Friday. Mr. Barnaby, our principal, called us all into the lecture hall and told us, then dismissed school. I ran home, found that Mother already knew. We cried on each other a little, while Beth and Lucille were noisy around us. Then Mother and I started in on a complete unseasonal spring cleaning so that we would be ready when Father and Tom and Mr. Smith, I did not voice it, got home sometime next week. Frank was told to cut the grass and to do anything else that needed doing outdoors. Don't ask, just do it. Church on Sunday was a happy praise the Lord occasion, with Reverend Timberly being even more long-windedly stupid than usual, but nobody minded, least of all me. After church Mother said, "Maureen, are you going to school tomorrow?" I had not thought about it. The Thebes School Board had decided to offer summer high school, in addition to the usual make-up session for grammar school dullards, as a patriotic act to permit older boys to graduate early and enlist. I had signed up for summer school both to add to my education, since I had given up the idea of college, and to fill that aching emptiness caused by Father and Tom and Mr. Smith being away at war. I have spent the longest years of my life waiting for men to come back from war, and for some who did not come back. Mother, I had not thought about it. Do you really think there will be school as usual tomorrow? There will be. Have you studied? She knew I hadn't. You can't do much with Greek irregular verbs when you are down on your knees scrubbing the kitchen floor. No, ma'am. Well, what would your father expect of you? I sighed. Yes, ma'am. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Summer school was your idea. You should not waste that extra tuition. Now get. I will get supper by myself tonight. They did not come home that week. They did not come home the following week. They did not come home that fall. They did not come home that year. Chuck's body came home. The GAR provided a firing squad, and I attended my first military funeral and cried and cried. A bugler with white hair played for Charles, "Sleep in peace, soldier brave, God is nigh." If I ever come close to believing, it is when I hear taps, even today. After that summer session in 1898, when September came, it was necessary to make a choice, go to school or not, and if so, where? I did not want to remain home doing little but play nursemaid to George. Since I could not go to Columbia, I wanted to go to Butler Academy, a 2-year private school that offered a liberal arts course acceptable at Columbia or at Lawrence in lieu of lower division. I pointed out to Mother that I had saved Christmas and birthday presents and egg money. Egg money was any earned money, taking care of neighbors' children, minding a stand at the county fair, and so forth. Not much, and quite seldom. I had saved enough for my tuition and books. Mother said, "How will you get back and forth?" I answered, "How does Tom get back and forth?" "Don't answer a question with a question, young lady. We both know how your brother did it. By buggy in good weather, on horseback in bad weather, and he stayed home in the very worst weather. But your brother is a grown man. Tell me how you will do it." I thought about it. A buggy was no problem. The academy had a barn for horses awaiting their masters. Horseback? I could ride almost as well as my brothers, but girls do not arrive at school wearing overalls, and side-saddle was not a good idea for weather not suited to a buggy. But even good weather and a buggy,
From late in October to early in March, I would have to leave home before daylight and return home after dark. In October 1889, Sarah Trowbridge had left her father's farm to go 4 miles by buggy to Rich Hill. Her horse and buggy came home. Sarah was never seen again. Ours was a quiet countryside, but the most dangerous animal in all history walks on 2 legs, and sometimes slinks along country roads. I am not afraid, Mother. Tell me what your father would advise you to do. So I gave up, and prepared to go back to high school for another semester or more. School was less than a mile away, and there were people we knew within shouting distance the whole way. Best of all, our high school had courses I had not had time to take. I continued Greek and another year of Latin, and started differential equations and first-year German, and audited geology and medieval history instead of study hall those 2 hours. And of course I still continued piano lessons on Saturday mornings. Mother had taught me for 3 years. Then she had decided that I could profit from more advanced training than she could give me. It was an in-kind deal. Miss Primrose owed Father both for herself and for her ailing and ancient mother. So that kept me out of mischief the school year starting September 1898, while still leaving me plenty of time to write a newsy, unsentimental letter to Mr. Smith, Sergeant Smith, each week, and another to Tom, and another to Father, and another to Chuck, until one came back to me the week before Chuck came back to us forever. I didn't see boys or young men any to speak of. The good ones had gone to war. Those who remained behind struck me mostly as having drool on their chins, or as too impossibly young for me. I was not consciously being faithful to Mr. Smith. He had not asked me to be, and I would not expect him to be faithful to me. We had had one, just one, highly successful first meeting, but that did not constitute a betrothal. Nor was I faithful. But it was just my young cousin Nelson who hardly counts. Nelson and I had one thing in common. We both were as horny as a herd of goats all the time. And another thing, we were both cautious as a vixen with kits in coping with Mrs. Grundy. I let him pick the times and places. He had a head for intrigue. Between us we kept each other toned down to a pleasant simmer without waking Mrs. Grundy. I could happily have married Nelson, despite his being younger than I, had we not been so closely related. A dear boy, except for that lemon pie. They were not home for Christmas, but 2 more bodies came home. I attended each funeral for Chuck's sake. In January, my brother Tom came marching home with his regiment. Mother and Frank went to Kansas City to see the troop train arrive and the parade down Walnut, and the countermarch back to the depot, where most of them got back aboard to go on terminal furlough at their home towns. I stayed home to take care of my sisters and George, and thought privately that it was pretty noble of me. Tom had a hand-carried letter for Mother. Mrs. Ira Johnson, courtesy of Lance Corporal T.J. Johnson, C Company, 2nd Missouri Regiment. Dear Madam, I had hoped and expected to return home in the same train as our son Thomas. Indeed, by the terms of enrollment under which I accepted appointment as surgeon in our state militia on federal duty, I cannot be held more than 120 days beyond the proclamation of peace, id est, the 12th of December last, or the 6th of January, this current month, the difference in dates being a legal technicality now moot. I regret that I must inform you that the Surgeon General of the Army has asked me and my professional colleagues to continue on duty here on a day-to-day basis until our services can be spared, and that I have accepted. We had thought that we had these devastating fevers under control, and that we could dismantle the field hospitals here and send our remaining patients to Fort Bragg. But with the arrival 3 weeks ago of casuals and casualties from Tampa, our hopes were dashed. In short, madam, my patients need me. I will come home as quickly as the Surgeon General decides that I can be spared, under the spirit of the oath of Hippocrates, rather than through any quibble over the letter of the contract. I trust that you will understand, as you have so many times in the past. I remain faithfully yours, your loving husband, Ira Johnson, M.D., Captain, M.C., A.U.S. Mother did not cry where anyone could see her, and I didn't cry where anyone could see me. Late in February, I received a letter from Mr. Smith, postmarked Cincinnati. Dear Miss Maureen, by the time this reaches you I will have laid aside my army blues and resumed wearing mufti. Our engineering battalion, Ohio Militia, is rolling west as I write this. It is my dearest wish to see you and to resume my suit for your hand in matrimony. With that prime purpose in mind, after a few days at home with my family, I purpose going at once to Rolla with the intention of re-enrolling. Although I was granted my degree in April last year, about 6 weeks early, that sheepskin does not supply me with academic work that I missed, so I intend to make up what I lost plus a bit more for good measure, which puts me close to Thebes for each week-end, which is what the wily fellow had in mind all along. May I hope to see you on Saturday afternoon, March 4th, and again on Sunday, March 5th? A postal card should reach me at School of Mines, but if I do not hear from you, I shall assume that your answer is yes. This train is moving too slowly to suit me. My respects to your parents and my greetings to all your family. While looking forward eagerly to the 4th, I remain faithfully yours, Brian Smith, B.S., Sergeant, Engineering Battalion, Ohio Militia, Federal Duty. I reread it, then took a deep breath and held it to slow my heart. Then I found Mother and asked her to read it. She did so and smiled. I'm happy for you, dear. I don't have to tell him to wait until Father gets home. Your father has already expressed his approval of Mr. Smith, in which I concur. He is welcome. Mother looked thoughtful. Will you ask him to consider fetching with him his uniform? Really? Truly, so that he can wear it in church on Sunday. Would you like that? Would I? I told her so. Like Tom did his first Sunday home. Goody! We will be proud of him. I intend to ask your father to wear his uniform his first Sunday home, too. She looked thoughtful. Maureen, there is no reason why Mr. Smith should have to put up with Mrs. Henderson's boarding-house, or drive clear back to Butler to the mansion house. Frank can sleep in the other bed in Tom's room, and Mr. Smith can have Edward's old room. Oh, that would be nice. Yes, dear, but look at me, Maureen. She held my eyes. Don't let his presence under this roof cause either of you to permit any of the children, including Thomas, I must add, to see or even to suspect any impropriety. I blushed clear to my collarbones. I promise, chère maman. No need for promises. Just be discreet. We are women together, dear daughter. I want to help you. March came in like a lamb, which just suited me, as I did not want to spend a long afternoon being primly proper in our parlour. The weather was warm and sunny, with no breeze to speak of, so on Saturday the 4th I was the perfect shy young maiden, with parasol and leg of mutton sleeves and a silly number of petticoats, until Daisy had us 100 yards from the house and out of earshot of anyone. Bryony. Yes, Miss Maureen. Miss Maureen, my foot. Bryony, you've had me in the past. You can stop being formal, now that we are alone. Do you have an erection? Now that you mention it, yes. If you had said no, I would have burst into tears. Look, darling, I found the loveliest place. Nelson had found it. There seemed to be evidence that no one else knew of it. Daisy had to be led through 2 tight spots, then she could be unharnessed and allowed to graze, while we 2 turned the buggy around. Impossible for the mare to do it, not enough room for her to back and fill. I spread the blanket down on a grassy spot separated from the bank by a thick bush, and undressed while Brian watched me, right to my skin, right to stockings and shoes. That spot was certainly private, but anyone within a quarter-mile must have heard me. I fainted on that first one, then opened my eyes to find my briny boy worried. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I've never been more all right in my life. Thank you, sir. You were splendid, terrific. I've died and gone to heaven." He smiled at me. "You aren't dead. You're here and you're wonderful, and I love you." "Do you truly? Brian, are you honestly intending to marry me?" "I am." "Even with me disqualified for the Howard Foundation?" "Redhead, the Foundation introduced us, but it had nothing to do with me coming back. I would happily indenture myself for 7 years, like what's-his-name in the Bible, for the privilege of marrying you." "I hope you mean that. Do you want to hear how I'm disqualified?"
No. So? I'm going to tell you anyhow, because I need your help. At your service, mademoiselle. I'm disqualified because I'm not pregnant. If you will raise up just a little, I will take that rubber mockery off you. Then, sir, if you please, as soon as you are rested enough, I ask you to qualify me. Bryony, let's start our first baby. He surprised me by being ready again almost at once. Even Nelson could not manage it that quickly. My Brian was a remarkable man. Baroness to Baroness was just as perfect as I always knew it would be. This time I was even louder. I have since learned to have an orgasm silently, but I would much rather sound off if conditions permit. Most men like applause, especially Bryony. At last I sighed. That did it. Thank you, sir. I am now an expectant mother. I felt it hit the target. Spung! Maureen, you're wonderful. I'm dead. I died happy. Are you hungry? I made some tiny cream puffs for our lunch and filled them just before you arrived. I want you for lunch. Blarney, we must keep up your strength. You won't be deprived. I told him about the arrangements we would have that night, and other nights. Of course, Mother knows all about it. She was a Howard bride herself. She just asks that we keep a good face on things. Bryony, are your parents red-headed? Mother is. Dad's hair is as dark as mine. Why? I told him about Mr. Clemens's theory. He says that while the rest of the human race are descended from monkeys, redheads derive from cats. Seems logical. By the way, I forgot to tell you. If you marry me, my cat is part of the package. Shouldn't you have mentioned that before you knocked me up? Perhaps I should have. You object to cats? I don't even speak to people who object to cats. Bryony, I'm cold. Let's go home. The sun had gone behind a cloud, and the temperature suddenly dropped, typical March weather for Missouri. While I dressed, Bryony got Daisy backed into the shafts and hitched up. Brian has that gentle but firm touch that horses and women understand. Daisy obeyed him as readily as she obeyed me, although she was usually terribly shy with strangers. By the time we were home, my teeth were chattering, but Frank had the base burner in the parlor fired up. We had my picnic lunch next to it. I invited Frank to share. He had had lunch, but he found room for cream puffs. My period was due on March 18th. I missed it. I told Bryony, but no one else. Father says that to miss just one is nothing. We should wait. We'll wait. Father got home on the 1st of April, and the house was in a happy uproar for days. My next period should have been April 15th. I didn't even spot. Bryony agreed that it was time I told my father, so I did that same Saturday afternoon. Father looked at me solemnly. How do you feel about it, Maureen? I'm utterly happy about it, sir. I did it on purpose. We did it on purpose. Now I would like to marry Mr. Smith as soon as possible. Reasonable. Well, let's call in your young man. I want to speak to him privately. I can't be present. You may not be present. I was called back in, then Father stepped out. I said, I don't see any blood on you, Bryony. He didn't even get out his shotgun. He just explained your trifling ways to me. What trifling ways? Now, simmer down. Father came back in with Mother. He said to us, I have explained to Mrs. Johnson about the skipped periods. He turned to Mother. When do you think they should get married? Mr. Smith, when is your last class at Rolla? I have my last examination on Friday, May 19th, ma'am. Commencement isn't until June 2nd, but that doesn't affect me. I see. Would Saturday, May 20th suit you two? And, Mr. Smith, do you think your parents will be able to come here for the wedding? At 7:13 p.m. on May 20th, my husband and I were rolling north from Butler on the Kansas City Southern Express. Express meaning that it stopped for cows, milk cans, and frogs, but not for fireflies. I said, Bryony, my feet hurt. Take your shoes off. In public? You no longer have to pay attention to any opinion but mine, and derned little to mine. Thank you, sir, but I don't dare take them off. My feet would swell, and I would never get them back on. Bryony, the next time we get married, let's elope. Suits. We should have this time. What a day!" I chose to have a noon wedding. I was overruled by my mother, my prospective mother-in-law, the minister, the minister's wife, the organist, the church janitor, and anyone else who cared to speak up. I had thought that the bride was supposed to get her own way about her wedding, if what she wanted was not too dear for her father's purse, but apparently I had been reading too many romantic stories. I wanted a noon wedding so that we could reach Kansas City before dark. When I found myself frustrated on every side, I spoke to Father about it. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Maureen, but it is written right here in the Constitution that the father of the bride has no rights whatever in a wedding. He gets to pay the bills and he must give the bride away. Otherwise they don't let him out of his cage. Did you tell your mother why you wanted to catch the earlier train?" "Yes, sir." "What did she say?" "She said that all the planning had been done on the assumption that the Smiths would arrive on the 10:42, soon enough for a 4 o'clock wedding, but not for a noon wedding. I said, 'But, Mother, they are already here,' and she said that it was too late to change everything. And I said, 'Who says so, and why wasn't I consulted?' And she said, 'Keep quiet and stop wiggling. I've got to pin this over again.' Father, this is dreadful. I'm being treated like a prize cow about to be shown at the fair, and I'm listened to just as much as that cow." "Maureen, it probably is too late to change anything now. Stipulated your wishes should have been followed. But now it is less than 48 hours till your wedding, and when Adele takes the bit in her teeth she doesn't listen. I wish I could help you, but she won't listen to me either." Father looked as unhappy as I felt. "Grit your teeth and wait it out. Once Brother Timberly says, 'I pronounce you man and wife,' you no longer have to pay any attention to anyone but Brian, and I see that you have a ring in his nose. You won't find that too difficult." "I don't think I have a ring in his nose." The Reverend Timberly had been told that the Methodist Episcopal service was to be followed exactly, none of these modern innovations. He had been told also that it would be a single ring ceremony. The mutton-head didn't listen on either point. He stuck in all sorts of stuff, from his lodge rituals, I think. He was a past Grand Chancellor of the Knights and Lords of the High Mountain, stuff that had not been in the rehearsal, questions and responses I didn't recognize. And he preached, telling each of us things we didn't need to hear, matters not in the wedding service. This went on and on while my feet hurt. Don't buy shoes by mail order. And my corset was stifling me. I had never worn one before, but Mother insisted. I was about to tell Brother Timberwolf to stick to the book, stop improvising. It was getting closer and closer to train time, when he reached the point where he wanted 2 rings, and there was, of course, but one. He wanted to back up and start over. Brian spoke up, and a groom isn't supposed to say anything, but I will and I do, and said in a whisper that could not be heard more than 100 yards, "Reverend, stop stalling and stick to words in the book, or I won't pay you a red cent." Brother Timberly started to expostulate and looked at Briney, and stopped suddenly and said, "By authority vested in me by the sovereign state of Missouri, I pronounce you man and wife," and thereby saved his own life, I think. Brian kissed me, and we turned and started down the aisle, and I tripped on my train. Beth was carrying my train and was supposed to move it off to the left. It wasn't her fault. I turned the wrong way. "Briney, did you get any wedding cake?" "Never had time." "Me too. I suddenly realized that I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and not much then. Let's find that dining car." "Suits? I'll inquire." Briney got up, was gone a few moments. When he came back, he leaned over me. "I found it." "Good. Is it in front of us or behind us?" "Behind us. Quite a bit behind us. They left it off in Joplin." So our wedding supper was 2 stale ham sandwiches from the news butcher and a bottle of soda-pop split. About 11 o'clock we finally reached the Lewis and Clark, where Briney had a reservation for us. The hack driver had apparently never heard of that hotel, but was willing to search for it as long as his horse held out. He started away from the depot in the wrong direction. Briney spotted this and stopped him. The driver gave him an argument and some lip. Briney said, "Back to the depot. We'll get another hack." This ultimatum finally got us there. I suppose that it was only to be expected that the night clerk had never heard of Briney's reservation, but Brian can't be pushed around, and he won't be intimidated. He said, "I made my reservation by mail 3 weeks ago with a postal money order deposit. I have my receipt right here, along with a letter of confirmation signed by your manager. Now wake him up and put a stop to this nonsense." Bryony shoved the letter under the clerk's nose. The clerk looked at it and said, "Oh, that, Mr. Smith! And the bridal suite! Why didn't you say so?" "I did say so 10 minutes ago." "I am very sorry, sir. Front!" 20 minutes later I was in a wonderful tub of hot, soapy water just like Chicago 6 years earlier. I almost fell asleep in the tub, then realized that I was keeping my bridegroom out of the bath and pulled myself together. "Bryony, shall I fill a tub for you?" No answer. I dried off a bit, wrapped the towel around me, aware that I was a scandalous sight, and a provocative one, I hoped. My gallant knight was fast asleep, still in his clothes, lying across the bedspread. There was a silver bucket just inside the door, ice and a bottle of champagne. I got out my nightgown, virginal white and perfumed. It had been Mother's bridal nightgown, and a pair of bunny slippers. Bryony, please wake up, dear. I want to help you undress and open the bed and get you into it."
"Murph."
"Please, dear."
"I wasn't asleep."
"No, of course not. Let me help you off with your boots."
"I can get 'em."
He sat up and reached for them. "All right, dear. I must let the water out of the tub, then I'll run a bath for you."
"Your water is still in the tub?"
"Yes."
"Let it be. I'll use it. Mrs. Smith, you couldn't get a tub of water dirty. You would just impart a delicious flavor."
Sure enough, my gallant knight did bathe in my bath-water, still lukewarm. I climbed into bed, and was sound asleep when he came to bed. He did not wake me. I woke up in darkness about 2 or 3, frightened to find myself in a strange bed, then remembered. "Bryony?"
"You awake now?"
"Awake some." I snuggled closer. Then I sat up and got rid of that nightgown. I was getting bound up in it, and Bryony took off his nightshirt, and for the first time both of us were bare all over, and it was wonderful, and I knew that all my life had just been preparation for this moment. After an unmeasured time that had started out slowly, we both took fire together. After that I was lying quietly under him, loving him. "Thank you, Bryony. You were wonderful."
"Thank you. Love you."
"Love you, my husband." "Bryony, where's your cat? In Cincinnati? In Rolla?"
"Eh? No. In Kansas City."
"Here? Boarded with someone?"
"I don't know."
"I don't understand."
"You haven't picked it out yet, Mo. It's the kitten you're going to give me. Bride's present to the bridegroom."
"Oh, Bryony, you're a scamp." I tickled him. He tickled me. It resulted by stages in Maureen being disgracefully noisy again. Then I got my back scratched. Having your back scratched is not the only reason to be married, but it is a good one, especially for those spots that are so hard to reach by yourself. Then I scratched his back. We finally went to sleep, all tangled up in each other like a basket of kittens. Maureen had at last found out what she was good for, her true destiny. We had champagne for breakfast. Chapter 7. Ringing the Cash Register. From having read candid autobiographies written by liberated women in the 20th century, especially those published after the second phase of the final wars, circa 1950 et sequens, I know that I am now expected to tell in detail all aspects of my first pregnancy and of the birth of my first child, all about morning sickness, and my cyclic moods, and the tears and the loneliness, then the false labor, the unexpected breaking of the bag of waters, followed by eclampsia and emergency surgery, and the secrets I spilled under anesthesia. I'm sorry, but it wasn't that way at all. I've seen women with morning sickness, and it's obviously horrible, but I've never experienced it. My problem has always been to stay on the curve, not gain more weight than my doctor thought was healthy for me. There have been times when I would have killed for a chocolate eclair. With my first baby, labor lasted 40 minutes. If having babies in hospitals had been the expected thing in 1899, I would have had Nancy on the way to the hospital. As it was, Brian delivered Nancy, under my direction,
and it was much harder on him than it was on me. Dr. Rumsey arrived and retied the cord and cut it, and told Brian he had done an excellent job. He had. Then Dr. Rumsey took care of the delivery of the afterbirth, and Bryony fainted, poor lamb. Women are more rugged than men. They have to be. I've had longer labours than that one, but never a terribly long one. I did not have an episiotomy with the first one, obviously, and I did not need a repair afterward. So on later births I never allowed a knife to be used on me down there, and so I have no scar tissue there, just undamaged muscle. I'm a broodmare, built for it, wide in my thighs and with a birth canal made of living rubber elastic. Dr. Rumsey told me that it was my attitude that made the difference, but I know better. My ancestors gave me the genetic heritage that makes me a highly efficient female animal, for which I am grateful, as I have seen women who were not, and they suffered terribly, and some of them died. Yes, natural selection and survival of the fittest, and Darwin was right, stipulated, but it is no joke to attend the funeral of a dear friend dead in her golden youth because her baby killed her. I was at such a funeral in the 20s and heard a sleek old priest talk about God's will. At the graveside I managed to back away from the coffin such that I got him proper in his instep with a sharp heel. When he yelped, I told him it was God's will. Once I had a baby in the middle of a bridge game. Pat it was, Patrick Henry Smith, so that makes it 1932, and that makes it contract we were playing, not auction, and that all fits together, as Justin and Eleanor Wetherall taught us contract after they learned it, and we were playing at their house. Eleanor and Justin were parents of Jonathan Wetherall, husband of my firstborn, so the Wetheralls were a Howard marriage themselves, but they were our friends long before we knew that about them. We did not learn it until the spring Jonathan showed up on Nancy's Howard Foundation list of young male eligibles. In this bridge game, I was Justin's partner, Eleanor was Bryony's partner. Justin had dealt, contract had been reached, and we were about to play when I said, "Put your hands face down and put paperweights on them. I'm having a baby." "Forget the hand," said my husband. "Of course," agreed my partner. "Hell no," I answered in my ladylike way. "I bid the bloody thing. I'm damn well going to play it. Help me up from here." 2 hours later we played the hand. Dr. Rumsey, Jr. had come and gone. I was on Eleanor's bed with the table, legs collapsed and supported by pillows, across my lap, and my new son was in my partner's arms. Elle and Bryony were on each side of me, half-seated on the bed. I had bid a small slam in spades, doubled and redoubled, vulnerable. I went down one trick. Eleanor tilted her nose at me and pushed it up with the tip of her finger. "Smarty, Smarty missed the party." Then she looked very startled. "Mo, move over, dear, I'm about to have mine." So Bryony delivered 2 babies that night, and Junior Doc had to come back just as soon as he reached home and grumbled at us that he did wish we would make up our minds. He was going to charge us mileage and overtime. Then he kissed us and left. By that time we had long known that the Rumseys were Howards too, which made Junior Doc a member of the family. I called Ethel, told her we were staying overnight and why. "Is everything all right, dear? Can you and Teddy manage?" 4 younger ones at home. 5? No, 4. "Certainly, Mamma, but is it a boy or a girl? And how about Aunt Eleanor?" "Both. I had a boy, Eleanor just had a girl. You youngsters can start working on names, for mine at least." But the best joke was another matter entirely, something we didn't tell Junior Doc or the children. Bryony put that little girl into my sweetheart Eleanor, and her husband Justin put Pat into me, all at a weekend in the Ozarks to celebrate Eleanor's 55th birthday. The birthday party got a bit relaxed, and our husbands decided that, since all 4 of us were Howards, there was no sense in bothering with these pesky rubber sheaths, when we could be ringing the cash register. Cultural note. I mentioned that Eleanor got pregnant on her 55th birthday, but the age of the mother on the birth certificate Junior Doc filed was 43, or close to that, and the age filed on mine was 38, not 50. In 1920, all of us had received a warning from the Howard Foundation trustees, delivered by word of mouth, to trim years off our official ages at every opportunity. Later that century we were encouraged and helped to acquire new identities every 30 years or so. Eventually this became the full masquerade, that saved the Howard families during the crazy years and following. But I know of the masquerade only from the archives, as I was taken out of that turmoil, thank heaven and Hilda, in 1982. We rang the cash register 5 times, Brian and I, during the Mauve decade, 5 babies in 10 years, 1900 to 1910 Gregorian. I was the first to call it ringing the cash register, and my husband went along with my crass and vulgar jest. It was after I had recovered from unloading my first one, our darling Nancy, and had been cleared by Dr. Rumsey to resume family duties. So help me, that's what they called it then, if we so pleased. I came home from that visit to Dr. Rumsey, started dinner, then took another bath and used some scandalous perfume Bryony had given me for Christmas, got into a lime-green negligee Aunt Carol had given me as a wedding present, checked dinner and turned down the gas. I had it all planned, and was ready when Bryony got home. He let himself in. I was posed. He looked me up and down and said, "Joe sent me. Is this the right address?" "Depends on what you are looking for, sport," I answered in a deep, sultry voice. "May I offer you the specialty of the house?" Then I broke my pose and dropped my act. "Bryony, Dr. Rumsey says that it is all right." "You'll have to speak more plainly, little girl. What is all right?" "Anything is all right. I'm all back together again." I suddenly dropped the negligee. "Come on, Bryony, let's ring the cash register." So we did, although it didn't work that time. I didn't catch again until early in 1901, but it was always delirious fun to try, and try we did, again and again. As Mammy Della once told me, "Lawsy a mercy, child, just hundreds and hundreds of times ain't nothing happened at all." How did Mammy Della get in here? Brian found her, that's how, when I started being too big to do a washing easily. Our first house, a tiny one on 26th Street, was only a short distance from Darktown. Della lived within walking distance, and she would work all day for $1 and car fare. That she didn't use the streetcar was irrelevant. That dime was part of the bargain. Della had been born a slave and could not read or write, but she was as fine a lady as I have ever known, with a heart full of love for all who would accept her love. Her husband was a roustabout with Ringling Brothers. I never laid eyes on him. She continued to come to see me, or to see Nancy, her baby, after I no longer needed help, sometimes bringing along her latest grandchild. Then she would drop her grandchild in with Nancy and insist on doing my work. Sometimes I could nail her down with a cup of tea. Not often. Later she went back to work for me with Carol. Then with each baby up to 1911, when the Lord took her in his arms. If there is a heaven, Della is there. Can it be that heaven is as real as Kansas City to those who believe in heaven? This would fit, it seems to me, the world as myth cosmology. I must ask Jubal about this when I get out of this jail and back to Boondock. In gourmet restaurants in Boondock, potatoes a la Della are highly esteemed, as are some others of her recipes. Della taught me a great deal. I don't think that I was able to teach her anything, as she was far more sophisticated and knowledgeable than I in the subjects we had in common. These were my first 5 cash register babies. Nancy Irene, December 1st, 1899, or January 5th, 1900. Carol, Santa Carolita, named for my Aunt Carol, January 1st, 1902. Brian Jr., March 12th, 1905. George Edward, February 14th, 1907. Marie Agnes, April 5th, 1909. After Marie I did not catch again until the spring of 1912. That one was my spoiled brat and favorite child, Woodrow Wilson, who was later my lover, Theodore Bronson, and much later my husband, Lazarus Long. I don't know why I didn't catch sooner, but it was not from lack of trying. Bryony and I tried to ring the cash register at every opportunity. We did not care whether I caught or not. We did it for fun, and if we missed, that simply postponed those several weeks when we would have to refrain before and after each birth. Oh, not refrain from everything. I became quite skilled with hands and mouth, and so did Bryony. But for solid day-in and day-out happy fun, we both preferred the old-fashioned sport, whether it was missionary style or 18 other ways. Perhaps I could account for all the times I failed to catch if I had a calendar of the mauve decade with a record of my menstrual periods. The calendar would be no problem, but a record of my menses, while I did keep one at that time, is long gone and irretrievable, or nearly so. It would take a time-core operation to retrieve it. But here is my theory. Briney was often away on business. He was ringing the cash register his own way, as an analyst and planner for corporate mining ventures, one whose exceptional talents were increasingly in demand. Neither of us had heard of the simple 14-day rule for ovulation, or the thermometer check, much less the more subtle and more reliable techniques developed in the latter half of the 20th century. Dr. Rumsey was as good a family doctor as you could find at that time, and he was not constrained by the taboos of the time. He had been sent to us by the Howard Foundation, but Dr. Rumsey knew no more about this than we did. If it were possible to prepare a calendar showing my menses 1900 to 1912, then mark on it by the 14-day rule my probable dates of ovulation, then mark the dates that Briney was away from Kansas City, it is long odds that such a chart would show that those little wigglers never had a target to shoot at on those occasions that I failed to catch. This seems certain, as Briney was a prize stallion, and I was Myrtle the fertile turtle. But I am glad that I did not know the rules of ovulation at that time, because there is nothing that beats the tingling excitement of lying back, legs open and eyes closed, and bare to the possibility of impregnation. And I know that this is not just one of Maureen's many eccentricities. I have checked this with endless other women. The knowledge that it can happen adds to the zest. I am not running down contraception. It's the greatest boon to women in all history, as efficient contraception frees women from that automatic enslavement to men that has been the norm through all histories. But the ancient structure of our female nervous systems is not tuned to contraception. It is tuned to getting pregnant. So it was grand for Maureen that, once I ceased being a bawdy schoolgirl, I almost never needed to use contraception. One unusually balmy February day in 1912, Briney nailed me to the ground on a bank of the Blue River, almost exactly duplicating an earlier occasion, March 4th, 1899, on a bank of the Merdazine. We both delighted in making love outdoors, especially with a spice of danger. On the occasion of that 1912 prank, I was wearing opera-length silk hose and green round garters, and my husband photographed me so, standing naked in the sunlight, facing the camera and smiling. And that picture played a major part in my life 6 years later, and 70 years later, and over 2,000 years later. That picture, I am told, changed the entire history of the human race in several timelines. Maybe so, maybe not. I'm not fully sold on world as myth, even though I am a Time Corps field agent, even though the smartest people I know tell me it's the real McCoy. Father always required me to think for myself, and Mr. Clemens urged me to also. I was taught that the one unforgivable sin, the offense against one's own integrity, was to accept anything at all simply on authority. Nancy has 2 birthdays, the day I bore her, which was registered with the Foundation, and the date we handed out to the world, the day that matched more properly the date of my marriage to Brian Smith. That was easy to do at the end of the 19th century, as in Missouri vital statistics were just beginning to be taken. Most records were still of the family Bible sort. The county clerk of Jackson County recorded births and deaths and marriages if offered to him, but nothing happened if such milestones were not reported. Nancy's birth was reported correctly to the Foundation, a report signed by me and by Brian, and certified by Dr. Rumsey. Then a month later Dr. Rumsey filed a birth certificate with the county clerk with the false date. Easy to do. Nancy was born at home. All my babies were born at home until the middle 30s, so there were no hospital records to confuse the issue. On January 8th I wrote the happy news, false date, to several people in Thebes, and sent an announcement to the Lisle County leader. Why such a silly hurrah to fuzz the date of birth of a baby? Because the customs of those times were cruel, harshly cruel. Mrs. Grundy would have counted on her fingers and whispered that we had to get married, to give our sinful bastard a name she shouldn't bear. Yes, it was all a part of the nastiness of the grim age of Bowdler, Comstock, and Grundy, the vultures that corrupted what could have been a civilization. Near the end of that century, single women openly gave birth to babies whose fathers might or might not be around, but this was not the behavior of a truly free culture. It was the other swing of the pendulum, and not easy for mother or child. The old rules were being broken, but no workable new code had as yet evolved. Our expedient kept everyone in Thebes County from knowing that sweet little Nancy was a bastard. Of course, Mother knew the date was false, but Mother was not in Thebes. She was in St. Louis with Grandpa and Grandma Pfeiffer, and Father had gone back into the army. I still don't know how to look at this. A girl should not pass judgment on her parents, and I shan't. The Spanish-American War had brought me closer to Mother. Her worry and grief made me decide that she really did love Father. They just kept it private from the children. Then, on the day of my wedding, while Mother was dressing me, she gave me that motherly advice that traditionally the bride's mother gives the bride to ensure matrimonial tranquility. Can you guess what she told me? Better sit down to hear this. She told me that I must be prepared to endure without resentment submission to my husband for family duties. It was the Lord's plan explained in Genesis, and was the price that women must pay for the privilege of having children, and if I would just look at it that way, I could submit cheerfully. But I must realize also that men have needs different from ours. You must expect to meet his needs. Don't think of it as animal or ugly. Just remember your dear children. I said, "Yes, Mother, I will remember." So what happened? Did Mother cut Father off, whereupon he went back into the army? Or did he tell her that he wanted to get out of that little town so deep in the gumbo mud and try a second career in the army? I don't know. I don't need to know. It's not my business. Father did go back into the army so quickly after my wedding that I feel sure he had it planned before then. His letters showed that he was in Tampa for a while, then Guantanamo in Cuba, then clear out in the Philippines, in Mindanao, where the Moslem Moros were killing more of our soldiers than the Spaniards had ever managed, and then he was in China. After the Boxer Rebellion, I thought my father was dead, for I did not hear for a long time. Then at last he was at the Presidio in San Francisco, and his letter from there referred to other letters I had never received. He left the army in 1912. He was 60 that year. Was he retired on age? I don't know. Father always told you what he wanted you to know. If you crowded him, he might treat you to some creative fiction, or he might tell you to go straight to hell. He came to Kansas City. Brian invited him to come live with us, but Father had already found himself a flat and settled into it before he let us know that he was in town, indeed before we knew that he had left the army. 5 years later he did move in with us because we needed him. In the 1900s, Kansas City was an exciting place. Despite 3 months in Chicago 10 years earlier, I was not used to a big city. When I went there as a bride, Kansas City had 150,000 people in it. There were electric streetcars, almost as many automobiles as horse-drawn vehicles, trolley wires and telephone wires and power wires everywhere. All of the main streets were paved, and more of the side streets were being paved each year. The park system was already famous worldwide and still not finished. The public library had unbelievable, nearly 500,000 volumes. Kansas City's convention hall was so big that the Democratic Party was scheduled to hold its 1900 presidential nominating convention in it. Then it burned down overnight, and its reconstruction was underway before the ashes were cold, and the Democrats nominated William Jennings Bryan in that hall just 90 days after it burned down. Meanwhile, the Republicans renominated President McKinley and, with him, Colonel Teddy Roosevelt, hero of San Juan Hill. I don't know for whom my husband voted, but it never seemed to displease him when someone would notice a resemblance between him and Teddy Roosevelt. I think Bryony would have told me had I asked, but in 1900 politics was not a woman's business, and I was doing my utter best to simulate publicly the perfect, modest housewife, interested only in Kirk, kitchen, and kids, as the Kaiser put it. Kirche, Kulche und Kinder. Then in September 1901, only 6 months into his second term, our president was murdered most vilely. and the dashing young war hero was precipitated into the highest office. There are timelines in which Mr. McKinley was not assassinated, and Colonel Roosevelt was never president, and his distant cousin was not nominated in 1932, which utterly changes the patterns of wars both in 1917 and 1941. Our Time Corps mathematicians deal with these matters, but the structural simulations are large even for the new computer complex combining Mycroft Holmes IV with Pallas Athene, and are quite beyond me. I'm a baby factory, a good cook, and I aim to be a panic in bed. It seems to me that the secret of happiness in life is to know what you are and then be content to be that, in style, head up and proud, and not yearn to be something else. Ambition can never change a sparrow into a hawk or a wren into a bird of paradise. I'm a Jenny Wren. It suits me. Pixel is a fine example of being what he is in style. His tail is always up, and he is always sure of himself. Today he brought me still another mouse, so I praised him and petted him, and kept the mouse until he left, then flushed it away. A midnight thought finally surfaced. These mice are the first proof anyone has had, I'm almost sure, that Pixel can take anything with him when he grasps a probability and walks through walls, if that describes what he does. Well, at least it labels it. What message can I send, and to whom, and how can I fasten it to him? In shifting from schoolgirl to housewife, I had to add to Maureen's private decalogue. One was, "Thou shalt always live within thy household allowance." Another I formulated earlier. "Thou shalt not let thy children see thee cry." And when it became clear that Brian would have to be away frequently, I added him in. "Never let him see me cry, and be sure to offer him a smiling face when he returns. Don't sour his return with fiddling details about how a pipe froze, or the grocer boy was rude, or see what that dad-ratted dog did to my pansy bed. Make him happy to come home, sorry to have to leave. Do let children welcome him, don't let them smother him. He wants a mother for his children, but he wants a willing and available concubine too. If you are not she, he will find one elsewhere. Another commandment, promises must be kept, especially ones made to children. So think 3 times before making one. In case of tiniest doubt, don't promise. Above all, don't say about punishments until your father comes home. Many of these rules did not yet apply when I had only one baby, and that one still in diapers, but I did think out most of my rules ahead of time, and then wrote them down in my private journal. Father had warned me that I had no moral sense, therefore it would be necessary to anticipate decisions I would have to make. I could not depend on that little voice of conscience to guide me on an ad hoc basis. I did not have that little voice. Therefore I would have to reason things out instead ahead of time, forming rules of conduct somewhat like the 10 Commandments, only more so, and without the glaring defects of an ancient tribal code intended only for barbaric herdsmen. But none of my rules were really difficult, and I had a wonderfully good time. I never tried to find out how much Bryony was paid whenever I had a baby. I did not want to know. It was more fun to believe that it was $1 million each time, paid in red gold ingots the color of my hair, each golden ingot too heavy for one man to lift. A king's favorite, lavished with jewels, is proud of her fallen state. It is the poor drab on the street, renting her body for pennies, who is ashamed of her trade. She is a failure, and she knows it. In my daydream I was a king's mistress, not a sad-faced mattress-back. But the foundation must have paid fairly well. Attend me. Our first house in Kansas City was close to minimum for respectable middle class. It was near the colored district. In 1899 this made it a cheap neighborhood, even though it was segregated for whites. Besides, it was on an east-west street and faced north, 2 more points against it. It was on a high terrace with a long flight of steps to climb. It was a 1-story frame house built in 1880, with its plumbing added as an afterthought. The bath opened directly off the kitchen. It had no dining room, no hallway, just 1 bedroom. It had no proper basement, just a dirt-floor cellar for the furnace and coal bin. It had no attic, just a low, unfinished space. But houses for rent that we could afford were scarce. Bryony had been lucky to find it. I had thought for a while that I was going to have my first baby in a boarding house. Bryony took me to see it before he closed the deal, a courtesy I appreciated, as married women could not sign contracts in those days. He did not have to consult me.
Think you could live here?
Could I? Running water, a flush toilet, a bathtub, a gas range, gas lamp fixtures, a furnace. Bryony, it's lovely. But can we afford it?
That's my problem, Mrs. S., not yours. The rent will be paid. In fact, you will pay it for me as my agent the first of every month. Our landlord, a gentleman named Ebenezer Scrooge—
Ebenezer Scrooge, indeed.
I think that was the name. But there was a streetcar going by. I may have misunderstood. Mr. Scrooge will collect in person the first of every month except Sundays, in which case he will collect on the Saturday preceding, not the Monday following. He was firm about that. And he wants cash, no checks. He was firm about that, too. Real cash, silver cartwheels, not banknotes.
Despite the house's many shortcomings, its rent was high. I gasped when Bryony told me, $12 a month. Oh, Bryony!
Get your feathers down, freckled one. We're going to be in it just 1 year. If you think you can stand it that long, you won't have to deal with dear Mr. Scrooge. His name is O'Hennessy, as I can tie it down for 12 months with a discount of 4 points. Does that mean anything to you?
I thought about it. Mortgage money is 6% today, so 3 points represents the average cost of hiring the money, since you are paying in advance and they don't own the money until they have earned it month by month. 1 point must be because Mr. O'Hennessy Scrooge won't have to make 12 trips here to collect his rent, so that comes to $138.24.
Flametop, you continue to amaze me.
But they really ought to give you another point for administrative overhead.
How is that?
For the bookkeeping they don't have to do because you are paying it all in a lump. That brings it down to $136.80. Offer him $135, Bryony, then settle for $136. My husband looked at me in astonishment.
To think I married you for your cooking. Look, I'll stay home and have the baby. You go do my job.
Mo, where did you learn that?
Thebes High School. Well, sort of. I worked a while on Father's accounts, then I found a textbook at home that my brother Edward had used, Commercial Arithmetic and Introduction to Bookkeeping. We had our school books in common. There were shelves of them in the back hallway, so I didn't take the course, but I read the book. But it's silly to talk about me doing your job. I don't know beans about mining. Besides, I don't want that long streetcar ride down to the West Bottoms.
I'm not sure I can have a baby either. I'll do that, sir. I'm looking forward to it. But I would like to ride downtown with you each morning as far as McGee Street.
You are more than welcome, madam. But why McGee Street?
Kansas City Business College. I want to spend the next few months, before I get too big, learning to use a typewriter and to take Pitman shorthand. Then if you ever become ill, dearest man, I could work in an office and support us. And if you ever go into business for yourself, I could do your office work. That would save you hiring a girl and maybe get us past that tight spot the books say every new business has.
Bryony said slowly, It was your cooking and one other talent. I remember clearly. Who would have guessed it?
Do you mean I may?
Better figure up what it will cost in tuition and car fare and lunch money.
I'll pack lunches for both of us.
Tomorrow, Mo, or the next day. Let's settle this house.
We took the house, although that skinflint held out for $138. We stayed in it 2 years, and another girl baby, Carol, then moved around the corner into Mersington and into a slightly larger house, same landlord, where I had my first boy, Brian Jr., in 1905, and learned what had become of the Howard bonuses. It was the spring of 1906, a Sunday in May. We often took a streetcar ride on Sundays to the far end of some line we had never explored before, our 2 little girls in their Sunday best, and Bryony and me taking turns holding Junior. But this time he had arranged to leave our 3 with the lady next door, Mrs. Allschlager, a dear friend who was correcting and extending my German. We walked up to 27th Street and caught the streetcar heading west. Bryony asked for transfers as usual, as on Sundays we might change anywhere, wind up anywhere. This day we rode only 10 blocks when Bryony pushed the button.
It's a lovely day. Let's walk the boulevard a while.
Suits. Brian handed me down. We crossed to the south side, headed south on the west side of Benton Boulevard. "Sweetheart, would you like to live in this neighborhood?" "I would like it very much, and I'm sure we will in 20 years or so. It's lovely." It truly was. Every house on a double lot, each house 10 or 12 rooms at least, each with its carriage drive and carriage house, barn to us country jakes, flower beds, stained glass fan lights over the doors, all the houses new or perfectly kept up, from the styles I guessed 1900. I seemed to recall building going on here the year we came to KC. 20 years in a pig's eye, my love. Don't be a pessimist. Let's pick out one and buy it. How about that one with the Saxon parked at the curb? Must I take the Saxon, too? I don't like that door that opens to the rear. A child could fall out. I prefer that phaeton with the matched blacks. We're not buying horses, just houses. But, Brian, we can't buy a house on Sunday. The contract would not be legal. We can my way. We can shake hands on it, then sign papers on Monday. Very well, sir. Bryony loved games. Whatever they were, I went along with them. He was a happy man, and he made me happy, in or out of bed. At the end of the block we crossed over to the east side and continued south. In front of the third house from the corner he stopped us. "Mo, I like the looks of this one. It feels like a happy house. Does it to you?" It looked much like the houses around it, big and comfortable and handsome and expensive. Not as inviting as the others, as it seemed to be unoccupied, no porch furniture, blinds drawn, but I agreed with my husband whenever possible, and it was no fault of the house that it was unoccupied, if it was. I'm sure it could be a happy house with the right people in it. Us, for instance. Us, for instance, I agreed. Brian started up the walk toward the house. I don't think there is anyone at home. Let's see if they left a door unlocked, or a window. Brian? Peace, woman. Willy-nilly I followed him up the walkway, with a feeling that Mrs. Grundy was staring at me from behind curtains all up and down the block, and learned later that she was. Brian tried the door. Locked. Well, let's fix that. He reached into his pocket, took out a key, unlocked the door, held it open for me. Breathless and frightened, I went in, then was slightly relieved when bare floors and echoes showed that it was empty. Brian, what is this? Don't tease me, please. I'm not teasing, Mo. If this house pleases you, it's my long-delayed wedding present from the groom to the bride. If it does not please you, I'll sell it. I broke one of my rules. I let him see me cry. Chapter 8. Seacoast Bohemia. Brian held me and patted my back, then said, "Stop that infernal blubbering. Can't stand a woman's tears. Makes me horny." I stopped crying and snuggled up close to him. Then my eyes widened. Goodness! A real Sunday special! Brian maintained that the only effect church had on him was to arouse his passion, because he never listened to the service. He just thought about Mother Eve, who, he says, has red hair. I did not need to tell him that church had a similar effect on me. Every Sunday after church, a special was likely to happen, once we got the children down for their naps. Now, my lady, don't you want to look around your house first? I wasn't suggesting anything, Bryony. I wouldn't dare do it here. Somebody might walk in. Nobody will. Didn't you notice that I bolted the front door? Maureen, I do believe that you didn't believe me when I said that I was giving this house to you. I took a deep breath, held it, let it out slowly. My husband, if you tell me that the sun rises in the west, I will believe you, but I may not understand, and this time I do not understand. Let me explain. I can't really give this house to you because it's already yours. You've paid for it, but as a legality, title still rests in me. Sometime this coming week we'll change that. Vest title in you. It is legal for a married woman to own real property in her own name in this state as long as the deed describes you as a married woman and I waive claim,
and even that last is no more than a precaution. Now as to how you bought it." "I bought it flat on my back, I did, ringing the cash register. The down payment was money Brian had saved while in the army, plus money from a third mortgage his parents had accepted from him. This let him make a sizable down payment, with a first mortgage at the usual 6%, and a second mortgage at 8.5%. The house was rented when he bought it. Brian kept the tenants, invested the rent to help pay off the mortgages. The Howard bonus for Nancy cleared that too-expensive second mortgage. Carol's birth paid off Brian's parents. The foundation's payment for Brian Jr. let Brian Sr. refinance the first mortgage down to the point where the rental income let him at last clear the property in May 1906, only 6.5 years after he had assumed this huge pyramid of debt. Bryony is a gambler. I told him so. "Not really," he answered, "as I was betting on you, darling, and you delivered, like clockwork. Oh, Brian Jr. was a little later than I expected, but the plan had some flexibility in it. While I had insisted on the privilege of paying off the first mortgage ahead of time, I didn't actually have to pay it earlier than June 1st, 1910. But you came through like the champion you are." A year ago he had discussed his projected program with his tenants. A date was agreed on. They had moved out quite amicably just the Friday past. "So it's yours, darling. I did not renew our lease this time. Hennessy O'Scrooge knows we are leaving. We can move out tomorrow and move in here if this house pleases you. Or shall we sell it?" "Don't talk about selling our house. Bryony, if this truly is your wedding present to me, then at last I can make my bride's present to you. Your kitten." He grinned. "Our kitten, you mean? Yes, I had figured that out." We had postponed getting a kitten because there were dogs on both sides of the little house on 26th, and one of them was a cat-killer. By moving around the corner we had not gotten away from that menace. Brian showed me around the place. It was a wonderful house. Upstairs a big bathroom and a smaller one, a little bathroom downstairs adjacent to a maid's room, 4 bedrooms and a sleeping porch, a living room, a parlor, a proper dining room with a built-in china closet and a plate rail, a gas log in the parlor in what could be a fireplace for logs if the gas log was removed, a wonderful big kitchen, a formal front staircase and a convenient back staircase leading from the kitchen privately. Oh, just everything and anything that a family with children could want, including a fenced backyard just right for children and pets, and for croquet and picnic dinners and a vegetable garden and a sand pile. I started to cry again. "Stop it," ordered Bryony. "This one is the master bedroom, unless you prefer another room." It was a fine, big, airy room with that sleeping porch off it. The house was empty and reasonably clean. I looked forward to scrubbing every inch, but some items not worth hauling away had been left here and there. "Bryony, that old porch swing out there has a pad on it. Would you please bring that pad in?" "If you wish. Why?" "Let's ring the cash register." "Right away, madam. Honey, I wondered how long it would take you to decide to baptize your new home." That pad didn't look too clean and wasn't very big, but I didn't care about trifles. It would keep my spine from being ground into the bare boards. As Bryony was fetching it in and placing it on the floor, I was getting out of the last of my clothes. He called out, "Hey, leave your stockings on." "Yes, sir. Right away, mister. Ain't you gonna buy a drink first, dearie?" Drunk with excitement, I took a deep breath and got down on my back. "What's your name, mister?" I said huskily. "Mine's Myrtle. I'm fertile." "I'll bet you are." Bryony finished getting out of his clothes, hung his coat on a hook behind the bathroom door, started to mount me. I reached for him. He stopped me, paused to kiss me. "Madam, I love you." "I love you, sir." "I'm pleased to hear it. Brace yourself." Then he said, Ease off a notch." I relaxed a little. "Better?" "Just dandy. You're wonderful, lady mine." "So are you, Bryony. Now, please." I started to peek almost at once. Then the skyrockets took off and I was screaming and just barely conscious when I felt him let go and I fainted. I'm not a fainter. But I did that time.
2 Sundays later I missed my period. The following February 1907, I had George Edward. Our next 10 years were idyllic. Our life may have looked dull and humdrum to other people, since all we did was live quietly in a house in a quiet neighborhood and raise children, and cats and guinea pigs and rabbits and snakes and goldfish and, once, silkworms on top of my piano, a project of Brian Jr. when he was in 4th grade. That required mulberry leaves, silkworms being fussy eaters. Brian Jr. made a deal with a neighbor who had a mulberry tree. Quite early, he displayed his father's talent for always finding a way to work out a deal to accomplish his ends, no matter how unlikely they seemed at first. A deal for mulberry leaves was big excitement, the way we lived those years. We had kindergarten Crayola pictures with stars on them posted in my kitchen, and tricycles on the back porch and roller skates beside them, and fingers that had to be kissed well and bandaged, and special projects to do at home and take to school, and lots of shoes to be shined to get our tribe ready for Sunday school on time, and noisy arguments over who got the button-hook next, until I got shoe button-hooks for each child and put names on them. All the while Maureen's belly waxed and waned like the round belly of the moon. George in 1907, Marie in 1909, Woodrow in 1912, Richard in 1914, and Ethel in 1916, which by no means ended it, but brings us up to the war that changed the world. But endless things happened before then, some of which I should mention. We moved from the church we had attended while we were tenants of Scrooge soon after we moved to our new neighborhood. In part we were upgrading in churches, just as we were upgrading in houses and neighborhoods. In the United States at that time, Protestant denominations were closely linked to economic and social status, although it was never polite to say so. At the top of the pyramid was High Church Episcopalian. At the bottom were several Pentecostal fundamentalist sects whose members piled up treasures in heaven because they were finding it impossible to pile up treasures on earth. We had been attending a middle-level church selected largely because it was close by. We would have moved eventually to a more prosperous boulevard church now that we had moved to a more prosperous neighborhood, but we moved when we did because Maureen got herself quasi-raped. My own silly fault. In any century, rape is the favorite sport of large numbers of men when they can get away with it, and any female under 90 and over 6 is at risk anywhere and at all times. Unless she knows how to avoid it and takes no chances, which is close to impossible. On second thought, forget that bracket of 6 and 90. There are crazies out there who will rape any female of any age. Rape is not intercourse, it is murderous aggression. On third thought, what happened to me was not even quasi-rape, as I knew better than to place myself unchaperoned in private with a preacher, yet I had gone ahead and done so, knowing quite well what would happen. Reverend Timberly, the slob, had managed to let me know when I was 14 that he felt that he could teach me a great deal about life and love, while patting my fanny in a fatherly way. I had complained to my father about it without quite naming him, and father's advice had enabled me to put a stop to it. But this Bible thumper, it was 6 weeks after we moved into our new house. I knew I was pregnant, and I was horny. Brian was away. I'm not complaining. Brian had to go where business took him, and this is true of endless trades and professions. The breadwinner must go where the bread is. This time he was in Denver. Then, when I had expected him home, he sent me a telegram, night letter, telling me that he must go to Montana, just 3 or 4 days, a week at the most. Love, Brian. Spit, dirty drawers, garbage. But I kept my smile because Nancy was watching me, and at 6 she was hard to fool. I read her a revised version, then put the typed sheet where she could not get at it. She had taught herself to read. At 3 that afternoon, bathed, dressed, and wearing no drawers, I tapped at the door of the study of the Reverend Dr. Ezekiel Bible-thumper. My usual baby watcher was with my 3, with written instructions including where I was going and the home system telephone number of the pastor's study. The Reverend Doctor and I had been doing a silent and inconspicuous barnyard dance ever since he had been called to that pulpit 3 years earlier. I didn't like him all that much, but I was acutely aware of him and his deep organ-like voice and clean masculine odor. It is too bad that he didn't have bad breath or smelly feet or something like that to put me off. But physically I could not fault him. good teeth, sweet breath, bathed and shampooed regularly. My excuse for going to his study was that I needed to confer with him because I was chairman of the Ladies' Auxiliary Committee for the forthcoming whoop-de-doo, I don't remember what. But 20th-century Protestant churches were always preparing for the next whoop-de-doo. Yes, I do remember, a city-wide revival. Billy Sunday, I think he was the one, a ball-player and reformed drunkard who had found Jesus in a big way. Dr. Zeke let me in. We looked at each other, and we both knew. We didn't need to say anything. He put his arms around me. I turned my face up. He put his mouth to mine, and my mouth came open as my eyes closed. In scant seconds after he answered his door, he had me down on the couch back of his desk, my skirts up, and he was trying to couple with me. I reached down and took hold of him and got him aimed properly. He had been about to make his own hole. Big, with a lost feeling of, Bryony is not going to like this. I took him. He had no finesse. He just romped on home. But I was so excited that I was teetering on the edge and ready to explode when I felt him spend. Just as someone knocked at his study door, and he pulled out of me. The bleeping affair had lasted under a minute, and my orgasm had shut down like a frozen pipe. But all was not lost, or should not have been. Once that jackrabbit jumped off me, I simply stood up and was immediately presentable. In 1906, skirts came down to the ankles, and I had picked a dress that would stand up under crushing. I had left my drawers off not alone for his convenience and mine, but because, if you are not wearing drawers and encounter an emergency, you don't have to scramble to put them on. As for Dr. Zeke, the stupid geek, all he needed to do before he answered that door was to button his pants, which he had to do anyhow. We could have brazened it out. We could have looked them in the eye, refused to look guilty, invited them into our conference. But what he did was grab my arm, shove me into his coat closet, and turn the key on me. I stood in there in the dark for 2 solid hours that seemed like 2 years. I kept my sanity by thinking up painful ways to kill him. Hoisting him by his own petard was the simplest. Some of the others are too nasty to think about. Finally, he unlocked that door, looked at me, and whispered hoarsely, "They're gone now. Let's slip you out the back door." I didn't spit in his face. I said, "No, Doctor, we will now have our conference. Then you will escort me out the front door of the church, and you will stand there chatting with me until several people have seen us." "No, no, Mrs. Smith, I think—" "You didn't think. Doctor, the only alternative is for me to run screaming out of here shouting rape, and what a police matron will find inside me that you left there will prove rape to a jury." When Brian got home, I told him about it. I had considered keeping it to myself. But we had reached a friendly agreement 3 years earlier concerning how and when we each could adulterate our marriage without offending or damaging the other, so I decided to make a clean breast of it and accept a spanking if he thought I rated it. I thought I did rate a spanking, and if it was a truly hard spanking, that would be an excuse to cry, and that would probably wind up wonderfully. So I wasn't too worried. But I did want to confess and be shrived. That friendly agreement for prudent adultery, we had resolved to operate together whenever possible, and always to help each other, cover up for each other, and help the other make the kill. The discussion had come about through Dr. Rumsey's confirming that I was pregnant again with Brian Jr., and I was feeling especially sentimental. That, plus an incitement, we had received a pianissimo, mixed doubles invitation from a couple we liked. I started in by telling Bryony solemnly that I intended to be utterly faithful to him. I had been faithful for 4 years, and now that I knew that I could be, I would be till death do us part. He had answered, "Look, stupid, you're sweet but not smart. You started in at 14. Almost 15. Short of 15. You told me that 12 other men and boys had sampled your sweetness, but you wanted to know if I thought that the candidates on your Howard list need be counted. Then you revised the tally, telling me that a couple of minor incidents had slipped your mind. You also told me that you had learned to enjoy it almost at once, but you wanted me to know that I was the best. Swivel hips, do you really think that it changed you and your happy-loving ways forever just because that bonehead preacher said some magic words over you? Truth will out. The leopard does not change his spots, and the day inevitably comes. When it does, I want you to enjoy it, but to stay out of trouble.
for your sake, for my sake, and especially for our children's sake. But I do not expect you to be what society calls faithful, forever amen. I do expect you not to get pregnant, not to catch some filthy disease, not to cause a scandal, not to shame me or yourself, not to risk the welfare of our children. Mostly that means using common sense and always pulling down the shades." I gulped. "Yes, sir." "Now, my love, if it is true, as you assert, that Hal Andrews causes your gizzard to throb, but that you are avoiding the temptation on my account, then be assured that your forbearance gains you no stars in your crown. We both know Hal. He's a gentleman, and he keeps his nails clean. He's polite to his wife. If you don't mean business, quit flirting with him, but if you do want him, go get him. Don't mind me, I'll be busy. Jane is as delectable a piece as I've seen in a long time. I've hankered to bisect her angle from the day we met them." "Bryony, is that true? You never showed it. Why didn't you tell me?" "And give you a chance to go female and jealous and possessive. Sweetheart, I've had to wait until you admitted it out loud, with no coaxing or coaching from me, that you were feeling a deep curiosity about another man, with the suggestion that perhaps I might feel the same way about his wife. It turns out that I do. So call Jane and accept their dinner invitation. We'll see what develops."
"But what if it turns out that you like Jane more than you like me?"
"Impossible. I love you, my lady."
"I mean what she's sitting on, how she makes love."
"Possible, but unlikely. If I did, I would not stop loving you or lose interest in what you are sitting on. It's special. But that doesn't mean I don't want to try Jane. She smells good." He licked his lips and grinned.
He did, and she did, and we four did, and they remained our loving friends for years, although they moved to St. Joe 2 years later when he got a better offer from the school board there. That put them too far away for quiet family orgies mostly. Over the course of time, Brian and I worked out detailed rules about how to handle sex, all of them intended to avoid the hazards while leaving both of us free to sin, not carelessly but prudently, so that we could always look Mrs. Grundy in the eye and tell her to peddle her papers elsewhere. Brian made no concessions whatever to the prevalent belief that sex was in some way innately sinful. He was utterly contemptuous of popular opinion. "If 1,000 men believe something and I believe otherwise, then it's 1,000 to 1 that they are wrong. Maureen, I support us by having contrary opinions." When I told Bryony about being locked in that closet, he sat up in bed. "That bastard! Mo, I'm going to break both his arms." "Then you had better break mine, too, as I went there intending to do it. I did it. The rest derived from that bald, inexcusable fact. I took a risk I should not have taken, my fault at least as much as his." Yes, but that's not the point. Sweetheart, I'm not faulting him for screwing you. Any man not castrated will screw you if he has a clear chance at you. So your only protection is not to give him that chance if you don't want him to take it. What I'm angry about is his shoving my poor baby into a closet, into the dark, locking her in, frightening her. I'll kill him slowly. God damn him. I'll nut him first. I'll take his scalp and cut off his ears. Bryony,
I'll drive a stake— What, dear?
I've been a bad girl, I know, but I got away with it cold. I didn't get pregnant because I am pregnant. No disease, or I don't think so. I'm almost certain nobody twigged, no scandal. I would like to watch you do all those things to him. I despise him. But if you hurt him even a little bit, even punch his nose, it's no longer a secret. And that could hurt our children, couldn't it? Bryony conceded the pragmatic necessity. I wanted us to leave that church. Bryony agreed. But not right away, love. I'll be home for the next 6 weeks at least. We'll go to church together. We got there early and sat down front, facing the pulpit. Bryony caught Dr. Zeke's eye and held it all through the sermon, Sunday after Sunday. Dr. Zeke had a nervous breakdown and had to take a leave of absence. Bryony and I did not work out all our rules for sex and love and marriage too easily. We were trying to do 2 things at once: create a whole new system of just conduct in marriage, a code that any civilized society would have taught us as children, and create simultaneously an arbitrary and utterly pragmatic set of rules for public conduct to protect us from the Bible-Belt arbiters of morals and conduct. We were not missionaries trying to convert Mrs. Grundy to our way of thinking. We simply wanted to hold up a mask so that she would never suspect that we did not agree with her way of thinking. In a society in which it is a mortal offense to be different from your neighbors, your only escape is never to let them find out. Slowly over the years we learned that many Howard families had been forced to face up to the fact that the Howard Foundation program simply did not fit the Midwestern Bible Belt, yet the majority of Howard candidates came from the Middle West. Eventually, these conflicts and contradictions resulted in most Howards either dropping out of organized religion or paying it lip service as Brian and I did until we left Kansas City in the late 30s and quit pretending. So far as I know, there are no organized religions in Boondock or anywhere on Tellus Tertius. Question: is this an inevitable evolutionary development as mankind approaches true civilization? Or is that wishful thinking? Or did I die in 1982? Boondock is so utterly unlike Kansas City that I have trouble believing that they are in the same universe. Now that I am locked up incommunicado in what appears to be a madhouse run by its inmates, it is easy to believe that a traffic accident that hit an old woman in 1982 was fatal, and that these dreams of weirdly different worlds are merely delirium of dying. Am I heavily sedated, and on IC life support in some Albuquerque hospital while they decide whether or not to pull the plug? Are they waiting to hear from Woodrow for authorization? As I recall, I listed him as next of kin in my wallet. Are Lazarus Long and Boondock a senile fantasy? Must ask Pixel next time he visits me. His English is scarce, but I've no one else to ask. One fine thing we did even before we got our new house furnished. We got the rest of our books out of storage. In the cracker box we had been living in we had had room for only a couple of dozen volumes, and that precious few only by storing them on the top shelf in the kitchen, a spot I could reach only by standing on a stool, something I did not risk when I was big with child. Once I waited 3 days for Brian to come home from Galena, intending to ask him to reach down for me my golden treasury. I could see it, couldn't reach it. Then when he did get home, I forgot it. I had 2 boxes of books in storage. Brian had more than that, and I had inherited case after case of my father's books. He had written to me when he went back into the army to tell me that he had had them packed and shipped to Kansas City storage and warehousing, receipts enclosed. His bank was instructed to keep the storage paid up, but if I wanted to give them a home, that would please him. Perhaps some day he might ask for some of them back, but in the meantime treat them as my own. Books are meant to be read and loved, not stored. So we got our printed friends out of bondage and into the light and air, although we had no bookcases as yet. Bryony got boards and bricks and set up temporary shelves, and I learned what my husband liked better than sex. Books. Almost any books, but what hooked him that weekend were Professor Huxley's essays, which I hardly noticed because I had my hands on Father's Mark Twain collection, Mr. Clemens's books, for the first time since May 1898. Everything of his up to that date, mostly first editions, and 4 of them signed by Mr. Clemens and by Mark Twain, signed on that great night in January 1898 when I fought to stay awake in order not to miss any of Mr. Clemens's words. For perhaps 2 hours Brian and I took turns touching the other one's elbow and saying, "Listen to this," then reading aloud. It turned out that Brian had never read the 1,000,000-pound banknote, or the facts concerning the recent carnival of crime in Connecticut. I was astonished. "Dear, I love you, but why did they let you graduate?" "I don't know. The war, probably." "Well, I'll just have to tutor you. We'll start with the Connecticut Yankee." "I've read it. What's that fat one?" "That's not Mark Twain. That's one of Father's medical books." I handed it to him, returned to The Prince and the Pauper. A couple of moments later I looked up when Bryony said, "Hey, this plate is not correct." I answered, "Yes, I know, as I know what plate you are looking at. Father says that any layman who gets his hands on that book invariably looks at that plate first. Shall I take off my drawers so that you can check it?"
"Quit trying to divert me, wench. I have an excellent memory."
He thumbed on through. Fascinating. One could study these plates for hours. "I know. I have."
Amazing how much machinery can be packed into one set of skin.
He went on thumbing through, then got hooked by a work on obstetrics, shuddered at parts of that one. Brian was a good jackleg midwife, but he didn't like blood. Put it aside and picked up another one.
Whee!
What is it this time, dear? Oh, what every young girl should know. He had picked up the Forberg etchings, Figuris Winoris. I was startled, too, the first time I opened it.
That's not its name. Here's the title page, Figures of Venus.
Joke, dear. Father's joke. He had me study it as a sex instruction manual, then we discussed each picture and he answered any questions I asked. Lots of questions, that is. He said that Mr. Forberg's pictures were anatomically correct, which is more than we can say about that censored plate you complained about. Father said that these pictures should be used in school because they were far superior to the behind-the-barn cartoons or photographs that were the only thing most young people get to look at, until they were confronted by the real thing and were frightened and sometimes hurt. I sighed. Father says that this so-called civilization is sick throughout, but nowhere more so than about sex, every aspect of sex.
Your father is dead right, I think. But, Maureen, do I understand that Dr. Johnson gave this to you as an instruction manual? My revered father-in-law endorsed everything in these pictures? Everything?
Oh, heavens, no. Just most of them. But in general, Father says that anything two or more people want to do is all right as long as it does no physical harm. He felt that the words moral and immoral were ridiculous when applied to sexual relations. Right and wrong were the correct words, used exactly as they would be used in any other human relation.
Mon beau-père a raison, and my wife is a smart cookie, too.
I had tutoring by a wise man all my life, until he turned me over to you. At least I think my father is wise. Here, let me sit beside you, and I'll point out what he approved of, what he didn't. I moved across beside him. He put his arm around me, and I held the book on his lap. The title page. Note the date, 1824, but the pictures are mostly classic Greece and Rome, except one in Egypt. Father said that despite that date, less than 100 years back, these pictures match murals in whorehouses in Pompeii, except that these are artistically much superior to the Pompeii paintings.
Dr. Johnson has been to Pompeii?
No. Well, I don't think he has. With Father it is sometimes hard to be sure. He did tell me that he had seen photographs of Pompeii murals in Chicago, at Northwestern or in some museum.
But how did he get these pictures? I hate to tell you, my sweet innocent, but I'm certain that these pictures would get us a long rest at federal expense, under the Comstock Act, if we were caught with them.
If we were caught. Caught is the important word. Father urged me to know the law as thoroughly as possible, so as not to get caught when I broke one. Father never felt that any law applied to him, other than in that sense.
I think it is clear that your father is a subversive character, a bad influence, a wicked old man, and I admire him without limit and hope to grow up like him.
I love him all to pieces, mon homme. He could have had my maidenhead just by lifting his eyebrow. He wouldn't take it.
I know that, beloved. I've known it since I first met you.
Yes, I'm a woman scorned, and some day he'll pay, but I want to take his advice about the law. Bryony, do you suppose I could attend classes at the Kansas City School of Law if I could squeeze the tuition out of my household allowance?
Perhaps, but you won't have to squeeze it out of your housekeeping money. Any schooling you want we now can afford. But never mind such trivial matters, we're talking about sex. SEX, the stuff that makes the world go around. Next picture, please.
Yes, sir. Missionary style, approved even by priests. The next picture is almost as widely accepted, although perhaps Mrs. Grundy never gets on top. This next one is certainly not used by Mrs. Grundy, although by everybody else, says Father. But he noted that a gentleman in coupling with a lady from behind and standing up will reach under and find her buttons so that she is ensured a good time too. Now the next. Oh, Briny, some day when we can afford it, I want a bed just the right height, so that you can put me on it in that position, on my back, legs up, just the right height so that you can stand up and enter me without crouching. I like that position, so do you, but the last time we used it you got cramps in your legs and were trembling toward the last, you got so tired. Darling, I want you to enjoy it as much as I do. Loads, that is. Lady, you're a gentleman. Why, thank you, sir, if that is not a jest. No jest. Most ladies are not gentlemen. They will pull stunts that would get a man 10 days in the stocks, and walk on with their noses in the air. But not my Mo. With you, fair is fair, and you don't expect to get by on your sex. Ah, but I do. By ringing the cash register. Don't confuse me with logic. You treat everyone decently, that's all, even your poor old husband. Yes, I'll build you that bed. Not only the right height, but one guaranteed not to squeak. I'll get busy on the design. Mo, how would you like a really big bed? Say one that would hold you and me and Hal and Jane, or playmates of your choice, all at once. Goodness, what a thought! I hear that Annie Chambers has a bed like that. But I'll design a better one. Mo, where did you hear of K.C.'s top madam? At a Ladies' Aid meeting. Mrs. Bunch was deploring the open immorality of this city. I kept my ears open and my mouth closed. Darling, I'll love that bed when it's built. And in the meantime I'll be happy with any reasonably level place or even a pile of coal if Briny puts me on it. Go along with you. Next picture. Then quit teasing my right nipple. Young man masturbating, his daydreams in the background. Father strongly approved of masturbation. He said that all the stories about it were nonsense. He urged me to masturbate all I want to, and whenever I want to, all my life, and to be no more ashamed of it than I am of peeing. Just close the door as I do when peeing. They told me that it would make me go blind. But it didn't. Next. He's an irrumator and she is a philatrix, and that's Vesuvius in the background, only Father says that those names are silly. It's just two youngsters discovering that sex can be fun. He pointed out that not only is it fun for both of them, but also there is a major advantage. If she discovers that it smells bad, she can suddenly remember that it's bedtime. Good night, Bill, and no, I can't see you next Saturday. Don't come back at all. I'm entering a nunnery. Briny, I've done that. Tossed a boy out because I didn't like the way his penis smelled. One was a Howard candidate. Phew! Father told me that a penis that smelled bad was not necessarily diseased, but that was the way to bet. And in any case, if it wasn't sweet enough to kiss, it wasn't sweet enough to put inside me. I moved on to the next one. Same situation. Comme si instead of comme ça. Cunnilingus. Another silly word, says Father. It's just a kiss. The sweetest kiss of all, unless you combine this one with the one we just looked at to make a 69, 69, although there is much to be said for taking the two sorts of kisses one at a time and concentrating. I turned the page. Uh-oh, here's one that Father did not care for. Me too. I prefer girls. Yes, but you can do it to a woman too. Father said that someday some man was going to want to do that to me, and that I should think about it ahead of time and be prepared to cope with it. He said that it was not immoral or wrong, but that it was dirty and physically risky. This was in 1906, long before age showed that buggery could be a special and deadly hazard. But that if I got curious and just had to try it, make him use a sheath and get him to be ultra-slow and extra gentle, or I would wind up buying fur coats for proctologists' wives. Seems likely. Next, please. Beloved. Yes, Mo. If you want to do that to me, I'm willing. I'm not in the least afraid that you would hurt me. Thank you. You're a silly little wench, but I love you. I'm not yet tired of your other hole. Next picture, please. There are people queued up for the second show. Yes, sir. I think this one is meant to be funny. Husband surprises wife playing happy games with the housewife next door. Look at the expression on his face. Briny, I had never suspected that a woman could be so much fun until that time Jane made a grab for me. She's real cuddly. Or anything. Yes, I know. Or anything. So is Hal. Or anything. Well, I must have slept through something. This next one, Briny, I can't see why women would use dildos when there are so many live, warm ones around attached to men. Do you?
They don't all have your opportunities, my love, or your talents.
Thank you, sir. I moved on. Cunnilingus again, but 2 women. Briny, why are mermaids used as a symbol of Lesbos?
I don't know. What did your father say?
Just what you did. Oh, this next one does show something father disapproves of. He says that anyone who mixes whips and chains, or either, with sex, is crazy as a pet coon and should be kept away from healthy people. The next one is nothing special, just a different position, one that we've tried. Fun for variety, I think, but not for every day. And now, oh, this one father called the Hytera's examination, or 3 ways for $1. Do you think Annie Chambers's girls are examined this way? I hear that they are top quality this side of Chicago, maybe New York.
Look, my sweet, I know nothing of Madam Chambers or her girls. I can't support both you and Annie Chambers, not even with the help of the foundation. So I don't patronize brothels.
What do you do in Denver, Briny? Cancel that. Under our agreement, I'm not supposed to ask.
That wasn't in the agreement. Of course you can ask. You tell me your bedtime stories, and I'll tell you mine. Then we'll play doctor. Denver. I'm glad you asked that. In Denver I met this young fat boy,
Briny,
who has the most gorgeous big sister, a grass widow a little younger than you are, with long, slender legs, natural blonde, honey-colored hair down to her waist, a sweet disposition, and big, firm tits. I asked her, "How about it?" Briny stopped.
Well, go on. What did she say?
She said no. Hon, in Denver I'm usually too tired for anything more adventurous than Mother Thumb and her 4 daughters. They are faithful to me in their own fashion, and they don't expect me to take them out to dinner and a show first.
Oh, piffle. What is the blonde's name?
What blonde?
I've just figured out how to get a message out via pixel. So if you will excuse me, I'll get it ready at once so that I will have it ready the next time he shows up. Chapter 9. Dollars and Cents. Where is that damned cat? No, cancel that. Pixel, Mama Maureen didn't mean that. She's just worried and upset. Pixel is a good boy, a fine boy. Everybody knows that. But damn it, where are you when I need you? As soon as we were settled into our new home, we shopped for Briny's kitten, but not in pet shops. I'm not sure that there was such a thing as a pet shop in KC in 1906. I don't recall ever having seen one that far back, and I do remember that we bought goldfish at Woolworth's or at Kresge's, not at a pet shop. Special items for cats, such as flea powder, we bought at the Dog and Cat Hospital at 31st and Main, but finding a kitten required asking the wind. First I got permission to put a notice on the bulletin board at Nancy's school. Then I told our grocer that we were looking for a kitten, and left the same word with our huckster, a greengrocer who stopped his wagon in our block every weekday morning to offer fresh fruits and vegetables. The Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company peddled its wares the same way, but its sales wagon called only once a week since it carried only tea and coffee, sugar and spices, but that meant it covered a larger area with more customers and therefore greater chances of finding kittens. So I gave their driver our telephone number, Home, Linwood, 446, and asked him to call me if he heard of a litter of kittens, and then, having asked a favor, I bought his special for the week, 25 pounds of sugar for $1. A mistake. He insisted on carrying it in for me, asserting that 25 pounds was much too heavy for a lady, and I learned that what he really wanted was to get me alone. I evaded his hands by picking up Brian Jr., a tactic Mrs. Olschlager had taught me when Nancy was tiny. It works best with a small and very wet baby, but any child small enough to pick up will throw a hopeful male off his stride and cool him down. Oh, it won't stop a crazy rapist, but most deliverymen, and plumbers, repairmen, etc., are not rapists. They are simply ordinary ruddy males who will go for it if offered. The problem is simply to turn him down firmly but gently, without causing him to lose face. Picking up a child does this. It was bad judgment also because a whole $1 was too much of my household budget to tie up in sugar, and worse, I did not have ant-proof storage for that much sugar, So I wound up spending another 60 cents on a sugar safe as big as my flour bin, which left me so short on cash a week later that I served fried mush for supper when my plan ahead called for ground beef patties. It was almost the end of the month, so it was serve mush or ask Bryony for an advance, which I would not do. With fried mush, I served 2 strips of bacon to Brian and 1 to me, and 1 strip fried crisp and crumbled, divided for Carol and Nancy. Brian Jr. still regarded cream of wheat as a gourmet dish, so he got that plus what milk I had left in my breasts. Fresh dandelion greens helped to fill out the menu, and their butter-yellow blooms I floated in a shallow dish as a centerpiece. Can anyone tell me why such pretty flowers are considered weeds? It was a skimpy supper, but I ended it with a substantial dessert I could make with what I had on hand, plus 2 cooking apples picked up cheap that morning from my huckster, apple dumplings with hard sauce. Hard sauce should be made with confectioner's sugar, but Aunt Carol had taught me how to crush and keep on crushing granulated sugar using a big spoon and a bowl to achieve a fair imitation of powdered sugar. I had enough butter on hand and vanilla extract, and I used 1 teaspoon of cooking brandy, also on hand. Aunt Carol had given it to me on my wedding day. It was now half gone. I tasted it once. Horrible. But a smidgen of it at the right time and place certainly enhanced the flavor of food. Brian made no comment on fried mush, but complimented me on the dumplings. On the 1st of the month following, he said, "Mo, the papers say that food prices are up even though the farmers are squawking, and I'm certain that this bigger house is costing you more to run, if only in electricity, gas, and sapolio. How much more each month do you need?" "Sir, I'm not asking for more money. We'll get by." "I'm sure we will, but the hot weather will be with us next month. I don't want you paying the iceman the way some housewives do. Let's raise your allowance by $5. "Oh, I don't need that much." "My lady, let's do raise it that much and see how it works out. If you have money left over at the end of the month, tuck it away. At the end of the year you can buy me a yacht." "Yes, sir. What color?" "Surprise me." I managed to add pennies and nickels and dimes to that egg money over the months by never using a charge account even with my grocer, which was just as well, as Brian was in business for himself sooner than he had anticipated. His employer, Mr. Phones, had made him a junior associate after 2 years, then assistant manager in 1904. 6 months after we moved into our wonderful new house, Mr. Phones decided to retire and offered Brian a chance to buy him out. It was one of the few times I have seen my husband in a quandary. He usually made decisions quickly with the icy calm of a riverboat gambler. This time he seemed bemused, sugaring his coffee twice, then forgetting to drink it. At last he said, "Maureen, I'm going to have to consult you on a business matter." "But, Brian, I don't know anything about business." "Listen to me, my love. Ordinarily I will not bother you about business. Deus volunt. I will not need to do so again. But this affects you and our 3 children, and the one that has caused you to get out your fat clothes again." He told me in detail what Mr. Phones had offered. I thought hard about it, then said, "Brian, under this agreement you are to pay this drawing account, you called it, to Mr. Phones each month?" "Yes. If the business makes more profit than the average of the last few years, his share increases." "Suppose it makes less. His share goes down?" "Not below that drawing account figure." "Even if the business loses money?" "Even if it loses money. Yes, that's part of the proposal." "Bryony, just what is it he is selling you? You are will be contracting, if you accept, to support him indefinitely." "No, just 12 years. His life expectancy." "If he dies, it ends?" Does he know about my great-aunt Borgia?" "No, it doesn't end if he dies, so get that gleam out of your eye. If he dies, it goes to his estate." "All right, 12 years. You support him for 12 years. What do you get out of it?" "Well, I receive a going business, its files, its records, and principally its goodwill. I'll have the right to use the name Phones and Smith Mining Consultants." He stopped. "What else?" I asked. "The office furniture and the lease. You've seen the office." Yes, I had. Down in the West Bottoms, across from International Harvester, in the spring flood of 1903, when the Missouri River again failed to turn that corner and tried to run up the Kaw almost to Lawrence, Briney had to go to work in a rowboat. I had wondered then why a mining company would be down there. No mining in the West Bottoms, just black mud clear down to China, and the heavy stink of the stockyards. Brian, why are the offices there? Cheap rent. It would cost us 4 times as much to get the same space on Walnut or Main, even clear out at 15th. I take over the lease, of course. I thought about it hard for several minutes. Sir, how much of the firm's traveling has Mr. Phones been doing? Originally, or recently. When I first went to work for him, both he and Mr. Davis made field trips. I stayed in the office. Then he broke me in on what he expected from a survey. That was before Mr. Davis retired. Then— Excuse me, sir. I mean, how much traveling has Mr. Phones done this past year? Mr. Phones has not made a field survey for more than 2 years. He's made a couple of money trips. 2 to St. Louis, 1 to Chicago. While you made all the muddy boots trips? You could call it that. That's what you call it, Briney. Dear, you do want to go into business for yourself, don't you? You know that I do. This is just sooner than I had thought I could manage it. Are you seriously asking me to say what I think you should do, or are you just using me as a sounding board to get your thoughts straight? He gave me his endearing grin. Maybe some of both. I'll make the decision, but I do want you to tell me what to do, just as if it were entirely up to you. Very well, sir, but I need more information. I have never known the amount of your salary, and I don't want to know now. It's not fitting for a wife to ask. But tell me this, is that drawing account figure more or less than your salary? More. Quite a bit more, even with the bonuses I have received on some deals. I see. All right, Briney, I'll express my advice in the imperative. Refuse his offer. Go down tomorrow morning and tell him so. At the same time, hit him for a raise. Ask him— No, tell him that you expect a salary equal to that drawing account he was proposing to siphon out of the business. Briney looked startled, then laughed. He'll have a stroke. Perhaps, perhaps not, but he is certain to be angry. Count on that and be braced for it. Don't let him get you even the least bit angry. Just tell him calmly that fair is fair. For the last 2 years you have been doing all the hard and dirty work. If the business can afford to pay Mr. Phones that big a drawing account for not working at all, it can certainly pay you the same amount for working very hard indeed. True? Well, yes. Mr. Phones won't like it. I don't expect him to like it. He's trying to hornswoggle you. He's certain not to like it when the same swindle is offered to him. Briney, that's a touchstone for a fair deal that my father taught me. Does it feel like a fair deal if it's turned the other way around, mirror image? Point this out to him. All right. When he comes down off the ceiling. Mo, he won't pay me that much. Wouldn't it be better for me to resign? Truly, Briney, I don't think so. If you simply quit, he will make loud squawks about your disloyalty, how he took you on as a youngster with no experience and taught you the trade. There's some truth in that. Before he hired me, I had had practical experience underground in lead and zinc and in coal through working summers while I was going to school, but no experience with precious metals, just book learning. So I've learned quite a lot while working for him. Which is why you must not resign. Instead, you are simply asking to be paid what you are worth, what the proposition he offered you shouts aloud that you are worth. Fair is fair. He can go ahead and retire and pay you that amount to run the business while he enjoys the net profit himself. He'll give birth to a porcupine. Breach presentation. No, he'll fire you. Oh, he may possibly offer you a counter-proposal. It may take a while, but he will fire you. Briney, would it suit you to stop on your way home at Wyandotte Office Supply and buy a second-hand Oliver typewriter? Pretty please? No, best to rent one for a month with privilege of applying rent on purchase. I should try it out before we tie up so much money. In the meantime, we'll design some stationery. Bryan Smith Associates, I think. Mining consultants. No, business consultants. mining properties, farms and ranches, mineral rights, petroleum rights, water rights. Hey, I don't know all those things. You will. I patted my tummy. 3 months from now, this little boiled pig will ring the cash register for us. I thought about the double eagle Father had slipped into my purse on our wedding day. I had never spent it. I was fairly sure Bryony did not know that I had it. Father's formal wedding present to us had been a check that had gone into furniture for that little cracker box we had first lived in. Dear, I guarantee to keep us fed until you can report this baby to Judge Sperling. Then the Foundation's payment for this baby ought to keep us going for a while, and you and I can try to ring the cash register a 5th time before the cash from number 4 runs out. I went on, if the business isn't making money by then, it might be time for you to look for a job. But I'm betting that from now on you will always be your own boss, and that we will wind up rich. I have confidence in you, sir. That's why I married you. Really? I thought there was another reason. That wee bit of proud flesh. There's that, I admit. A contributing factor. But don't change the subject. You've given Mr. Phones more than 6 hard-working years, much of your time away from home, and now he wants to indenture you, make you his bound boy for a pittance. He's trying to milk you like a cow. Let him know that you know it, and that you won't let him get away with it. My husband nodded soberly. I won't let him. Beloved, I knew what he was trying to do, but I had to think of you and our children. You do. You will. You always have. Brian came home early the next day, carrying a battered Oliver typewriter. He put it down and kissed me. Madam, I have joined the ranks of the unemployed. Really? Oh, goody. I am an ungrateful wretch. I am no better than a wobbly, and I probably am one. He has treated me like his own son, his own flesh and blood, and now I do this to him. Smith, get out of here. Leave these premises. I don't want to see your face again. Don't you dare take even a piece of paper out of this office. You are through as a mining consultant. I'm going to let the whole mining community know how thoroughly unreliable, completely undependable, utterly ungrateful you are. Doesn't he owe you some salary? Salary and 2 weeks' notice and earned participation in that Silver Plume Colorado deal. I declined to budge until he paid up. He did reluctantly, with more comments on my character. Bryony sighed. Mo, it upset me to listen to what he said. But I feel relieved, too. Free for the first time in more than 6 years. Let me draw you a tub, then dinner in your robe and then to bed. Poor Bryony. I love you, sir. My sewing room became an office, and we installed a Bell telephone in addition to our home instrument, and put the 2 side by side near my typewriter. Our letterhead carried both numbers and a post office box number. I kept a baby bed in there and a couch I used for quick naps. Mr. Phones's animosity did not seem to hurt us, and it may have helped simply by emphasizing that Brian was no longer working for Davis and Phones, a fact Brian advertised in all the trade journals. My first job with the typewriter was to write to about 150 people and or firms, announcing that Brian Smith Associates was now in business, and announcing a new policy. The idea is, Mo, that I am betting on my own judgment. I'll confer with anyone. First visit free here in Kansas City. If I travel, it's my railroad ticket, $2 a night for a hotel room, $3 a day for food, costs such as livery stable rents as required by the survey, plus per diem consulting fee, all in advance. In advance because I saw while working for Mr. Phones how nearly impossible it is to get a client to pay for a dead horse. Phones did it by refusing to budge until he had a retainer in hand equal to his projected expenses, applied overhead, and expected minimum profit. More if he could squeeze it out. It's on that per diem that I'll differ in my methods from Davis and Phones. I will use a formal signed contract with 2 options. The client to make his choice ahead of time, $40 a day. What? But Bryony had spoken seriously. Mr. Phones charged a client that much for my services. My dear, there are plenty of lawyers who get paid that much per diem for nice clean work in a warm courtroom. I want to be paid at that rate for trudging and sloshing, and sometimes crawling through mines that are always cold and usually wet.
For that price they'll get my best professional judgment as to how much it will cost to work that mine, including capital investment required before they ship their first ton of ore, and my best guess, based on assays, geology, and other factors, as to whether or not the claim can be worked at a profit, for it is a sad fact that in the mining business as a whole, more money goes into the ground than ever is taken out. That's the business I'm in, Mo. Not in mining. I get paid for telling people not to mine, to cut their losses and run. They often don't believe me, which is why I must insist on being paid in advance. But once in a while I have had the happy privilege of telling someone, "Go ahead, do it. It will cost you this big wad of money, but you should get it all back and more." And that is where the second option comes in, the one I really prefer. Under the second option, I gamble with the client. I lower my per diem and instead take some points on the net, if and when. I won't take more than 5 points at most, and I won't do a field survey for less than expenses plus a per diem of $15 a day minimum. That bracket leaves room to dicker. Now, can you write a model letter for me explaining the tariff schedule, how they can have our best work at our standard fee, or we'll gamble with them at a much lower fee, and they will still have our best work?
I'll try, Mr. Bossman, sir. It paid. It made us rich. But I did not suspect how well it paid until 40 years later, when circumstances caused my husband and me to count up all our assets and figure their worth. But that is 40 years later, and this account may not go on that long. It paid especially well through an oddity of human psychology, or an oddity of persons seized by the mining mania, which may not be the same thing. Like this. The compulsive gamblers, the sort who try to beat lotteries or slot machines or other house games, almost always were betting on striking it rich on some claim that could not be worked at a profit. Each of these saw himself as another cowboy Womack, and did not want to share his lucky star with some hireling, even at only 5 points. So, if he could scrape it up, he paid the full fee, grumbling. After a survey, when I was my husband's secretary, I would prepare a letter along these lines, telling this optimist that his best vein was surrounded by country rock that has to be dug out to get at the high grade. The mine cannot be worked successfully without drifting a new tunnel out to the north to the highway through a right-of-way still to be negotiated via the third level of the claim to the north of yours. In addition, your claim requires a blacksmithy, a tool repair shop, a new pumping system, new ties and rails for approximately 200 yards of track, etc., etc., plus wages for 80 shifts per month as required by the bond and lease for an estimated 3 years before appreciable pay tonnage could be taken to the mill, etc., etc., see enclosures A, B, and C. In view of the state of the claim and the capital investment required to work it, we regret to have to report that we recommend against attempting to work this claim. We agree with your arithmetic as to the effect on the commercial feasibility of processing low-grade ore if the new Congress does in fact pass legislation requiring free and unlimited coinage of silver at 16-to-1, but we are not as sanguine as you are that such legislation will indeed pass. We are forced to recommend that you sell your bond and lease for whatever it will bring, or cut your losses and surrender it. We remain sincerely at your service, Bryan Smith Associates, by Bryan Smith, President. This report was typical for an old claim being reopened by a new optimist, the commonest situation in mining. The West is pocked with holes where some prospector ran out of money and luck. I wrote many letters like that one. They hardly ever believed unfavorable reports. They frequently demanded their money back. Then a client often took the bit in his teeth and went ahead anyhow, and went broke trying to satisfy a bond and lease on country rock, saying only enough silver per ton to go broke on, plus a trace of platinum and a whiff of gold. The clients attempting to mine gold were even worse. There is something about gold that has an effect on human judgment similar to that of heroin or cocaine. But there were also a few rational investors, gamblers, but gambling the odds correctly. Offered a chance to reduce upfront expenses in exchange for points, they often took that option, and the claims selected by these more level-headed people were more likely to merit a go-ahead from Bryan. Even these worthwhile mining claims usually lost money in the long run, through failure of their owners' operators to shut down soon enough when the operations stopped paying their costs. Brian did not lose when that happened. He simply stopped making money from his percentage of the net. But some of them made money, and some of them made lots of money, and some of them were still making money regularly 40 years later. Brian's willingness to postpone his return other than a modest fee put our children into the best schools, and Brian's quondam secretary, Mamma Maureen, into big fat emeralds. I don't like diamonds. Too cold. I see that I've missed telling about Nelson and Betty Lou and random numbers and Mr. Renwick. That's what comes of being a Time Corps operative. All times look alike to you, and temporal sequence becomes unimportant. All right, let's fill in. Random numbers may have been the silliest cat I've ever lived with, although all cats are sui generis, and Pixel has his supporters for the title of funniest cat, unlimited, all times, all universes. But I'm sure Betty Lou would vote for random numbers. Theoretically, title to random lay in Brian, since the cat was his bride's wedding present to him, somewhat delayed. But it is silly to talk of title to a cat, and Randy felt that Betty Lou was his personal slave, available at all hours to scratch his skull, cuddle him, and open doors for him, a conviction she supported by her slavish obedience to his tiniest whim. Betty Lou was Brian's favorite sweetheart for, pretty steadily for 3 years. Then as circumstances brought them together for years and years. Betty Lou was Nelson's wife, Nelson being my cousin who played fast and loose with a lemon meringue pie. My past had come back to haunt me. Nelson showed up in December of 1906, shortly after Brian had decided to strike out on his own. Brian had met Nelson once at our wedding, and neither of us had seen him since that day. He had been 15 then, no taller than I. Now he was a tall, handsome young man of 23 who had earned a master's degree in agronomy at Kansas State University, Manhattan, and was as charming as ever, or more so. I felt that old tingle deep inside me, and those cold lightnings at the base of my spine. I said to myself, Maureen, as a dog returneth to its vomit, you are in trouble. The only thing protecting you is that you are 7 months gone, big as a house, and as seductive as a Poland China sow. Tell Bryony in bed tonight, and get him to keep a close eye on you. Big help. Nelson showed up in the afternoon. Brian invited him to stay for dinner. When he learned that Nelson had not checked into a hotel, he invited Nelson to stay overnight. That was to be expected. At that year and in that part of the country, people never stayed in hotels when homes of kinfolk were at hand. We had had overnighters several times, even in our first cracker box. If you didn't have a spare bed, you made up a pallet on the floor. I didn't say anything to Brian that night. While I was sure that I had told Bryony the lemon pie story, I wasn't sure that I had mentioned Nelson by name. If I had not, or if Brian had not made the connection, then let sleeping dogs bury their own bones. It was swell to have an understanding and tolerant husband, but, Maureen, don't be a greedy slut. Don't stir it up again. Nelson was still there the next day. Brian was his own boss now, but not overwhelmed by clients. He had no need to leave the house that day other than to check our post-office box at the South Side substation. Nelson had arrived in an automobile, a smart 4-passenger Rio runabout. Nelson offered to drive Brian to the post office. He offered to take me, too. I was glad that I had the excuse of a little girl. Nancy was at school, Carol at home, and a baby boy not to accept. I had never ridden in an automobile, and to tell the truth, I was scared. Surely I expected to ride in one some day. I could see a time coming when they would be commonplace, but I was always more timid when I was pregnant, especially toward the end. My worst nightmare concerned miscarriage. Brian said, "Can't you get the Jenkins girl to come over for an hour?" I said, "Thank you, another time, Nelson. Brian, paying for a baby watcher is an unnecessary expense." Penny pincher. I surely am. As your office manager, I intend to pinch every penny so hard that the Indian will scream in pain. Go along, gentlemen. I'll get the breakfast dishes done while you're out. They were gone 3 hours. I could have walked to the post office and back in less time, but following a corollary in my expanded 10 Commandments, I said nothing, and did not mention my frets about accidents. I smiled and said happily, "Welcome home, gentlemen. Lunch will be ready in 20 minutes. Bryony said, "Mo, meet our new partner.
Nell is going to justify our letterhead. He's going to teach me farms and ranches, and which end of a cow the milk comes out of, and I'm going to teach him how to tell fool's gold from fools."
"Oh, wonderful! 1/5 of 0 is 0. 1/6 of 0 is still 0, but it's what Brian wants." I gave Nelson a quick peck. "Welcome to the firm."
"Thank you, Maureen. It should be a good team," Nelson said solemnly. "Brian tells me he is too lazy to swing a pick, and you know I'm too lazy to pitch manure, so we'll both be gentlemen and tell other people how to do it."
"Logical," I agreed.
"Besides, I don't own a farm, and I haven't been able to find a job as a county agent, or even as the boy who opens the mail for a county agent. I'm looking for a job to let me support a wife. Brian's offer is heaven sent."
"Brian is paying you enough to support a wife? Oh, Bryony."
"That's just it," Brian answered. "I'm not paying him anything. That's why we can afford to hire him."
"Oh." I nodded agreement. "Seems a fair arrangement. Nelson, after a year, if your performance is still satisfactory, I'll recommend to Brian that we double your wages."
"Maureen, you always were a dead-game sport."
I did not ask him what he meant by that. I had a bottle of muscatel tucked away, bought by Bryony for Thanksgiving. It was full, save for a little used for one toast. I fetched it for that purpose. "Gentlemen, let us toast the new partnership."
"Hear, hear."
So we did, and the gentlemen drank, and I touched my lips to mine. Then Nelson offered another toast.
"Life is short."
I looked at him, kept surprise out of my face, but answered, "But the years are long." He answered just as Judge Spurling had given it to us,
"Not while the evil days come not."
"Oh, Nelson!" I spilled my glass. Then I threw myself on him and kissed him properly. There was no mystery, truly. Nelson was of course eligible on one side of his family. We shared Johnson grandparents and great-grandparents, although 3 of 4 were dead now, all that passed 100. My father had written to Judge Spurling, I learned later, and said that it had come to his attention that his sister-in-law, Mrs. James Ewing Johnson of Thebes, née Carol Yvonne Peltier of New Orleans, had living parents. Therefore his nephew, Nelson Johnson, might be eligible for Howard Foundation benefits, stipulating that he married an eligible. It took them a while, as they check health and other things, and in particular in Nelson's case that his father actually had died by mischance, drowning, and not through other cause. Nelson was in Kansas City because Thebes and its environs had no Howard-listed young females, so he was given a list for Kansas City, both Kansas cities, Missouri and Kansas. And that's how we met Betty Lou, Miss Elizabeth Louise Barstow. Nelson did his final courting, got her pregnant, I mean, under our roof, while Maureen played shut-eye chaperone, a role I would fill repeatedly for my own girls in future years. This protected me from my own folly, and I felt rather grumpy about it. Nelson had been my personal property before Betty Lou ever set eyes on him, but Betty Lou is a darling. I couldn't stay grumpy. Eventually I had no need to feel grumpy. Betty Lou was from Massachusetts. She had been attending KU, God knows why. Massachusetts has some adequate schools, but it worked out that we stood in for her parents as they could not come out for her wedding. They were taking care of their parents. Theoretically, Nelson and Betty Lou should have gone back to Boston to be married, but they did not want to spend the money. The gold panic was getting under way, and, while that would make a boom in Brian's business, as yet it just meant that money was tight. Her wedding took place in our parlor on February 14th, a blustery, cold day. Our new pastor, Dr. Draper, tied the knot. I presided over the reception with too much help from random numbers, who was convinced that the party was in his honor. Then, when Dr. and Mrs. Draper had left, I went slowly upstairs with Brian and Dr. Rumsey helping me, the first time and almost the last time that I waited long enough for my doctor to arrive. George Edward weighed 7 pounds 3 ounces. Chapter 10. Random Numbers. Pixel went away, wherever it is that he goes, with my first attempt to call for help. Now I can only keep my fingers crossed. My beloved friend and shared husband, Dr. Jubal Harshaw, I once heard define happiness.
Happiness, Jubal stated, lies in being privileged to work hard for long hours and doing whatever you think is worth doing. One man may find happiness in supporting a wife and children. Another may find it in robbing banks. Still another may labor mightily for years in pursuing pure research with no discernible result. Note the individual and subjective nature of each case. No two are alike, and there is no reason to expect them to be. Each man or woman must find for himself or herself that occupation in which hard work and long hours make him or her happy. Contrariwise, if you are looking for shorter hours and longer vacations and early retirement, you are in the wrong job. Perhaps you need to take up bank robbing, or geeking in a sideshow, or even politics.
For the decade 1907 to 1917, I was privileged to enjoy perfect happiness by Jubal's definition. By 1916 I had borne 8 children. During those years I worked harder and for longer hours than I ever have before or since, and I was bubbling with happiness the whole time, save for the fact that my husband was away oftener than I liked. Even that had its compensations, as it made our marriage a series of honeymoons. We prospered, and the fact that Bryony was oftenest away when business was best resulted in our never experiencing what the bard called so aptly the tired marriage sheets. Bryony always tried to telephone to let me know exactly when he would be home, and then he would tell me BIBAWYLO, and I WWYTBW. Day or night I would do my best to follow his instructions exactly. I would be in bed asleep with my legs open, and wait for him to wake me the best way. But I always took the precaution of bathing first, and my sleep might be only that I closed my eyes and held still when I heard him unlock the front door. Then, as he got into bed with me, he might call me by some outlandish name, Mrs. Krausmeyer, or Battleship Kate, or Lady Plushbottom, and I would pretend to wake up and call him anything but Brian, Hubert, or Giovanni, or Fritz, and perhaps inquire, still with my eyes closed, whether or not he had placed $5 on the dresser, whereupon he would scold me for trying to run up the price of tail in Missouri, and I would get busier than ever trying to prove that I was so worth $5. Then, sated but still coupled, we would argue over whether or not I had put on a $5 performance, which could result in tickling, biting, wrestling, spanking, laughing, and another go at it, with much bawdy joking throughout. I delighted in trying to be that duchess in the drawing-room, economist in the kitchen, and whore in the bedroom that is the classic definition of the ideal wife. Perhaps I was never perfect at it, but I was happiest working hard at all 3 aspects of that trinity. Brian also enjoyed singing bawdy songs while coupling, songs with plenty of rhythm to them, a beat that could be matched to the tempo of coition and speeded up or slowed down at will, songs like "Bang away, my Lulu, bang away good and strong, oh, what'll I do for a bang away when my Lulu's dead and gone?" Then endless verses, each bawdier than the last. "My Lulu had a chicken, my Lulu had a duck, she took them into bed with her and taught them how to. Bang away, my Lulu, bang away good and strong," until at last Bryony couldn't stretch it out any longer and had to spend. While he was resting and recovering, he might demand of me a bedtime story, wanting to know how I had improved each shining hour with a little creative adultery. He didn't mean what I might have done with Nelson and or Betty Lou. That was all in the family and didn't count. "What's new, Mo? Are you getting to be a dead arse in your old age? You, the scandal of Thebes County? Tell me it's not true." Now believe me, friends, between dishes and diapers, cooking and cleaning, sewing and darning, wiping noses and soothing children's tragedies, I didn't have time to commit enough adultery to interest even a young priest. After that ridiculous and embarrassing contretemps with Reverend Zeke, I can't recall any illicit bed-bouncing Maureen did between 1906 and 1918 that my husband did not initiate and condone in advance, and not much of that, as Bryony was, if anything, even busier than I. I must have been a great disappointment to Mrs. Grundy. Several of her lived in our block, many of her went to our church. As during those 10 years leading up to the war that eventually was called World War I, or War of the Collapse, first phase, During that decade, I not only tried to simulate the perfect conservative Bible-Belt lady and housewife, I actually was that sexless, modest, church-oriented creature, except in bed with the door locked, alone or with my husband, or, on rare and utterly safe occasions, in bed with someone else, but with my husband's permission and approval, and usually with his chaperonage. Besides which, only a robot can stay coupled enough hours out of the year to matter. Even Galahad, tireless as he is, spends most of his time being the leader of Ishtar's best surgical team. Galahad. Galahad reminds me of Nelson, not just in appearance. The two are twins in temperament and attitudes, even in body odor, now that I think of it. When I get home, I must ask Ishtar and Justin how much of Galahad derives from Nelson. Since we Howards started with a limited gene pool, convergence, along with probability and chance, often comes close to physically reincarnating a remote ancestor in some descendant on Tertius or Secundus. Which reminds me of what I did with part of my time and how random numbers got his name. I don't think there was ever a month in the first half of the 20th century but what both Bryony and I were studying something, and usually studying a language besides, which hardly counts. We had to stay ahead of our children. We usually did not study the same thing. Bryony did not study shorthand or ballet. I did not study petroleum extraction methods or evaporation control in irrigation, but study we did. I studied because I had been left with a horrid feeling of intellectual coitus interruptus, through not being able to go on to college, at least through a bachelor's degree, and Brian studied because, well, because he was a Renaissance man with all knowledge his field. According to the archives, my first husband lasted 119 years. It is a cinch bet that he was studying some subject new to him the last few weeks of his life. Sometimes we studied together. In 1906 he started in on statistics, probability, and chance by mail, the ICS school, and here were the books and the lessons in our house, so Maureen did them too, all but mailing my work in. So we both were immersed in this most fascinating field of mathematics when our kitten, Random Numbers, joined our lives, courtesy of Mr. Renwick, driver-salesman for the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company. The kitten was an adorable mass of silver-gray fluff, and was at first named Fluffy Ruffles through an error in sex. She was a he. But he demonstrated such lightning changes in mood, direction, speed, and action that Brian remarked, "That kitten doesn't have a brain. He just has a skull full of random numbers, and whenever he bangs his head into a chair or ricochets off a wall, it shakes up the random numbers and causes him to do something else." So Fluffy Ruffles became Random Numbers, or Random, or Randy. As soon as the snow was gone in the spring of '07, we installed a croquet court in our backyard. At first it was played by us 4 adults. Over the years it was played by everyone. Then it was 4 adults and Random Numbers. Every time a ball was hit, that kitten would draw his sword and charge. He would overtake the ball and throw himself on it, grabbing it, all 4 limbs. Imagine, please, a grown man stopping a rolling hogshead by throwing himself around it. Better imagine football pads and a helmet for him. Random wore no pads. He went into action wearing nothing but fluff and his do-or-die attitude. That ball must be stopped, and it was up to him to do it. Allah Akbar! Only one solution. Lock up the cat while playing croquet. But Betty Lou would not permit that. Very well, add to the rules this special ground rule. Anything done to a croquet ball by a cat, good or bad, was part of the natural hazards. You played it that way. I remember one day when Nelson picked up the cat and cradled it in his left arm, then used his mallet with one hand. Not only did it not help him, Random jumped out of his arm and landed ahead of the ball, causing Nelson to accomplish nothing. But also we convened a special session of the Supreme Croquet Court, and ruled that picking up a cat in an attempt to influence the odds was unfair to cats, and an offense against nature, and must be punished by flogging the villain around the regimental square. Nelson pleaded youth and inexperience and long and faithful service, and got off with a suspended sentence, although a minority opinion, from Betty Lou, called for Nelson to drive to a drugstore and fetch back 6 ice-cream cones. Somehow the minority opinion prevailed,
although Nelson complained that 15 cents was too heavy a fine for what he had done, and the cat should pay part of it. Eventually Random Numbers grew up, became sedate, and lost his enthusiasm for croquet, but the cat rule remained, and was adjudged to apply to any cat, be he resident or traveling salesman, and to puppies, birds, and children under the age of 2. At a later time I introduced this rule onto the planet Tertius. Did I mention the transaction under which I obtained Random Numbers from Mr. Renwick? Perhaps I didn't. He wanted to swap a little pussy for a little pussy. That's the way he expressed it. I walked right into that, because I asked what he wanted for the kitten, expecting him to say that there was no charge, as the kitten hadn't cost him anything. I did not expect anything else, because while I was aware that some pedigreed cats were bought and sold, I had never actually encountered one. In my experience, kittens were always given away free. I had not intended ever again to let Mr. Renwick inside the house. I remembered the first time. But I was unexpectedly confronted with a fact. Mr. Renwick carrying a cardboard shoe-box with a kitten in it. Grab the box and shut the door in his face? Open the box on the front porch when he was warning me that the kitten was eager to escape, and scraping, scrambling sounds confirmed it? Lie to him, tell him sorry, we have already acquired a kitten? When the telephone rang. I wasn't really used to having a telephone. I felt that a ringing telephone meant either bad news or that Bryony was calling. Either way I had to answer it at once. I said, "Excuse me," and fled, leaving him standing in our open door. He followed me in through the central hall and into my sewing-room, office, chore-room, where I was on the phone. There he put the shoebox down in front of me and opened it, and I saw this adorable gray kitten while I was talking with my husband. Brian was on his way home and had called to ask if there was anything I wanted him to pick up. "I don't think so, dear. But do hurry home. I have your kitten. She's a little beauty, just the color of a pussy willow. Mr. Renwick brought her, the driver for the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company. He's trying to screw me, Bryony, in exchange for the kitten. No, I'm quite certain. He not only said so, but he has come up behind me and put his arms around me and is now playing with my breasts." "What?" "No, I didn't tell him anything of the sort. So do hurry. I won't fight with him, dear, because I'm pregnant. I'll just give in." "Yes, sir, I will. Au revoir." I hung up the receiver, although I had thought of using it like a policeman's truncheon. But I truly was unwilling to fight while I had a baby inside me. Mr. Renwick did not let go of me, but when what I was saying penetrated his head, he held still. I turned around in his arms. "Don't try to kiss me," I said. "I don't want to risk so much as a cold while I'm pregnant." "Do you have a rubber? A merry widow?" Yes." "I thought you would have. I'm sure I'm not the first housewife you've tried this with. All right. Do please use it, as I don't want to contract a social disease, and neither do you. Are you married?" "Yes." "Christ, you're a cool one." "Not at all. I simply won't risk being raped while I'm carrying a baby, that's all. Since you are married, you don't want to catch anything either, so put on that rubber. How long does it take to drive from 31st and Woodland? Brian had called from 12th and Walnut, much farther away." Not very long." "Then you'd better hurry, or my husband will catch you at it, if you really do mean to do this to me." "Oh, the hell with it." He abruptly let go of me, turned away, headed for the front door. He was fumbling with the latch when I called out, "You forgot your kitten." "Keep the damned cat." That is how I bought Random Numbers. Raising kittens is fun, but raising children is the most fun, if the children happen to be your own, if you happen to be the sort of person who enjoys bearing and rearing children. For Jubal was right. It is subjective, a matter of one's individual disposition. I had 17 children on my first go-around, and greatly enjoyed rearing all of them, each different, each individual, and I've had more since my rescue and rejuvenation, and have enjoyed them even more because Lazarus Long's household is organized so that taking care of babies is easy for everyone.
but I often find other people's children repulsive and their mothers crashing bores, especially when they talk about their disgusting offspring, instead of listening to me talking about mine. It seems to me that many of those little monsters should have been drowned at birth. They strike me as compelling arguments for birth control. As my father pointed out years ago, I am an amoral wretch, who does not necessarily regard an unfinished human being, wet and soiled and smelly at one end and yelling at the other, as adorable. In my opinion, many babies are simply bad-tempered, mean little devils who grow up to be bad-tempered, mean big devils. Look around you. The sweet innocence of children is a myth. Dean Swift had an appropriate solution for some of them in A Modest Proposal, but he should not have limited it to the Irish, as there are many scoundrels who are not Irish. Now you may be so prejudiced and opinionated that you feel that my children are less than perfect, despite the overwhelming evidence that mine were born with halos and cherubs' wings, so I won't bore you with every time Nancy brought home straight A's on her report cards. Practically every time, that is. My kids are smarter than your kids. Prettier, too. Is that enough? All right, I'll drop the matter. My kids are wonderful to me, and your kids are wonderful to you, and let's leave it at that, and not bore each other. I mentioned the panic of 1907 when I told about Betty Lou's marriage to Nelson, but at the time I had no idea that a panic was coming, nor did Brian or Nelson or Betty Lou. But history does repeat itself, somewhat and in some ways, and something that happened in early 1907 reminded me of something that happened in 1893. After the birth of Georgie on Betty Lou's wedding day, I stayed home as usual for a while, but as soon as I felt up to moving around, I left my brood with Betty Lou and went downtown. I planned to go by streetcar, was unsurprised when Nelson volunteered to drive me down in his Rio runabout. I accepted and bundled up warm. The Rio was rather too well ventilated. It had an open buggy somewhere in its ancestry. My purpose was to move my savings account. I had placed it in the Missouri Savings Bank in 1899 when we married and settled in Kansas City, by a draft on the First State Bank of Butler. The booming metropolis of Thebes had no banks, where Father had helped me to open a savings account when we came back from Chicago. By the time I was married, it had grown to more than $100. Footnote: If I had more than $100 in a savings account, why did I serve my family fried mush for their evening meal? Answer: Do you think I am crazy? In 1906, in the American Middle West, a sure way for a wife to castrate spiritually her husband would be to suggest that he was incapable of keeping food on the table. I didn't need Dr. Fraud to tell me that. Males live by pride. Kill their pride and they won't support wives and children. It would be some years before Brian and I would learn how to be utterly open and easy with each other. Brian knew that I had a savings account, but he never asked me how much I had in it, and I would serve fried mush or do any symbolic equivalent as often as needed before I would buy groceries with my own money. Savings were for a rainy day. We both knew this. If Brian fell ill, had to go to a hospital, I would use my savings as needed. We had no need to talk about it. Meanwhile, Brian was the breadwinner. I did not intrude into his responsibility, nor he into mine. But what about foundation moneys? Didn't that hurt his pride? Perhaps it did. It may be indicative to take a look into the future. In the long run, every dime we received from ringing the cash register wound up with our children as each got married. Brian never mentioned to me any such intention. In 1907 it would have been silly to do so. By early 1907 my savings account had grown to over $300 by nickels and pennies and tightest economies. Now that I was working at home and could no longer go to school downtown, it seemed smart to me to move my account to a little neighborhood bank near the South Side Post Office substation. One of us four had to go to our post office box each day. Whoever did it could make deposits for me. If ever I had to withdraw money, then that one could be I. Nelson parked his runabout on Grand Avenue, and we walked around to 920 Walnut. I took my passbook to a teller, did not have to wait. The bank was not crowded, and told the teller that I wanted to withdraw my account. I was referred to an officer of the bank over behind the railing, a Mr. Smattereen. Nelson put down the newspaper he had been glancing at, stood up. Difficulty? I don't know. They don't seem to want to let me have my money. Will you come with me? Sure thing. Mr. Smattering greeted me politely, but raised his brows at Nelson. I introduced them. This is Mr. Nelson Johnson, Mr. Smattering. He is my husband's business partner. How do you do, Mr. Johnson? Please sit down. Mrs. Smith, our Mr. Wimple, tells me that you need to see me about something. I suppose I do. I attempted to withdraw my account. He told me that I must see you. Mr. Smattering gave a smile that displayed his false teeth. We are always sorry to lose an old friend, Mrs. Smith. Has our service been unsatisfactory? Not at all, sir, but I wish to move my account to a bank closer to my home. It is not too convenient to come all this way downtown, especially in this cold weather. He picked up my passbook, glanced at the address in the front, then at the current amount farther on. May I ask where you propose to transfer your account, Mrs. Smith? I was about to tell him when I caught Nelson's eye. He didn't actually shake his head, but I've known him a long time. Why do you ask that, sir? It is part of a banker's professional duty to protect his customers. If you wish to move your account, fine, but I want to see you go to an equally reliable bank. My wild animal instincts were aroused. Mr. Smattering, I have discussed this in detail with my husband. I had not. And I do not need to seek advice elsewhere. He made a tent of his fingers. Very well. As you know, the bank can require 3 weeks' notice on savings accounts. But, Mr. Smattering, you yourself were the officer I dealt with when I opened my account here. You told me that that fine print was just a formality required by the State Banking Act, but that you personally assured me that any time I wanted my money I could have it. And so you can. Let's change that 3 weeks to 3 days. Just go home and write us a written notice of intent, and 3 business days later you can close your account. Nelson stood up, put his hands flat on Mr. Smattering's desk. Now, just one moment, he drawled loudly. Did you, or did you not, tell Mrs. Smith that she could have her money any time she wanted it? Sit down, Mr. Johnson, and lower your voice. After all, you are not a customer here. You don't belong here. Nelson did not sit down, did not lower his voice. Just answer yes or no. I could have you evicted. Try it. Just try it. My partner, Mr. Brian Smith, this lady's husband, asked me to come with Mrs. Smith. Brian had not. Because he had heard that your bank was just a leetle bit reluctant. That's slander. That's criminal slander. To be as polite to ladies as you are to businessmen. Now, do you keep your promise to her? Right now? Or 3 days from now? Mr. Smattering was not smiling. Wimple, let's have a check for Mrs. Smith's account. We all kept quiet while it was made out. Mr. Smattering signed it, handed it to me. Please see that it is correct. Check it against your passbook. I agreed that it was correct. Very well. Just take that to your new bank and deposit it. You will have your money as soon as it clears. Say about 10 days. He smiled again, but there was no mirth in it. You said I could have my money now. You have it. There's our check. I looked at it, turned it over, endorsed it, handed it to him. I'll take it now. He stopped smiling. Wimple. They started counting out banknotes. No, I said. I want cash, not paper issued by some other bank. You are hard to please, madam. This is legal tender. But I deposited real money every time, not banknotes. And I had nickels and dimes and quarters and sometimes pennies, once in a while a silver cartwheel. I want to be paid back in real money. Can't you pay me in real money? Of course we can, Mr. Smattering answered stiffly. But you will find, over 25 pounds of silver dollars quite cumbersome. That's why bank certificates are used for most transactions. Can't you pay me in gold? Doesn't a great big bank like this one carry any gold in its vaults? 15 double eagles would be ever so much easier to carry than would be 300 cartwheels. I raised my voice a little and projected it. Can't you pay me in gold? If not, where can I take this to change it for gold? They paid in gold, with the odd change in silver. Once we were headed south, Nelson said, "Phew! What bank out south do you want? Troost Avenue Bank or Southeast State?" "Nellie, I want to take it home and ask Brian to take care of it." "Huh? Yes, ma'am, right away." "Dear, something about this reminds me of 1893. What do you remember about that year?"
1893. Let me see. I was 9 and just beginning to notice that girls are different. You and Uncle Ira went to the Chicago Fair. When you got back, I noticed that you smelled good. But it took another 5 years to get you to notice me, and I had to slide a pie under you to manage it."
"You always were a bad boy. Never mind my folly in 98. What happened in 93?
Mr. Cleveland started his second term. Then banks started to fail, and everybody blamed it on him. Seems a bit unfair to me. It was too soon after he was sworn in. The Panic of 93, they called it.
So they did, and my father did not lose anything in it for reasons he described as pure dumb luck.
Nor did my mother, because she always did her banking in a teapot on the top shelf.
Father accidentally did something like that. He left Mother a 4 months' allowance in cash in 4 sealed envelopes, each with a date. He took with him cash in gold in a money belt, and he left money behind, whatever it was beyond what we needed, in a lockbox, again in gold. Nelson, he told me later that he had not guessed that banks were about to fail.
He did it just to annoy Deacon Houlihan. Deacon Hooligan, Father called him.
Do you remember him? President of Butler State Bank.
No, I guess he died without my permission.
Father told me that the deacon had remonstrated with him for drawing out cash. The deacon said it was poor business practice. Just leave instructions to pay Mrs. Smith, Mother I mean, so much each month. Father should leave his money where it was and use checks, the modern way to do business. Father got balky, he's good at that, and consequently the bank failures never touched him. Nelson, I don't think Father did business with any bank after that. He just kept cash in a lockbox in his surgery, I think, although with Father one is never sure. We had a conference about it when we got home. Brian, me, Nelson, Betty Lou. Nelson told them what had happened.
Getting money out of that bank was like pulling teeth. This boiled shirt certainly did not want to part with Mo's money. I don't think he would have done so if I had not made a loud, obnoxious nuisance out of myself. But that is only partly the point. Mo, tell him about Uncle Ira and a similar case.
I did so. Dears, I don't claim to know anything about finance. I'm so stupid that I never have understood how a bank can print paper money and claim that it is just the same as real money. But today felt like 1893 to me, because it is just the sort of thing that happened to Father just before the bank started to fail. He didn't get caught by bank failures because he was balky and stopped using banks. I don't know. I just don't know, but I felt uneasy and decided not to put my egg money back into a bank. Brian, will you keep it for me?
Here in the house it could be stolen.
Nelson said,
and if it's in a bank, the bank can fail. Are you getting jumpy, Nell?
Maybe.
Betty Lou, what do you think?
I think I'm going to draw out my 35 cents and find a mason jar and bury it in the backyard. She paused. And then I'm going to write to my father and tell him what I've done and why. He won't listen, he's a Harvard man, but I'll sleep better if I tell him.
Brian said, Some others also we must tell.
Who? Said Nelson.
Judge Sperling and my own folks.
We don't want to shout it from the housetops. That could start a run.
Nell, it's our money. If the banking system can't afford to let us draw out our own money and sit on it, then maybe there is something wrong with the banking system.
Tisk, tisk. You some kind of an anarchist or something? Well, let's get busy. The first ones in line always get the biggest pieces. Brian was so serious about it that he made a trip back to Ohio, expensive though it was for him to travel without a client to pay for it. There he talked to Judge Sperling and to his parents. I do not know details, but neither the Foundation nor Brian's parents were hurt by the panic of 1907. Later on we all saw the United States Treasury saved by the intervention of J.P. Morgan, who was vilified for it. In the meantime, the assets of Bryan Smith Associates were not buried in the backyard, but were locked up in the house, and we started keeping guns. Correction. So far as I know, that was when we started keeping guns. I may be mistaken. While Bryan went to Ohio, Nelson and I tried a project, articles for trade journals such as Mining Journal, Modern Mining, and Gold and Silver. Bryan Smith Associates ran small display advertisements in each of these each issue. Nelson had pointed out to Bryan that we could get major advertising free by Bryan writing articles for these journals. Each of them carried about the same number of pages of articles and editorials as it did of advertisements. So instead of a little bitty one-column 3-inch display card, no, not instead of, but in addition to advertising, Bryan should write articles. Lord knows that the stuff they print is dull as ditch water. It can't be hard to write. So said Nelson. So Bryan tried, and the result was dull as ditch water. Nelson said, "Bryan, old man, you are my revered senior partner. Do you mind if I take a swing at this?" "Help yourself. I didn't want to do it anyhow. I have the advantage of not knowing anything about mining. You supply the facts. You have. I have them in my hand, and I will slide in some mustard." Nelson rewrote Bryan's sober factual articles about what a mining consultant's survey could accomplish in a highly irreverent style, and I drew little pictures, cartoons styled after Bill Nye, to illustrate them. Me, an artist? No, but I had taken Professor Huxley's advice, a liberal education, seriously, and had learned to draw. I was not an artist, but I was a competent draftsman, and I stole details and tricks from Mr. Nye and other professionals without a qualm, without realizing that I was stealing. Nelson's first attempt retitled Bryan's rewritten article as "How to Save Money by Skimping," and featured all sorts of grisly mining accidents, which I illustrated. The Mining Journal not only accepted it, they actually paid for it $5, which none of us had expected. Nelson eventually worked it into a deal in which Bryan's byline, ghosted by Nelson, appeared in every issue, and a quarter-page display for Bryan Smith Associates appeared in a good spot. At a later time, a twin of that article appeared in The Country Gentleman, the Saturday Evening Post's country cousin, telling how to break your neck, lose a leg, or kill your worthless son-in-law on a farm. But the Curtis Publishing Company refused to dicker. They paid for the article. Bryan Smith Associates paid for their display cards. In January 1910 a great comet appeared, and soon it dominated the evening sky in the west. Many people mistook it for Halley's Comet, due that year. But it was not. Halley's Comet came later. In March 1910, Betty Lou and Nelson set up their own household, 2 adults, 2 babies, and Random Numbers had a bad time trying to decide where he lived, at the only house, or with his slave Betty Lou. For a while he shuttled between the 2 households, riding any automobile going his way. In April 1910, the real Halley's Comet began to be prominent in the night sky. In another month it dominated the sky, its head as bright as Venus and its tail half again as long as the Great Dipper. Then it got too close to the sun to be seen. When it reappeared in the morning sky in May, it was still more magnificent. On May 15th, Nelson drove us out to Meyer Boulevard before dawn so that we could see the eastern horizon. The comet's great tail filled the sky, slanting up from the east to the south, pointing down at the sun below the horizon, an incredible sight. But I got no joy from it. Mr. Clements had told me that he had come in with Halley's Comet, and he would go out with it, and he did, on April 21st. When I heard it was published in the Star, I shut myself in our room and cried. Chapter 11. A Dude in a Derby. They took me out of my cell today and led me cuffed and hoodwinked into what was probably a courtroom. There they removed the hoodwink and the cuffs, which left me the only one out of step. My guards were hooded, and so were the 3 who, I think, were judges. Bishops, maybe. They were wearing fancy robes with that sacerdotal look. Other flunkies here and there also were hooded, put me in mind of a Ku Klux Klan meeting, so I tried to check their shoes. Father had pointed out to me during the recrudescence of the Klan in the 20s that those hooded knights showed under their sheets the cracked, scuffed, cheap, and worn-out shoes of the social bottom layer who could manage to feel superior to somebody only by joining a racist secret society. I could not use that test on these jokers. The 3 judges were behind a high bench. The court clerk had his recording equipment on a desk, his feet under it. My guards were behind me. They kept me there about 2 hours, I think. All I gave them was name, rank, and serial number. I am Maureen Johnson Long of Boondock, Tellus Tertius. I am a distressed traveler, hereby misadventure. To all those silly charges, not guilty, I demand to see a lawyer. From time to time I repeated not guilty, or stood mute. After about 2 hours, judged by hunger and bladder pressure, we had an interruption. Pixel. I didn't see him come in. Apparently he had come to my cell as usual, failed to find me, and went looking, found me. I heard behind me this "cheer up," with which he usually announces his arrival. I turned, and he jumped into my arms, started head-bumping and purring, while demanding to know why I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I petted him and assured him that he was a fine cat, a good boy, the best. The middle ghost behind the bench ordered, "Remove that animal." One of the guards attempted to comply by grabbing Pixel. Pixel has absolutely no patience with people who do not observe correct protocol. He bit the guard in the fleshy part of his left thumb, and got him here and there with his claws. The guard tried to drop him. Pixel did not let go. The other guard tried to help, now 2 wounded, but not Pixel. That middle judge used some language quite colorful, got down and came around saying, "Don't you know how to grab a cat?" and proved at once that he did not. Now 3 wounded. Pixel hit the deck running. I then saw something that had been known to me only through inference, something that none of my friends and family claimed to have seen. Correction. Athene has seen it, but Athene has eyes everywhere. I mean meat and bone people. Pixel headed straight for a blank wall at emergency full speed, and just as he seemed about to crash headlong into it, a round cat door opened in front of him. He streaked through it, and it closed instantly behind him. After a bit I was returned to my cell. In 1912 Brian bought an automobile, a car. Somewhere during that decade, automobile carriage changed to automobile, and then to auto, and then to motor car, or car, the ultimate name for the horseless carriage, as it could not get any shorter. Brian bought a Rio. Nelson's little Rio runabout had proved most durable and satisfactory. After 5 years of hard wear, it was still a good vehicle. The firm used it for many things, including dusty drives to Galena and Joplin and other towns in the White Metals area, and records were kept, and Nelson was paid mileage and wear and tear. So when Brian decided to buy a car for his family, he bought another Rio, but a family car, a 5-passenger touring car, a beauty, and one that I could see was safe for children, as it had doors and a top. The runabout had neither. Mr. R.E. Olds called the 1912 Rio his farewell car, claiming that it was the best car that he could design with his 25 years of experience, and the best that could be built, in materials and workmanship. I believed him, and, far more important, Brian believed him. It may have been the farewell Rio, but when I left Earth in 1982, Mr. Olds's name was still famous in autos, in Oldsmobile. Our luxury car was quite expensive, more than $1,200. Brian did not tell me what he had paid, but the Rio was widely advertised, and I can read. But we got a lot for our money. It was not only a handsome, roomy touring car, but also it had a powerful engine, 35 horsepower, and a top speed of 45 miles per hour. It was never driven at that speed, I think. The speed limit in the city was 17 miles per hour, and the rutted dirt roads outside the city were quite unsuited to such high speed. O'Brien and Nelson may have tried it, opened the throttle wide on some freshly graded level road out in Kansas somewhere. Neither of them believed in bothering ladies with things that might worry them. Betty Lou and I did not believe in worrying our husbands unnecessarily either. It evens out. Brian outfitted the basic car with all sorts of luxuries that would make it pleasant for his wife and family. A windshield, a self-starter, a top, a set of side curtains, a speedometer, a spare tire, an emergency gas tank, etc. The tires had demountable rims, and only rarely did Brian have to patch a tire beside the road. It did have one oddity. Its top could predict the weather. Put the top down, it rained. Put the top up, the sun came out. It was a one-man top, just as the ads claimed. That one man was Bryony, assisted by his wife, 2 half-grown girls, and 2 small boys, all of us straining and sweating, and Brian nobly repressing the language he wanted to use. But eventually Brian figured out how to outsmart that top. Leave it up all the time. This ensured good weather for motoring. We surely did enjoy that car. Nancy and Carol named it El Rayo Grande. Brian and I had lately taken up Spanish. As usual, our children were trying to outwit us. Pig Latin never did work. They cracked the code at once. Alfalfa speech did not last much longer. We had established early in our marriage that some occasions were for the entire family, and some were for Mamma and Papa alone. Children would stay home and not whine about it lest the middle justice be invoked. Mother had used a peach switch. I found that one from an apricot tree worked just as well. By 1912, with Nancy a responsible 12-year-old girl, it was possible to leave the youngsters at home in her charge for a couple of hours or more in the daytime. This was before Woodrow was born. Once he was big enough to walk, controlling him called for an Oregon boot and a Morning Star. This let Bryony and me have some precious outings alone, and one of them got me Woodrow, as I have mentioned. Bryony delighted in making love outdoors, and so did I. It gave a spice of danger to what was otherwise a sweet but lawful occasion. But when the whole family went for a joy ride, we piled Nancy and Carol, Brian Jr. and George into the roomy tonneau, with Nancy charged with seeing that no one stood up in the back seat, not to save the leather upholstery, but to protect the child. I sat up front with Marie, and Brian drove. The picnic basket and the lemonade jug were carried in the tonneau, Carol being charged with keeping her brothers out of the picnic. We would drive out to Swope Park, picnic there and see the zoo animals, then joyride again after the picnic, perhaps clear out to Raytown or even Hickman Mills, then home with the children falling asleep to a supper of picnic remains and cups of hot soup. 1912 was a good year, despite a blizzard touted as the worst since '86. It may have been. I don't remember the '86 blizzard too clearly. It was a campaign year with a noisy 3-sided race, Mr. Taft running for re-election, Teddy Roosevelt at outs with his former protege, Mr. Taft, and running on his own Bull Moose, Progressive Republican ticket, and Professor Wilson of Princeton, now governor of his state, running on the Democratic ticket. That last was a surprise outcome to an unbelievable month-long convention, in which it seemed for days that Missouri's favorite son, Mr. Champ Clark, Speaker of the House, would be nominated. Mr. Clark led for 27 ballots, and had a clear majority on several, but not the 2/3 majority the Democrats required. Then Mr. William Jennings Bryan made a bargain with Dr. Wilson to be named Secretary of State, and Governor Wilson was nominated on the 46th ballot after many of the delegates had gone home. I followed all this in the Star with deep interest as I had read Dr. Wilson's monumental 18 volumes, A History of the American People, borrowing it a volume at a time from the Kansas City Public Library, but I did not mention my interest to my husband, as I suspected that he favored Colonel Roosevelt. The election day was the 5th, but we did not learn the outcome at once. 3 days, I think it was. Woodrow was born Monday the 11th at 3 p.m., and arrived squalling. Betty Lou midwifed me. As usual, I was too fast for my doctor, and this time Bryony was at work, as I had told him that it couldn't be sooner than the end of that week. Betty Lou said, "Have you picked a name for this one?" I said, "Yes, Ethel." She held the baby up. "Take another look. That name doesn't match this tassel. Better save it. Why don't you name him after our new president? That should give him a running start." I don't remember what I said as Brian arrived about then, Betty Lou having telephoned him. She greeted him at the door with, "Come meet Woodrow Wilson Smith, President of the United States in 1952. "Sounds good." Brian marched into our bedroom, imitating a brass band. The name stuck. We registered it with the foundation and with the county. When I thought it over, the name pleased me. I wrote a note to Dr. Wilson, telling him of his namesake and saying that I was praying for the success of his administration. I received back first a note from Mr. Patrick Tumulty acknowledging my letter and saying that it was being brought to the attention of the President-elect. But you will understand, madam, that recent events have flooded him with mail. It will be several weeks before all of it can be answered personally. Shortly after Christmas I did receive a letter from Dr. Wilson thanking me for having honored him in the naming of my son. I framed it and had it for years. I wonder if it is still in existence somewhere on Timeline 2. The 1912 presidential campaign had been fought on the issue of the high cost of living. The Smith family was not suffering, but prices, food prices especially, were indeed rising, while, as usual, the farmers were complaining that they were not receiving even cost of production prices for what they grew. This may well have been so. I recall that wheat was less than $1 a bushel. But I did not buy wheat by the bushel. I bought food at a local grocery store and from my huckster and my milkman and so forth. Again Brian asked me if I needed a raise in household allowance. Possibly, I answered. We are getting by, but prices are going up. A dozen freshly gathered eggs cost 5 cents now, and so does a quart of grade A. The Wholesome Bread Company is talking about changing from 2 sizes at a nickel and a dime to 2 sizes at 10 cents and 15 cents. Want to bet that this does not mean a raise in price by the pound, I repeat by the pound, not by the loaf, of at least 20%. Find yourself another sucker, sister. I already bet on the election. I was thinking about meat prices. Up. Oh, just a penny or 2 a pound, but it goes on. But I've noticed something else. Mr. Shantz used to include a soup bone without being asked, and some liver for random, suet for birds in the winter. Now those things happen only if I ask for them, and when I do he doesn't smile. Just this week he said that he was going to have to start charging for liver, as people were beginning to eat it, not just cats. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to Random. Let's keep first things first, my love. My wedding present must be fed. How you behave toward cats here below determines your status in heaven. Really? That's straight out of the Bible. You can look it up. Have you talked to Nelson about cat food? It would not occur to me to do so. Betty Lou, yes. Nelson, no. Just remember that he is a professional economist concerning the growing and marketing of foodstuffs, and he has a handsome sheepskin to prove it. Nell tells me that starting any time now, cats and dogs are going to have their own food industry. Fresh food, packaged food, canned food, special stores or special departments in stores, and national advertising. Big business, millions of dollars, even hundreds of millions. Are you sure he wasn't joking? Nelson will joke about anything. I don't think he was. He was quite serious, and he had figures to back his remarks. You have seen how gasoline-powered machinery has been displacing horses, not just here in the city, but on farms, slowly, but more each year. So we have out-of-work horses. Nelson says not to worry about those horses. The cats will eat them. What a horrid thought. At Brian's urging, I worked up a chart that told me how grocery prices were rising. Fortunately, I had 13 years of exact records of what I had spent on food, what items, how much per peck or pound or dozen, etc. Barney had never required me to do it, but it matched what my mother had done, and it truly was a great help to me during those years of pinching every penny to know just what return I had received in food for each cent I had spent. So I worked up this big chart, then figured out what a year's ration was per person, as if I were feeding an army. So many ounces of flour, so many ounces of butter, of sugar, of meat, of fresh vegetables, of fresh fruits. Not much for canned goods, as I had learned early on that the only economical way to get canned goods was by canning stuff myself. Eventually I produced a curve, the cost of a ration for one adult, 1899 to 1913. It was a fairly smooth curve, trending steadily up, and with inflexure upward. There were minor discontinuities, but on the whole it was a smooth first-order curve. I looked at that curve and it tempted me. I got down my old text for analytical geometry from Thebes High School, measured some ordinates, abscisses, and slopes, plugged in the figures, and wrote down the equation, and stared at it. Had I actually derived a formula by which food prices could be predicted? Something the big brains with PhDs and endowed chairs could not agree on? No, no, Maureen, there is not a crop failure on there, not a war, not any major disaster, not enough facts. Figures don't lie, but liars figure. There are lies, damned lies, and statistics. Don't make too much stew from one oyster. I put my analytical work away where no one would find it, but I kept that chart. I did not use it for prediction, but I did keep plotting that curve, because it let me go to Bryony and show him exactly why I needed a larger allowance whenever I did, instead of waiting until it reached the fried mush situation. I did not hesitate to ask because Bryan Smith Associates were prosperous. I no longer was secretary bookkeeper of our family firm. I had relinquished that status when Nelson, Betty Lou, and our business office had all moved out of the house together 2 years earlier. No friction between us, not at all, and I had urged them to stay, but they wanted to be on their own, and I understood that. Bryan Smith Associates took an office near 31st and Paseo, 2nd floor, over a haberdashery, a location near the Troost Avenue Bank and the P.O. substation. It was a good neighborhood for an office outside the downtown financial district. The Nelson Johnsons had their first home of their own about 100 yards south on a side street, South Paseo Place. This meant that Betty Lou could handle the records and go to the bank and pick up the mail while still taking care of her 2 children. That is, the back room of the company's palatial suite was converted into a day nursery. Yet I was only 20 minutes away and could relieve her if she needed me, straight down 31st by trolley car, good neighborhoods at both ends, where I need not feel timid even after dark. We continued this way until 1915, when Bryan and Nelson hired a downy duckling fresh out of Spaulding's Commercial College, Anita Bowles. Betty Lou and I continued to keep an eye on the books, and one of us would be in the office if both men were out of town, as this child still believed in Santa Claus. But her typing was fast and accurate. We had a new Remington now. I kept my old Oliver at home, a loyal friend grown feeble. So I continued to know our financial position. It was good and got steadily better. Bryan accepted points in lieu of full fee several times in the years 1906 to 1913. 5 of these enterprises had made money, and 3 had paid quite well. A reopened zinc mine near Joplin, a silver mine near Denver, and a gold mine in Montana, and Bryony was just cynical enough that he paid freely under the table to keep a close check on both the silver mine and the gold mine. He told me once, "You can't stop high grading. Even your dear old grandmother can be tempted when gold ore gets so heavy that you can simply pick it up and know that it is loaded, but you can make stealing difficult if you are willing to pay for service." By 1911 there was plenty of money coming in, but I could not tell where much of it was going, and I would not ask Bryony. It came in, it showed in the books. Nelson drew out some of it, Bryan drew out more of it. Some of it wound up in my hands and in Betty Lou's hands to support our 2 households, but that did not account for all of it. The firm's checking account was simply an aid to bookkeeping, a means to pay Anita and to pay by check other expenses. It was never allowed to grow larger than was needed for those purposes. It was many years before I learned more than that. On June 28, 1914, in Sarajevo, Serbia, the heir to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was assassinated. He was Archduke Franz Ferdinand, an otherwise useless piece of royalty, and to this day I have never been able to understand why this event could cause Germany to invade Belgium a month later. I read carefully all the newspapers at the time. I've studied all the books I could lay hands on since, and I still can't see it. Sheer folly. I can see why, by a sort of insane logic, the Kaiser would attack his first cousin in St. Petersburg, a network of suicide compact alliances. But why invade Belgium? Yes, to get at France. But why get at France at all? Why go out of your way to start wars on 2 fronts? And why do it through Belgium, when that would drag in the one nation on earth with a navy big enough to bottle up the German high seas fleet and deny it the high seas? I heard my father and my husband talking about these matters on August 4th, 1914. Father had come over for dinner, but it was not a merry occasion. It was the day of the invasion of Belgium, and there had been extras out on the streets. Bryan asked, "Beau-père, what do you think about it?" Father was slow to answer. "If Germany can conquer France in 2 weeks, Great Britain will drop out." "Well?" "Germany can't win that fast.
So England will come in, so it will be a long, long war. Write the ending yourself." "You mean we will be in it?" "Be a pessimist, and you will hardly ever be wrong. Brian, I know little or nothing about your business, but it is time for all businesses to get on a war footing. What do you deal in that is bound to get involved?" Bryony said nothing for several moments. "All metals are war materials. But, Beaupere, if you have some money you want to risk, let me point out that mercury is indispensable for munitions, and scarce. Mostly they mine it in Spain. A place called Almadane." "Where else?" "California. Some in Texas." "Want to go out to California?" "No. Been there. Not my taste. I think I'll go back to my digs and get off a letter to Leonard Wood. Damn it, he made the switch from medical corps to line officer. He ought to be able to tell me how I can do it." Bryony looked thoughtful. "I don't want to be in the engineers again, either. I don't belong there." "You'll be a pick and shovel soldier again if you wait and join up here." "How's that?" "The old 3rd Missouri is going to be reorganized as an engineer regiment. Wait around long enough and they'll hand you a shovel." I kept my best unworried mask on and kept on knitting. It felt like the end of April 1898. The European war dragged along horribly, with stories of atrocities in Belgium and of ships being sunk by German submarine boats. One could feel a division building up in America. The sinking of the Lusitania in May 1915 brought the dichotomy sharply to the fore. Mother wrote from St. Louis about the strong sentiment there for the Central Powers. Her parents, my grandpa and Grandma Pfeiffer, apparently took it for granted that all decent people supported the old country in this struggle. This despite the fact that Großvater's parents had come to America in 1848 to get away from Prussian imperialism, along with their son, who was just the right age to be conscripted if they had not emigrated. Grandpa was born in 1830. But now it was Deutschland über alles, and everybody knew that the Jews owned France and ran everything there, and if those American passengers had minded their own business and stayed home where they belonged, out of the war zone, they wouldn't have been on the Lusitania. After all, the Emperor had warned them. It was their own fault. My brother Edward in Chicago reported much the same sentiment there. He did not sound pro-German himself, but he did express a fervent hope that we would stay out of a war that wasn't any of our business. This was not what I heard at home. When President Wilson made his infamous speech about the sinking of the Lusitania, the "too proud to fight" speech, Father came over to see Brian and sat there smoldering like a volcano until all the children were in bed or elsewhere out of earshot. Then he used language that I pretended not to hear. He applied it mainly to the cowardly tactics of the Huns, but he saved a plentiful portion for that pusillanimous Presbyterian parson in the White House. "Too proud to fight? What sort of talk is that? It requires pride in order to fight. A coward slinks away with his tail between his legs. Brian, we need Teddy Roosevelt back in there." My husband agreed. In the spring of 1916 my husband went to Plattsburgh, New York, where the previous summer General Leonard Wood had instituted a citizens' training camp for officer candidates. Brian had been disappointed not to be able to attend it in 1915, and planned ahead not to miss it in 1916. Ethel was born while Brian was away, through some careful planning of my own. When he returned at the end of August, I had the property back in shape and ready to welcome him, IBAWMLO, so that he could WMTBW, and Mrs. Gillihooley did her best to be worth more than $5. I suspect that I was, as my biological pressure was far up past the danger line. It was the longest dry spell of my married life, in part because I was thoroughly chaperoned at home. At Brian's request, Father lived with us while Brian was away. No harem guard ever took his duties more seriously than Father did. Brian had often chaperoned me as a shut-eye sentry, protecting me from the neighbors, not from my own libidinous nature. Father included protecting me from himself. Yes, I tested the water. I had known way back when I was still virgo intacta how thoroughly incestuous were my feelings toward my father. Furthermore, I was certain that he was just as moved by me.
So about 10 days after Brian drove away, when my animal nature was crawling up on me, I arranged it so that I missed saying good night to Father, then came into his room right after he had gone to bed, dressed in a low-cut nightgown and a not-too-opaque peignoir, freshly bathed and smelling good, April showers, a euphemism, and said that I had come in to say good night, which he echoed. So I leaned over to kiss him, exposing my breasts and producing a wave of that sinful scent. He pulled his face back. "Daughter, get out of here, and don't come around me again half-naked." "All naked, perhaps?" "Mon cher papa, je t'adore." "You shut the door. Behind you." "Oh, Papa, don't be mean to me. I need to be cuddled. I need to be hugged." "I know what you need, but you are not going to get it from me. Now get out." "What if I won't? I'm too big to spank." He sighed. "So you are. Daughter, you are an enticing and amoral bitch. We both know it. We have always known it. Since I can't spank you, I must warn you. Get out this instant, or I will telephone your husband right now, tonight, and tell him that he must come home at once, as I am unable to carry out my responsibilities to him and to his family. Understand me?" "Yes, sir." "Now get out." "Yes, sir. May I make a short statement first?" "Well, make it march." "I did not ask you to couple with me, but if we had done so, it would have done no harm. I am pregnant."
"Irrelevant."
"Let me finish, please, sir. Ages ago, back when you were requiring me to work out my own personal commandments, you defined for me the parameters of prudent adultery. I have conformed meticulously to your definition, for it turned out that my husband's values in this matter match yours exactly."
"I am pleased to know that, but possibly not pleased that you told me. Did your husband specifically authorize you to tell me that?"
No, sir. Not specifically."
"Then you have told me a bedroom secret without the consent of the other person affected by the secret, materially affected, as it is his reputation at risk as well as yours. Maureen, you have no right to place another person at risk without his knowledge and consent, and you know it."
I kept quiet a long, cold moment. "Yes, I was wrong. Good night, sir."
"Good night, my darling daughter. I love you."
When Brian returned, he told us that he would be going back to Plattsburgh again in 1917, if we were not already at war by then.
"They want some of us to get there early and turn instructor to help train the new ones with no military experience, and if I will, I go from second to first lieutenant in a hurry. No promise in writing, but that's the policy. Beaupère, can you be here next year? Why don't you just stay on? No point in your opening up your flat again, and I'll bet that Moe's cooking is better than the restaurant cooking at that Greek joint under your flat. Isn't it? Careful how you answer." "It's somewhat better."
"Somewhat? I'll burn your toast." We had a small war on our southern border in 1916. General Pancho Villa raided across the border again and again, killing and burning. Black Jack Pershing of Mindanao fame, who had been jumped by President Roosevelt from captain to brigadier general, was sent by President Wilson to find and seize Villa. Father had known Pershing when they both were captains in the fight against the Moros. Father thought well of him and was delighted with his meteoric rise, with more to come. Father pacified a small war at home, for he did stay on with us, and took Woodrow largely out of my hands, with full authority to exercise on Woodrow the low, the middle, and the high justice, without consulting either of Woodrow's parents. Both Brian and I were relieved. Father took a shine to my sixth child, and that left me free to hold Woodrow my favorite in my heart, with no need or temptation to let it show. My children were all different, and I liked each one of them differently, just as with other people, but I did my utter best to treat them all with even justice, without any favoritism in act or manner. I tried. Truly I tried. At this great distance, more than a century, I think I at last know why my least likable son was my favorite. Because he was most like my father, both in his good points and his bad. My father was by no means a saint, but he was my kind of a scoundrel, and my son Woodrow was almost his replica, 60 years younger. The same faults, the same virtues, and the two most stubborn males I have ever met. Perhaps an unbiased judge might think that we three were triplets, aside from the unimportant fact that we were father, daughter, and daughter's son, and that they each were as emphatically male as I am female. I am so totally every minute a set of female glands and organs that I can cope with it only by carefully simulating the sort of lady approved by Mrs. Grundy and Queen Victoria. But those two males were stubborn. Me stubborn? How could you think such a thing? Father clobbered Woodrow as necessary, frequently, took over his education as he had taken over mine, taught him to play chess at 4, did not need to teach him to read. Like Nancy, Woodrow taught himself. It left me free to rear my other, civilized, well-behaved children with no difficulty, and with no need to raise my voice. Woodrow could have pushed me into being the sort of screaming scold I despise. Father's adoption of Woodrow left me more time with my lovely and loving and lovable husband. All too soon it was time for him to leave again for Plattsburgh. Then I settled down for a truly dry spell. Nelson had been in town part of the time the year before, but now Bryan Smith Associates had moved its physical location to Galena, where Nelson was supervising a new mine that Bryan had bought into when his survey showed its worth, but its developer needed more capital. Anita Bowles had married and left us. Our KC office was now just a post office box number, a telephone number transferred back to our house, and a little clerical work I could handle with ease as my biggest boy, Brian Jr., now 12, picked up the mail from the box on his bicycle each day on his way home from school. So Nelson, my only utterly safe relief husband, was too far away, and my father, the puritanical shike-poke, was watching me closely. So Maureen resigned herself to 4, 5, possibly 6 months in a nunnery. Father often spent a couple of hours in the evening at a pool hall he called his chess club. On a rainy night at the end of February, he surprised me by bringing home with him a stranger. He thereby subjected me to the greatest emotional shock of my life. I found myself offering my hand and greeting a young man who matched in every way, even to his body odor, which I caught quite clearly, clean male, in fresh rut. A man who was my father, as my earliest memory recalled him. While I smiled and made small talk, I said to myself, "Don't faint. Maureen, you must not faint." For I had immediately gone into high readiness to receive a male. This male who looked like my father 30 years younger. I forced myself not to tremble, to keep my voice low, to treat him exactly like any other welcome guest brought to my house by husband or father or child. Father introduced him as Mr. Theodore Bronson. I heard Father say that he had promised Mr. Bronson a cup of coffee, which gave me the respite I needed. I smiled and said, "Yes, indeed, for a cold and rainy night. Gentlemen, do be seated." And I fled into the kitchen. The time I spent in the kitchen slicing pound cake, dishing up mince, setting out coffee service, cream and sugar, transferring coffee from the kitchen range coffee pot into a silver company serving pot, this busyness gave me time to pull myself together, not expose my own rut, and, I hoped, cover some of my body odor simply by the odors of food and the fact that female clothing in those days was all-encompassing. I hoped that Father would not notice what I had been sure of, that Mr. Bronson felt the same about me. I carried in the tray. Mr. Bronson jumped up and helped me with it. We had coffee and cake and small talk. I need not have worried about Father. He was busy with an idea of his own. He, too, had seen the family resemblance, and had formed a theory. Mr. Bronson was a bye-blow of his brother Edward, killed in a train wreck not long after I was born. Father had us stand up side by side, then look in the mirror over the mantelpiece together. Father trotted out this possible theory of Mr. Bronson's orphan origin. It was many months before he admitted to me that he suspected that Mr. Bronson was not my cousin through my Raquel uncle Edward, but my half-brother through Father himself. The talk that night let me, with all propriety and right under my father's nose, tell Mr. Bronson that I looked forward to seeing him at church on Sunday, and that my husband expected to be home for my birthday, and we would expect him for dinner, since it was Mr. Bronson's birthday too. He left soon after that. I bade Father good night and went up to my lonely room. First I took a bath. I had bathed before supper, but I needed another one. I reeked of rut. I masturbated in the tub, and my breasts stopped hurting. I dried down and put on a nightgown and went to bed, and got up and locked my bedroom door and took off my gown and got naked back into bed and masturbated again, violently, thinking about Mr. Bronson, how he looked, the way he smelled, the timbre of his voice. I did it again and again until I could sleep. Chapter 12. Hang the Kaiser. I'm wondering whether Pixel will come back at all, so disastrous was his last visit. I tried an experiment today. I called out, "Telephone!" just as I had heard Dr. Ridpath do. Sure enough, a hologram face appeared, of a police matron. "Why are you asking for a telephone?" "Why not?" "You don't have telephone privileges." "Who says so? If that is true, shouldn't someone have told me? Look, I'll bet you 50 octets that you're right and I'm wrong." "Huh? That's what I said." "So prove it." "I won't pay until you prove it." She looked puzzled and blinked out. "We shall see." Mr. Bronson was at church on Sunday, after the services, at the huddle at the front entrance where church members say nice things to the minister about his sermon, and Dr. Draper did preach a fine sermon if one simply suspended critical faculty and treated it as art. At the door I spoke to him. "Good morning, Mr. Bronson." "Good morning, Mrs. Smith. Miss Nancy. Fine weather for March, is it not?" I agreed that it was, and introduced him to the others of my tribe who were present, Carol, Brian Jr., and George. Marie, Woodrow, Richard, and Ethel were home with their grandfather. I do not think father ever entered a church after he left Thebes, other than to get some friend or relative married or buried. Marie and Woodrow had been at Sunday school, but were, in my opinion, too young for church. We chatted inanities for a few moments. Then he bowed and turned away, and so did I. Neither of us showed in any fashion that the meeting had any significance to either of us. His need for me burned with a fierce flame, as did mine for him, and we both knew it, and neither acknowledged it. Day after day we conducted our love affair wordlessly, never touching, not even a lover's glance, right under my father's eyes. Father told me later that he had had his suspicions, smelled a rat, at one point, but that both Mr. Bronson and I had behaved with such propriety that father had had no excuse to clamp down on us. "After all, my darling, I can't condemn a man for wanting you as long as he behaves himself. We both know what you are, and I can't scold you for being what you are. You can't help it, as long as you behave like a lady. Truth is, I was proud of both of you for behaving with such civilized restraint. It's not easy, I know." Through playing chess with my father, and shortly with Woodrow as well, Mr. Bronson managed to see me en passant almost every day. He volunteered as assistant scoutmaster for the troop at our church, then drove Brian Jr. and George home after scout meeting the next Friday night, which resulted in a date with Brian Jr. for the following afternoon to teach him to drive. Mr. Bronson owned a luxury model of Ford automobile, a landaulet, always shining and beautiful. The following Saturday he took my 5 older children on a picnic. They were as charmed by him as I was. Carol confided to me afterward, "Mamma, if I ever get married, Mr. Bronson is just the sort of man I want to marry." I did not tell her that I felt the same way. The Saturday after that one, Mr. Bronson took Woodrow downtown to a Hippodrome Theater matinee to see the magician Thurston the Great. I would have been delighted to be invited along. Stage magic fascinates me, but I didn't dare even hint with father watching me. When Mr. Bronson returned the child asleep in his arms, I was able to invite him inside, as father was with me, lending his sanction to the meeting. Never once during that strange romance did Mr. Bronson enter our house without father being there, and then publicly present. Once when Mr. Bronson fetched Brian Jr. back from a driving lesson, I invited him in for tea. He inquired about father. Learning that father was not home, Mr. Bronson discovered that he was already late for an appointment. Men are more timid than women, at least in my experience. Brian arrived home on Sunday, the 1st of April, and on the same day father left on a short visit to St. Louis, to see my mother, I assume, but father never discussed his reasons. I could have wished that Father had stayed home, so that Brian and I could have taken a little journey to nowhere, while Father guarded the teepee and Nancy did the cooking. But I said nothing about this to anyone, as the children were as anxious to see their father and visit with him as I was to get him alone and take him to bed. Besides, well, we no longer had an automobile. Before leaving for Plattsburgh this time, Brian had sold El Rio Grande. "Mo," he had said, "last year, leaving in April, it made sense to drive to Plattsburgh. I got lots of use out of the Rio there, but only a fool would attempt to drive from Kansas City to upstate New York in February. Last year in April I had to be pulled out of the mud 3 times. Had it been February, I simply would not have made it." Besides, Barney had added with his best Teddy Roosevelt grin, "I'm going to buy us a 10-passenger car, or 11. Shall we try for 11? We tried for 11, but failed to ring the cash register that time. Barney went off to Plattsburgh by train with a promise to me that when he got back, he intended to buy the biggest passenger car available, a 7-passenger, if that was the biggest, and what did I think of a closed car this time? A Lexington 7-passenger sedan, for example, or a Marmon, or a Pierce Arrow. Think about it, dear one. I gave it little thought, as I knew that when the time came Brian would make his own decision, but I was glad to know that we were going to have a bigger motor car. A 5-passenger car is a bit cramped for a family of 10. Or 11 when I managed to catch. So when Brian got home on April 1st, 1917, we stayed home and did our love-making in bed. After all, it isn't necessary to do it in the grass. That night, when we were tired but not ready to go to sleep, I asked, "When must you return to Plattsburgh, my love?" He was so long in answering, I added, "Was that an improper question, Brian? It has been so long since '98 that I am unused to the notion of questions that may not be asked." "My dearest, you may ask any question. Some I may not be able to answer because the answer is restricted, but far more likely I won't be able to answer because a first lieutenant isn't told very much. But this one I can answer. I don't think I'll be going back to Plattsburgh. I'm sufficiently sure of it that I didn't leave anything there, not even a toothbrush." I waited. "Don't you want to know why?" "My husband, you will tell me if it suits you, or when you can." "Maureen, you're too damned agreeable. Don't you ever have any female-type nosiness?" "Of course I have, dear man, but I get more out of you if I am not nosy. I would like to know." "Well, I don't know what the papers here have been saying, but the so-called Zimmerman telegram is authentic. There is not a chance that we can stay out of the war more than another month. The question is, do we send more troops to the Mexican border, or do we send troops to Europe, or both? Do we wait for Mexico to attack us, or do we go ahead and declare war on Mexico, or do we declare war first on the Kaiser? If we do we dare turn our backs on Mexico?" "Is it really that bad?" "A lot depends on President Carranza. Yes, it's that bad. I already have my mobilization assignment. All it takes is a telegram, and I'm on active duty and on my way to my point of mobilization, and it's not Plattsburgh." He reached out and caressed me. "Now forget war and think about me, Mrs. McGillicuddy." "Yes, Clarence." 2 choruses of Old Riley's Daughter. Later, Brian said, "Mrs. Mac, that was acceptable. I think you've been practicing." I shook my head. "Nary a bit, my love. Father has watched me unceasingly. He thinks I'm an immoral woman who sleeps with other men." "What a canard! You never let them sleep? Never. I'll tell him." "Don't bother. Father made up his mind about me before you and I ever met. How are the Plattsburgh pussies? Tasty? Affectionate?" "Hepzibah, I hate to admit this, but, well, the fact is, I didn't get any. Not any." "Why, Clarence." "Honey girl, they worked my tail off. Field instruction and drills and lectures in the daytime, 6 days a week, and surprise drills on Sundays. More lectures in the evenings, and always more bookwork than we could possibly handle. Stagger to bed around midnight, reveille at 6. Feel my ribs. I'm skinny." "Hey, that's not a rib." "So it isn't. It's not a bone of any sort. Hubert, I'm going to keep you in bed until we get you fatted up and stronger. Your story has touched my heart." "It's a tragic one, I know. But what's your excuse? Justin would have offered you a little gentle exercise, I'm certain." Dearest man, I did have Justin and Eleanor over for dinner, yes, but with a house full of youngsters and father a notorious night owl, I didn't even get my bottom patted. Nothing but a few gallant indecencies whispered into my horrified ear. Your what? You should have gone over there. But they live so far away. It was a far piece even by automobile, an interminable distance by streetcar. We had first met the Wetheralls at our new church, the Linwood Methodist, when we moved into our home on Benton Boulevard. But that same year, after we got on friendly but not intimate terms with the Wetheralls, they moved far out south into the new J.C. Nichols subdivision, the country club district, and there they switched to an Episcopalian church near their new home, which put them clear out of our orbit. Bryony and I had discussed them. They both smelled good, but they moved too far away for much socializing, and they were older than we and clearly quite well-to-do. All these factors left me a bit intimidated, so I had moved the Wetheralls to the inactive file. Then Brian ran into them again when Justin tried to get accepted for Plattsburgh. Justin had given Brian as a reference, which flattered him. Justin was turned down for officer candidate training, a damaged foot, an accident that had maimed him before he learned to walk. He limped, but it was hardly noticeable. Brian wrote a letter urging a waiver. It was not granted, but as a consequence Eleanor had invited us to dinner in January, a week before Brian left for Plattsburgh. A fine big house and even more children than we had. Justin had incorporated into the house design an elegant but expensive idea. Justin and Eleanor occupied not just a master bedroom, but the entire upper floor of one wing, a master suite consisting of a sitting room, in addition to a formal parlor and a family sitting room downstairs, a huge bedroom with a pantry and wine safe in one corner, a bath broken into units, a tub, a shower, and 2 closets, one of the latter having in addition to its WC a fixture I had heard of but never seen before, a fountain bidet. Eleanor helped me try out the latter, and I was delighted. Just what Maureen with her giveaway body odor needed. I told her so and told her why. I think your natural fragrance is delightful, Eleanor told me seriously. And so does Justin. Justin said that about me. Eleanor took my face between her hands and kissed me, softly and gently, her mouth slack, not a tongue kiss, but not totally dry. Justin said that. He said considerably more than that. Dear, he feels enormous attraction to you. I knew that. And so do I. And so I do for your husband. Brian affects me all through. If by any chance you two share our feelings, Justin and I are willing and eager to realize our feelings in acts. You mean a trade-off? All the way? All the way. A fair exchange is no robbery. I didn't hesitate. Yes. Oh, good. Do you want a chance to consult Brian? Not necessary. I know. He wants to eat you raw. I took her face between my palms, kissed her deeply. How do we go about this? Whatever is easiest for you, Maureen, little love. My sitting room converts into a second bedroom in only seconds, and it has its own little powder room, so it can be either 2 couples or all 4 of us together. Bryony and I don't hide from each other. Eleanor, I have found in the past that if I simply take my clothes off, it saves time and words. Her mouth twitched. I've found it so. Maureen, you astound me. I've known you 10 years, I think. Back when we still lived on South Benton and we all attended Linwood Boulevard Methodist, Justin and I discussed you two as possible playmates. I told Justin that Brian had that look in his eyes, but I couldn't see any way to crack your armor. The perfect lady right out of Godey's Ladies' Book. Since, in order to be safe, this sort of family seduction has to be negotiated between wives, we simply moved you to the too-bad list. I was unhooking and unbuttoning while chuckling. Eleanor, love, I broke my maidenhead at 14, and I've been in heat ever since. Brian knows it and understands me and loves me anyhow. Oh, delightful! Sweetheart, I gave away my cherry at 12 to a man 4 times my age. Then it couldn't have been Justin. Heavens, no! She stepped out of her drawers. It left her in opera-length hose and evening slippers. I'm ready. So am I. I was eyeing her and was sorry Bryony hadn't shaved me, as she was as smooth as a grape. Bryony was going to love her. Tall, statuesque, blonde. A few minutes later, Justin placed me on the Persian rug in front of the fire in their upstairs sitting room. Eleanor was beside me with my husband. She turned her head toward me and smiled and took my hand as we each received the other's husband. I've heard formal discussions at salons in Boondock, complete with stimulator and interlocutor, debating the ideal number for polymorphous sensuality. There were some who favored trios, each of the 4 sorts or all 4 or any, and some who favored high numbers, and some who insisted that any odd number could produce maximum pleasure but no even number. Me, I still think that a foursome of families, all loving and lovable, cannot be beaten. I'm not running down any other combination, and I like them all. I'm simply naming what I like best year in and year out. Later that night Brian telephoned Father and explained that the streets were getting icy. Would he mind being zookeeper for us tonight? Brian looked down at me. What was the faraway look in your eye? I was thinking about your favorite girl. You're my favorite girl. Favorite blonde girl, Eleanor. Oh, granted. And your favorite oldest daughter. Something ambivalent there. Positional grammar. Oldest favorite daughter. Favorite oldest daughter. Yes, I guess they both mean Nancy. Continue. News I couldn't put into a letter. Nancy did it. Did what? If you mean she did it with that pimply kid, I seem to recall that you concluded that a year ago. How many times can she stop being a virgin? Bryony, Nancy finally decided to tell me. She had a scare, and that pimply kid doesn't come here any more because he wouldn't stop after a rubber broke. So she told Mama. So I douched her and checked her calendar with her, and she came around just fine 3 days later, and she stopped being scared. But at last we were women together, and we talked. I gave her some hurry-up Father Ira instruction, including the lecture that goes with the Forberg etchings. Hey, that thing does have a bone in it after all. What do you expect? You're talking about Nancy's fancy. Did you think I could stay limp? While Nancy's pretty fancy is verboten to me, I can dream, can't I? If you can dream about your father, I can dream about my daughter. Go ahead, hon, get to the good parts. Nasty man. Lecher. Brian, don't tempt Nancy unless you mean business, or she will turn and sink her fangs into you. She's in an unstable state. And now to the good parts. Brian, as we agreed, I told Nancy about the Howard Foundation, and promised that you would talk to her about it too, and I telephoned Judge Sperling. He referred me to a lawyer here in town, Mr. Arthur J. Chapman. Do you know him? I know who he is. Corporation lawyer, never goes into court. Very expensive. And a trustee of the Howard Foundation. So I inferred from your remark. Interesting. I called on him, identified myself, and he gave me Nancy's list. For this area, I mean. Jackson and Clay counties and Johnson County in Kansas. Good hunting? I think so. On the list is Jonathan Sperling Wetherall, son of your favorite blonde. I'll be a brass-balled baboon. Later on that night Brian said, So Ira thinks this city slicker is his brother's woods colt? Yes. You will think so too when you see him. Dear one, he and I look so much alike that you would swear that we are brother and sister. And you have an acute case of flaming drawers about him. That's a mild way of putting it. I'm sorry, dear. What is there to be sorry about? If your interest in sex were so mild that you never thought about any man but your poor old tired, worn-out— Ouch! I had pinched him. Husband, you wouldn't be half as good tale as you are. As it is, you are quite lively, Mrs. Finkelstein. I prefer you as you are, good points and bad. Will you sign a certificate to that effect? Certainly. You want it to show to your customers? Darling girl, I slipped the leash on you years ago, as I knew then and know now that you would never do anything that could risk the welfare of our children. You never have. You never will. My record isn't all that good, dearest. What I did with the Reverend Dr. Ezekiel was stupidly reckless. I blush whenever I think of it. Zeke the Greek was your rite of passage, my love. It scared the hell out of you, and you'll never take a chance on a second-rater again. That's the acid test for adult adultery, my true love. What sort of person you select with whom to share your escapades. All other factors follow naturally from that choice.
This Bronson, who may or may not be your cousin, would you be proud to have him here in bed with us tonight, or would it embarrass you? Would you be happy about it? How does this bloke measure up?" I thought about Bryony's acid test and checked over Mr. Bronson in my mind. "Brian, I can't pass judgment. My head is spinning and I haven't any sense about him." "Want me to talk to Father Ira about him? Nobody can pull the wool over Ira's eyes." "I wish you would. Oh, don't suggest that I want to go to bed with Mr. Bronson. It would embarrass Father, and he would say, 'Murph,' and grunt and stalk out of the room. Besides, he knows it. I can feel it." "I can understand that. Of course Ira is jealous of this city slicker over you, so I'll stay away from that aspect of the subject." "Jealous? Father? Over me? How could he be?" "My love, your great sweetness makes up for your slight stupidness. Ira can be, is, jealous over you for the same reason that I can be jealous over Nancy and her little pink fancy, because I can't have her, because Ira wants you himself and can't have you, whereas I have no need to be jealous over you, as I do have you and know that your riches are an inexhaustible bonanza. That beautiful flower between your sweet thighs is the original horn of plenty. I can share it endlessly with no possibility of diminishing its wealth. But for Ira it's the unattainable, the treasure that can never be reached." "But Father can have me any time." "Whoops! Did you finally get past his guard?" "No, damn it. He won't give." "Oh, then the situation is unchanged. Ira won't touch you for the same reason I won't touch Nancy. Although I'm not dead sure I'm as noble as Ira, you had better warn Nancy to stay covered up and downwind when dealing with her poor old frail pop." "I'm damned if I'll warn her, Bryony. You are the only male in the whole world I am absolutely certain would not hurt our Nancy in any way. If she can get past your guard, I'll cheer her on. I might learn something from her about how to cope with my own chinchy, impossible-to-seduce father." "Okay, you red-headed baggage. I'll sniff Nancy and jump you. That'll larn ya." "I'm skeered. Want a giggle?" Brian Jr. wanted to look. Nancy let him. "Be damned." "Yes." I kept my face straight. I neither laughed nor pretended to be shocked. B. Jr. told her that he had never had a chance to see just how girls are different from boys. "What nonsense! All our kids have been naked in front of each other from time to time. We brought them up that way." But dear, he really did have a point. A boy's differences hang right out where they can be seen. A girl's girlishness is mostly inside, and doesn't show unless she lies down and makes it show. That is what Nancy did for him. Lay down, pulled up her robe, she was just out of her bath, spread her thighs wide, pulled her lips apart, and showed him the baby hole. Probably winked at him with it. Probably enjoyed it herself. I would have, but none of my brothers asked me to. "Wench, we haven't found anything yet that you don't enjoy." I thought about that. "I think you're right, Brian. Some things hurt a little, but mostly I have a wonderfully good time. Even this frustration over Mr. Bronson pleasures me more than it hurts, since I can tell my beloved husband all about it without causing him to stop loving me." "Do you want me to tell Ira to lay off? Ask him to give you the shut-eye chaperonage that I would give you?"
Let's wait until you have sized up Mr. Bronson. If you approve of him, I'll have my drawers off in a jiffy. If you don't, I'll continue my best Vestal Virgin act, which is what he has been getting. But as I told you, my head is in a whirl and my judgment is no good. I need your cool head." On Tuesday, the Post and the Star each reported that President Wilson had asked the Congress to declare that a state of war exists between the United States of America and the German Empire. Wednesday we waited for the shout of "Extra!" in the street, or for the telephone to ring, or both, and neither happened. We required the children to go to school, although they did not want to, Brian Jr. especially. Woodrow was utterly unbearable. I had to refrain from switching him too often. On Thursday Father returned home in a state of tense excitement. He and Brian kept their heads together, and I stayed with them mostly while delegating all that I could. Woodrow demanded that his grandfather, or someone, play chess with him, until Father turned him over his knee and walloped him, then made him stand in a corner. On Friday it happened. War. The extras were on our street just before noon, and my husband was on his way almost at once, after telephoning a brother officer, a Lieutenant Bosel, who picked him up, and off they drove to Fort Leavenworth, their M-Day assignment. Brian did not wait for his telegram. Brian Jr. and George were home for lunch, waited until their father left, then were late for school for the first time ever. Nancy and Carol came home from their school, Central High School, just a few blocks away, just in time to kiss their father good-bye. I did not ask if they were cutting classes or school had closed early. It did not seem to matter. Father exchanged salutes with Lieutenant Bozel and with Brian, then headed straight for the streetcar line without coming back into the house. He said to me, "You know where I'm going and why. I'll be back when you see me." I agreed that I knew. Father had been increasingly restless ever since his request for active duty had been turned down. I turned everything over to Nancy and went back to bed. For the second time, as I had impressed Father as baby watcher earlier, so that Brian and I could go back to bed after breakfast, we both guessed that this would be der Tag. But this time I went to bed just to cry. About 3 I got up and Nancy served me tea and milk toast. I ate some of it. While I was fiddling with it, Father returned home in the most towering rage I have ever seen him in. He offered no explanation. Nancy told him that Mr. Bronson had called and had asked for him, and that brought it out of him in a flood. I think poltroon was the mildest term that he used about Mr. Bronson. Pro-German traitor may have been the bitterest. He did not use profanity, just words of rage and disappointment. I had great trouble believing it. Mr. Bronson a coward, pro-German? But Father was detailed in his account, and broken-hearted in his response. In my own confused grief, my beloved country, my beloved husband, my secret lover, all the same day. I had to force myself to remember that Father was hit just as hard. His brother's boy, or was Theodore Bronson his own son? Father had hinted at the possibility. I went back to bed, cried some more, then lay there dry-eyed with this triple ache in my heart. Father tapped on my door. "Daughter?" "Yes, Father." "Mr. Bronson is on the telephone asking for you." "I don't want to talk to him. Must I?" "Certainly not. Is there anything you wish me to say to him?" "Tell him not to call me, not to come here, not to speak to any of my children, now or ever." "I'll tell him. With a few words for myself, too. Maureen, his sheer gall amazes me." About 6, Carol brought me a tray. I ate some of it. Then Justin and Eleanor came to see me, and I cried on my big sister, and they consoled me. Later, I don't know the time, but it was after dark. 8:30, 9. I roused at some commotion downstairs. Shortly my father came up, tapped on the door. "Maureen, Mr. Bronson is here." "What?" "May I come in? I have something to show you." I didn't want to let Father in. I hadn't cleaned up, and I was afraid Father would notice, but Mr. Bronson here? Here? After what Father had said to him? "Yes, Father, come in." He showed me a piece of paper. I read it. It was a carbon copy of an army enlistment form, which stated that Bronson, Theodore, was enlisted at the rank of private in the National Army of the United States. "Father, is this some sort of bad joke?" "No. He's here. That's authentic. He did it." I got out of bed. "Father, will you start me a tub? I'll be down quickly." "Certainly." He went into my bath. I peeled off my gown, went in after him, thanked him. I didn't realize that I was naked in front of him until he looked at me and looked away. "Ask Nancy to serve him something, please. Is Nancy still up?" "Everyone is up. Get into that tub, dear. We'll wait for you." 15 minutes later I went downstairs. I suppose my eyes were red, but I was smiling and no longer stunk, and I was dressed in Sunday best. I hurried to him and offered my hand. "Mr. Bronson, we are all so proud of you." I don't remember details of the next hour or 2 hours or whatever. I sat there in a golden haze of bittersweet happiness. My country was at war, my husband was off to war, but at least I knew the deeper meaning of better death than dishonor. I knew now why Roman matrons said, "with your shield or on it." Those hours of believing that my beloved Theodore was not what I had believed him to be, but a coward who would refuse to defend his country, those hours had been the longest, most hateful hours of my life. I had not really believed that there were such subhuman creatures. I had never known one. Then to have it turn out simply to be a bad dream, the result of a misunderstanding over words. I've read somewhere that pleasure is relief from pain. Psychologists are a silly lot mostly, but that night I enjoyed that sort of ecstatic pleasure. Even my fires of libido were banked, and for the time I did not worry about Bryony, so joyed was I that Theodore was indeed what a man to be loved must be, a hero, a warrior. My big girls did their best to stuff him full, and Carol made him a sandwich and wrapped it to take with him. Father was full of man-to-man advice, old soldier to new recruit. My big boys were falling over each other to try to do things for him, and even Woodrow was almost well behaved. At last they all lined up to kiss him good-bye, even Brian Jr., who had given up kissing, save for an occasional peck on his mother's cheekbone. They all went to bed but Father, and it was my turn. I have always been of such rugged health that winning testaments for perfect attendance at Sunday school was never any trouble to me. So wasn't it nice that I had 2 testaments when I needed them? I did not even need to think up a new inscription. What I had written for my husband was right for any Lucasta to any warrior off to the wars. To Private Theodore Bronson. Be true to self and country. Maureen J. Smith, April 6th, 1917. I gave it to him, saw him read it, then I said, "Father." He knew what I wanted, a decent amount of privacy. No. Damn him, did he really think that I would drag Theodore down on the rug, with the children awake and only a flight of stairs away? Well, perhaps I would. Then turn your back. I put my arms up and kissed Theodore firmly but chastely, then knew that a chaste kiss was not enough to say farewell to a warrior. I let my body grow soft and my lips come open. My tongue met his, and I promised him wordlessly that whatever I had was his. Theodore, take care of yourself. Come back to me. Chapter 13. Over There. My father, having been refused a return to active duty in the Army Medical Corps, was then turned down again when he tried to enlist as an infantry private. He made the mistake of showing his separation papers, which showed his 1852 date of birth, and then tried to enlist in St. Louis with a claimed date of birth of 1872, but was tripped up somehow, and finally did manage to enlist in the 7th Missouri, an infantry militia regiment formed to replace Kansas City's 3rd Missouri, which was now the 110th Combat Engineers training at Camp Funston, and about to go over there. This new home guard, made up of the too young, too old, too many dependents, too halt or too lame, was not fussy about Father's age, 65, in view of his willingness to accept a dull job as supply sergeant and the fact that he needed no training. I greatly appreciated Father's decision to live with us for the duration. For the first time in my life I had to be the head of the family, and it's really not Maureen's style. I like to work hard and do my best while the key decisions are left up to someone bigger, stronger, and older than I, and with a warm male odor to him. Oh, I'll be a pioneer mother if I must. My great-great-grandmother Kitchen killed 3 hostiles with her husband's musket after he was wounded, and Father did teach me to shoot. But I would rather be a womanly woman to a manly man. Brian was emphatic that I must not let Father dominate me, that I must make the decisions, that I was head of the family. Use Ira to back you up, fine, but you are boss. Don't let him forget it. Don't let our children forget it, and don't you forget it. I sighed internally and said, "Yes, sir." Brian Jr. did nobly when he suddenly found himself in his father's shoes, but 12 is young for that job. It was well that his grandfather had agreed to stay with us. Brian Jr. and his brother George kept on with their jobs, delivering the journal and lighting street lamps, and still brought home straight A's. When the summer ended and the weather turned cold, I started getting up at 4:30 a.m. as they did, and served them hot cocoa before they started out. They enjoyed it, and it made me feel better as I watched them start off to work before daylight. The winter of 1917 to 1918 was bitter. They had to bundle up like Eskimos. I wrote to Betty Lou every week, and also to Nelson. My beastly, lovable cousin Nelson came home on the Monday following the declaration of war and told Betty Lou,
Hun, I've found a wonderful way to avoid going into the army.
How? Castration? Isn't that rather drastic?
Somewhat. At least I think so. Guess again.
I know. You're going to jail.
Even better than jail. I've joined the Marines.
So Betty Lou was managing our mine. I had no doubt that she could do it. She had been in on every detail from the day we acquired majority ownership. She was not a mining engineer, but neither was Nelson. The minority owner was our mining superintendent, not a graduate engineer either, but with over 25 years of white metals experience. It seemed to me that it would work. It would have to work. It was root hog or die. During those war years, people all over our beloved country were doing things they had never done before, doing them well or doing them badly, but trying. Women who had never driven even a team of horses were driving tractors because their husbands had gone to hang the Kaiser. Student nurses were supervising whole wards because graduate nurses were in uniform. 10-year-old boys such as my George were knitting squares for blankets for British Tommies and buying baby bonds with money earned from newspaper routes. There were $1-a-year men and 4-minute speakers and Salvation Army lassies loved by every serviceman, and volunteers for every sort of special war work, from rolling bandages to collecting walnut shells and peach pits for gas masks. Meanwhile, what did Maureen do? Nothing much, I suppose. I cooked and kept house for a family of 10, with much help from my 4 oldest and even some from my 8-year-old Marie. I never missed a Red Cross bandage rolling. I saw to it that my family observed all meatless, wheatless, sweetless days, and other economies of scarce foods decreed by Mr. Herbert Hoover, while learning how to make candies and cookies and cakes with sorghum and corn syrup and honey, all unrationed, in place of sugar, rationed, as Corporal Bronson's buddies appeared to be capable of eating a whole bake-shop of such things. Shortly Carol took over this attempt to fill hollow legs. She considered Corporal Bronson her soldier. We all wrote to him in rotation, and he wrote back to all of us, but especially to Father. There arose a church-sponsored movement for families to adopt lonely servicemen. Carol wanted us to adopt Corporal Bronson, so we did, subject to Brian's approval, which came by return mail. I wrote to my husband every day, and would tear up a letter and start again if, on rereading, I found in it bad news or a flavor of self-pity, which meant that I tore up letters again and again and again until I learned how to write a proper Lucasta letter, one to lift a warrior's morale, not drag him down. That early in the war, Brian was not far away at Camp Funston, adjacent to Manhattan, Kansas, about 100 miles west of Kansas City. After 3 months of not coming home at all, Bryony started coming home about once a month for short weekends, Saturday afternoons to Sunday evenings, when and if he could arrange to ride with another officer. It was a practical distance for a 44-hour pass, noon Saturday to 8 a.m. Monday, by automobile, but not for travel by train. In those days, trains were ordinarily much faster than automobiles, as there were so few paved roads, none in Kansas that I can remember. There was a direct rail line, the Union Pacific, but on all railroads troop trains had first priority, freight trains headed east had second priority, other freight trains had third priority, and passenger trains could use the rails only when nobody else wanted them. Wartime precedence. Mr. McAdoo was strict about it. So Brian's trips home were infrequent, as they depended on duty schedules of brother officers with automobiles. I sometimes wondered whether or not Brian regretted having sold El Rio Grande, but I did not say anything, and neither did he. Count your blessings, Maureen. This is wartime, and your husband is a soldier. Be glad he is able to come home occasionally, and that he is not yet being shot at. The carnage in Europe got worse and worse. In March 1917, the Tsar was overthrown. In November 1917, the Communist Bolsheviki displaced President Kerensky's government, and the Communists immediately surrendered to the Germans. From then on, we were in for it. The German veterans from the Eastern Front were moving by whole division to the Western Front at a time when we had landed only a few of our troops in France. The Allies were in bad trouble. I did not know it. Certainly my children did not. I suspect that they reckoned their father as equal to at least 2 German divisions. In May 1918, I was able to tell my husband that we had rung the cash register on his last weekend at home. I was 2 weeks overdue. Yes, I know that with many women this is not a sure sign, but it is with Maureen. I felt so euphoric about it that I avoided reading the newspapers and just enjoyed being me. Brian went into Manhattan and telephoned me from there for privacy. "Is this Myrtle the fertile turtle?" I answered, "Not so loud, Claude. You'll wake my husband. No, I won't be fertile again for another 8 months. Congratulations. I'll plan on coming home for Christmas. You won't need me sooner than that." "Now you listen to me, Roscoe. I'm not taking the veil. I'm merely having a baby, and I do have other offers." "From Sergeant Bronson, perhaps?" I caught my breath and did not answer. Presently Brian said, "What's the matter, love? Children where they can overhear you?" "No, sir. I've taken the phone into our bedroom, and there was no one else upstairs. Beloved, that man is as stubborn as my father. I have invited him here, father has invited him here, and Carol invites him at least once a week. He thanks us, and then says that he doesn't know when he'll be granted any leave. He's admitted that he is off duty alternate weekends, but he says that the actual time on pass is not enough to go that far from camp." "That's almost true, since he doesn't have a car, since he left his car with Ira, or with Brian Jr." "Pish and tosh. The Weston boy is home every other weekend, and he's only a private. I think I'm a woman scorned." "Nick Weston picks up his son in Junction City, and you know why. But don't fret, Mabel, the money's on the table. I saw Carol's favorite soldier just today." I re-swallowed my heart. "Yes, Bryony?" "I find that I agree with Carol, and with mon beau-père. I already knew that Bronson is as fine a sergeant instructor as we have. I've checked his efficiency marks each week. As for Sergeant Bronson himself, he puts me in mind of Ira, as Ira must have looked at that age." "Sergeant Bronson and I look like twins." "So you do, but on you it looks better." "Oh, fiddle, you have always said that I look my best with a pillow over my face." "I say that to keep you from becoming too conceited, beautiful. You are gorgeous, and everybody knows it, and you look like Sergeant Bronson in spite of it. But he is most like Ira in his personality and in his gung-ho attitude. I fully understand your wish to trip him and beat him to the rug, if you still feel that way." "Do you?" I took a deep breath and sighed it out. "I do, sir, if our daughter Carol doesn't crowd me out and beat me to it." "No, no, by seniority, please. This is wartime. Make her wait her turn." "Don't tell Carol it's okay unless you mean it, dear man, because she means it." "Well, somebody's going to do it to Carol, and I think a lot better of Bronson than I do of that pimply young snot who broke in our Nancy. Don't you?" "Oh, heavens, yes. But the matter is academic. I have given up all hope of getting Sergeant Bronson to enter this house, until the war is over at least." "I told you not to fret. A little bird whispered in my ear that Bronson will soon receive a midweek pass." "Oh, Brian!" I knew what a midweek pass meant. Orders overseas. "Ira was right. Bronson is eager to go over there, so I put him on the list, a special requisition from Pershing's staff for sergeant instructors. Another little bird let me know that my own request was being acted on favorably, so I expect to be home about the same time. But listen closely. I think I can arrange it so that you will have a 24-hour clear shot at him. Can you bring him down in that length of time?" "Oh, goodness, Bryony." "Can you or can't you? I've known you to manage it in an hour with just a horse and buggy to work with. Today you have at your disposal a guest bedroom with its own bath. What does it take, Cleopatra's barge?" "Brian, father supplied that horse and buggy, knowing what was up and actively cooperating, but this time he considers it his bounden duty to stand over me with a shotgun, except that it is a loaded .38 and he would not hesitate to use it." "Can't have that. General Pershing wouldn't like it. Good sergeant instructors are scarce. So I had better brief Ira on the operation plan before I hang up, which I must soon. I am running out of nickels and dimes. Is Ira there?" "I'll get him." Sergeant Theodore did get that midweek pass, from just after retreat on Monday to 8 o'clock muster Thursday morning, and at last he did come to Kansas City. At that time the picture shows always included a comedy, John Bunty, Fatty Arbuckle, Charlie Chaplin, or the Keystone Cops. That week I managed to outdo both Fatty Arbuckle and the Keystone Cops in always stepping into a bucket or falling over my feet. To begin with, that difficult man, Sergeant Theodore, did not show up at our house until late Tuesday afternoon, when Brian had told me that Sergeant Theodore's pass should cause him to arrive at our house by mid-morning at the latest. Where have you been? What took you so long?" No, I did not say anything of the sort. I may have felt like saying it, but I had learned the relative merits of honey and vinegar back when I was still a virgin, a long time ago indeed. Instead, I took his hand, kissed his cheek, and said in my warmest voice, "Sergeant Theodore, it is so good to have you home." I played Cornelia and her jewels before and during dinner, held my peace and smiled, while all my children vied for his attention, including father, who wanted to talk soldier talk with him. At the end of dinner, father suggested, by prearrangement with me, that Staff Sergeant Bronson take me for a spin, and then squelched attempts by the younger children to come along, especially Woodrow, who wanted both to play chess and to be taken to Electric Park. So at last Sergeant Theodore and I headed south just at sundown. In 1918 there was very little south of 39th Street on the east side of Kansas City, even though the city line had been pushed clear south to 77th Street in order to include Swope Park. Swope Park had many popular lovers' lanes, but I wanted a place much more private, and knew some, as Briney and I had searched all the back roads one time and another, looking for what Briney called poontang pastures, grassy places private enough to evade the buzzard eye of Mrs. Grundy. All along the east side of Kansas City runs the Blue River. In 1918 it held many delightful spots, as well as thick bushes, deep mud, chiggers, mosquitoes, and poison ivy. One had to know where to go. If you went south but not too far south, and knew where to cross the tracks of the St. Louis and Frisco, you could work your way into a wooded grassy dell as nice as anything in Swope Park, but utterly private, as it was surrounded by river and railroad embankment, save for one narrow lane leading into it. I wanted that particular spot. I was sentimental about it. When in 1912 we had become footloose through Briney's having purchased El Rio Grande, that was the first place Briney had taken me for outdoor loving. That delightful picnic, I had fetched along a lunch, was the occasion on which I became pregnant with Woodrow. I wanted to receive my new love into me first on that very spot, and then tell my husband about it in every detail, giggling with him over it while we made love. Briney did so enjoy my trips over the fence, and always wanted to hear about them before, during, or after our own love-making, or all three as a sauce to encourage us in more and heartier love-making. Brian always told me about his own adventures, but what he liked best was to hear about mine, so I took Sergeant Theodore to the spot marked X. Time was short. I had promised father that I would stay out at most only long enough to tumble him, then wait another half or 3/4 of an hour for that wonderful, relaxed second go at it. Call it 10:30 or 11. So I should be home about the time you get back from the armory, father. Father agreed that my plans were reasonable, including our need for a second engagement if the first one went well.
Very well, daughter. If you have to be later, please telephone so that we won't worry. And, Maureen.
Yes, father.
Enjoy it, darling.
Oh, mon cher papa, tu es aimable, je t'adore.
Go out there and adore Sergeant Ted. You will probably be his last piece for a long time, so make it a good one. Love you, best of daughters.
My usual method of letting myself be seduced is to decide ahead of time, create or help create the opportunity, then cooperate with whatever advances the nominal seducer makes. Contrariwise, if I have decided against it, I simply see to it that no opportunity arises. That night I did not have time for the ladylike pianissimo protocol. I had just this one chance, and only 2 hours to make it work, and no second chance. Theodore was going overseas. A warrior's farewell had to be now. So Maureen was not ladylike. As soon as we turned off Benton Boulevard and the gathering dusk had given us some privacy, I asked him to put his arm around me. When he did so, I reached up, took his hand, and placed it on my right breast. Most men understand that. Theodore understood it. He caught his breath. I said, "We haven't time to be shy, dear Theodore. Don't be afraid to touch me." He cupped my breast.
"I love you, Maureen."
I answered soberly, "We have loved each other since the night we met. We simply could not say so." I raised his hand, then slid it down the full neck of my dress, felt scalding excitement as his hand touched my breast. He answered huskily, "Yes, I didn't dare tell you." "You would never have told me, Theodore, so I had to be bold and let you know that I feel it, too. The turn is just ahead, I think." "I think so, too. I'll need both hands to drive that lane." "Yes, but only till we get there. Then I want both your arms and all your attention." "Yes." He drove in, turned his car around and headed out, turned off his lights and stopped his engine, set his handbrake, and turned to me. He took me in his arms and we kissed, a fully shared kiss, with our tongues exploring and caressing and talking wordlessly. I was in heaven. I still think that a totally unrestrained kiss is more intimate than is coupling. A woman should never kiss that way unless she intends to couple at once in whatever way he wants her. Without words I said this to Theodore. As soon as our tongues met, I pulled up my skirt, took his hand, and put it between my thighs. He still hesitated, so I moved his hand farther up. No more hesitation. All Theodore needed was to be certain that I knew what I wanted and that his best attentions were welcome. He explored me gently, then slipped a finger inside. I let it enter, then squeezed it as hard as I could, and congratulated myself on never having skipped my exercises even a day since Ethel was born, 2 years earlier. I love to surprise a man with the strength of my vaginal sphincter. My passage is so baby-stretched that, if I did not work endlessly to overcome it, I would be big as a barn door and loose as a goose, so says my father, whose advice got me started on this routine years ago. We were now past all shyness, any turning back, but I had something I had to tell him. I got my tongue back and took my mouth a half-inch from his, chuckled against his mouth. Surprised to find that I am not wearing bloomers? I took them off when I went upstairs, for I can't tell my gallant warrior a proper farewell with drawers in the way. Don't hold back, beloved soldier mine. You can't harm me, I'm expecting.
What did you say?
Must I always be the bold one? I am pregnant, Theodore. No possible doubt I am 7 weeks gone, so don't use a rubber on me.
I can't, I don't have one.
So? Then isn't it nice that you don't need one? But didn't you expect to have me?
No, I did not at all.
But you're going to have me. You can hardly get out of it now. You'll have me bare, darling, no rubber. Would you like me to be bare all over? I will be if you ask me to. I'm not afraid. He stopped to kiss me fiercely.
Maureen, I don't think you are ever afraid of anything.
Oh, yes, I am. I would not dare be alone on 12th Street at night. But afraid of sex and loving? No, not anything I can think of. So help yourself, my darling. If I know how, I'll do it. If I don't, show me and I'll try. Theodore, stop talking and take me.
This seat is narrow.
I hear that the young people take out the back seat and put it on the ground. There is a robe in the back seat, too.
Yes.
We got out of his car and ran into the most confounded Keystone Cops contretemps I have ever experienced. Woodrow. My favorite, Woodrow, whom I could happily have throttled at that moment, was in the back seat, and woke up as I opened the door. Well, I think he woke up. He may have been awake and listening the whole time, memorizing any words he did not know for later investigation and blackmail. Oh, that boy! Would the world let him grow up? I wondered. But what I said in my happiest voice was, "Woodrow, you're a scamp. Sergeant Theodore, see who is sleeping in the back seat." I reached behind me and tried to button Theodore's breeches. "Sergeant Ted promised to take me to Electric Park." So we went to Electric Park, thoroughly chaperoned. I wonder if other women have as much trouble getting themselves ruined as I do. About 20 hours later I was in my own bed, my husband, Captain Brian Smith, on my right, my lover, Captain Lazarus Long, on my left. Each had an arm under my neck. Each was using his free hand to caress me. I was saying, "Brian, beloved," when Lazarus completed the ritual by answering, "But not while the evil days come not." I almost fainted. When he said that he was descended from me, from us, you and me, from all three of us, you and me and Woodrow, I was convinced that I was losing my mind, or had lost it. Briny tickled my right nipple. "Don't worry about it, Swivel Hips. On a woman it hardly shows, as long as she can still cook. Hey, stop that!" I eased up on him. "Sissy, I didn't do that very hard." "I'm in a weakened condition. Captain Long, as I understand it, you decided to reveal yourself, against your own best interests, I believe, in order to tell me that I won't get hurt in this war." "No, Captain, not that at all." Briny sounded puzzled. "I must confess that I don't understand." "I revealed that I am a Howard from the future in order to reassure Mrs. Smith. She's been worrying herself sick that you might not come back, so I told her that I was certain that you did come back. Since you are one of my direct ancestors, I studied your biographical resume before I left Boondock, so I knew." "Well, I appreciate your motives. Maureen is my treasure, but it is reassuring to me, too." "Excuse me, Captain Smith, I did not say that you won't get hurt in this war." "Eh? But you just did, so I thought." "No, sir. I said that you will come back. You will, but I did not say that you won't get hurt. The archives in Boondock are silent on that point. You may lose an arm, or a leg, or your eyes, or even become a basket case, I don't know. I'm sure of just this much. You will live through it and won't lose your testicles and penis because the archives show that you two have several more children, ones you will sire after you come back from France. You see, Captain, the Howard family archives are mostly genealogies with few details otherwise." "Captain Long, better call me Bronson, sir. Here I'm a staff sergeant. My ship is light years away and far in the future." "Then knock off calling me captain, for Pete's sake. I'm Brian, you're Lazarus." "Or Ted. Your children call me Uncle Ted or Sergeant Ted. Calling me Lazarus could involve all sorts of explanations." I said, "Theodore, father knows you are Lazarus, and so do Nancy and Jonathan, and so will Carol when you take her to bed. You let me tell Nancy when you took her to bed. My big girls are too close to each other to keep such secrets from each other, so it seems to me." "Maureen, I said that you could tell anyone because you would not be believed. Nevertheless, each case involves long explanations. But why are you assuming that I am going to take Carol to bed? I did not say that I would, and I have not asked for that privilege." I turned my face to the right. "Briny, do you hear this man? Do you see now why it has taken me more than a year to trip him? He didn't offer the slightest objection to screwing Nancy." "I'm not surprised. Neither did I." My husband leered and licked his lips. "Nancy is special. I told you." "You're an old goat, my beloved. I don't believe you've turned down anything female since you were 9.
8.
"You're boasting, and untruthful, and Theodore is just as bad. He let me think he was willing to satisfy Carol's greatest ambition, once I cleared it with headquarters, meaning you, and I did, and then I told Carol not to despair, that Mamma was working on it, and it looked hopeful, quite hopeful, and now he acts as if he had never heard of the idea." "But, Maureen, I expected Brian to object, and he has." "Now wait a moment, Lazarus. I did not object. Carol is physically a grown woman, and, I have today learned, no longer virgin. And not surprising. She's a year older than her mother was." "More nearly 2, I put in.
"Shut up, you. I'm pimping for our daughter. All I did was lay down some reasonable rules for Carol's protection. Lazarus, you did agree that they were reasonable."
"Oh, certainly, Captain. I simply refused to accept them. My privilege, just as it is your privilege to make them. I have accepted that you do not want me to copulate with your daughter Carol other than by your rules. That settles it. I won't touch her."
"Very well, sir."
"Gentlemen, gentlemen!" I almost let my voice rise. "You both sound like Woodrow. What are these rules?" Theodore said nothing. Brian answered in a pained voice.
"First, I asked him to use a rubber. Didn't matter with you or Nancy, both of you broads are knocked up. He refused. I then—"
"Are you surprised, my darling? I've often heard you refer to it as washing your feet with your socks on."
"Yes, but Carol does not need a baby this season. Certainly not a little bastard before she's considered her Howard options. But, Mo, I did concede that Ted is himself a Howard. I simply said that, all right, if Carol got pregnant, from giving him a soldier's farewell, I wanted him to promise that he would come back when the war is over and marry Carol and take her and her baby to— What's that you call your planet, Captain? Boondock?"
Boondock is a city. My home is in its suburbs. The planet is Tellus Tertius, Earth number 3. I sighed. Theodore, why wouldn't you agree to that? You tell us that you have 4 wives and 3 co-husbands. Why wouldn't you be willing to marry our Carol? She's a good cook, and she doesn't eat all that much, and she's very sweet-tempered and loving. I was thinking how dearly I would like to go to Boondock and marry Tamara. Not that I ever would. I had Bryony and our babies to take care of, but even an old woman can dream. Theodore said slowly, I abide by my own rules for my own reasons. If Captain Smith does not trust me with respect to my behavior toward other people— Not other people, Captain. A particular 16-year-old girl named Carol. I am responsible for her welfare. So you are. I repeat, other people, be they 16-year-old girls or whosoever. You don't trust me without promises. I don't give promises. That ends it, and I am sorry the matter ever came up. I did not bring it up. Captain, I did not come here to bed your ladies. I came to say good-bye and thank you to a whole family, all of whom had been most generous and hospitable to me. I have not intended to disturb your household. I'm sorry, sir. Ted, don't be so damned stiff-necked. You sound just like my father-in-law when he gets his back up. You have not disturbed my household. You have pleased my wife enormously, and for that I thank you. And I know that you were trapped by her. She told me months ago what she intended to do to you if she ever got you alone. This discussion is just over Carol, who has no claim on you. If you don't want her under what I see as minimum protection for her welfare, then let her stick to boys her own age, as she should. Agreed, sir. Damn it, knock off the sirs. You're in bed with my wife. And me. Oh, dear. Mo, it's the only sensible solution. Men. Always doing what you call sensible, and always so wrong-headed and stubborn. Bryony, don't you realize that Carol doesn't give a hoot about promises? She just wants to spread her legs and close her eyes and hope that she catches. If she doesn't catch, a month from now she's going to cry her eyes out. If she does catch, well, I trust Theodore, and so does Carol. Bryony said, Oh, for God's sake, Mo! Ted, ordinarily she is quite easy to live with. Theodore said, Maureen, you said, a month from now she's going to cry her eyes out. Do you know her calendar? Why, yes. Well, maybe. Let me think. My girls kept their own calendars, but old Snoopy Mama kept her eyes open just in case. Today's Wednesday. If I recall correctly, Carol is due again 3 weeks from tomorrow. Why? Do you remember the thumb rule I gave you to ensure, ringing the cash register, you called it? Yes, indeed. You said to count 14 days from onset of menses, then hit that day, and the day before and the day after, if possible. Yes, that is how to get pregnant, a thumb rule, but it works the other way, too, how not to get pregnant, if a woman is regular, if she is not abnormal in some way. Is Carol regular? Like a pendulum, 28 days. Brian, stipulating that Maureen's recollection of Carol's calendar is accurate. I would bet on it. Mo hasn't made a mistake in arithmetic since she found out about 2 and 2. If so, Carol can't get pregnant this week, and I'll be on the high seas the next time she is fertile. But this week a whole platoon of Marines could not knock her up. Bryony looked thoughtful. I want to talk to Ira. If he agrees with you, I'll drop all objections. No. What do you mean, no? No rules. Relax. No, sir. You don't trust, and I don't promise. The situation is unchanged. I was ready to burst into tears from sheer exasperation. Men's minds do not work the way ours do, and we will never understand them, yet we can't get along without them. I was saved from making a spectacle of myself by a knock on the door. Nancy. May I come in? Come in, Nance, Bryony called out. Come in, dear, I echoed. She came in, and I thought how lovely she looked. She was freshly shaved that morning in preparation for a swap that Nancy and Jonathan had asked for. Jonathan into my bed, Nancy into Theodore's. Theodore had hesitated, afraid of hurting my feelings, but I had insisted, knowing what a treat our Nancy would be for Theodore, and Theodore for Nancy, and Jonathan for Maureen. I was flattered enormously that Jonathan had suggested it. Father had taken the rest of my zoo to the Algie Barnes Circus, playing in Independence.
All but Ethel, too young for the circus, too young to notice. I had her crib in my bathroom, safe and in earshot. That playful swap had gone beautifully, and made me think even more highly of my prospective son-in-law. About 3 o'clock, we four, Nancy and Theodore, Jonathan and I, had gathered in Smithfield, my big bed, mostly to chat. As Bryony often said, "You can't do it all the time, but there is no limit to how much you can talk about it." We four were still lounging in Smithfield, talking and necking, when Brian telephoned. He had just arrived in town on leave. I told him to hurry home and cued him in family code as to what he could expect. Nancy understood the coded message and looked wide-eyed, but said nothing. 30-odd minutes later she closed her eyes and opened her thighs, and for the first time received her father, then opened her eyes and looked at Jonathan and me and grinned. I grinned back at her. Jonathan was too busy to look. What this world needs is more loving, sweaty and friendly and unashamed. Then the children had gone downstairs. Nancy had sensed that I wanted time alone with my two men. She took the telephone with her, long cord and all. Now she stood by the bed and smiled at us. "Did you hear the phone ring? It was Grandpa. He said to tell you that the zoo wagon will arrive. That's your car, Ted Lazarus, darling. Will arrive at exactly 6:05 p.m. So Jonathan is bathing, and I wanted him not to use all the hot water. He left his clothes up here. I'll take them down to him, then I'll bathe and dress up here. Ted Lazarus, dear, where are your clothes?" "In the sewing room. I'll be right down." "Cancel that," Brian said. "Nance, fetch Ted's clothes when you come up, that's my sweet girl. Ted and his family, we spit in their eyes and tell 'em to go to hell. You don't need to dress until we do, after the doorbell rings. A husband is all the chaperone a wife needs, and I don't explain to my children why we choose to have a guest upstairs. As for mon beau-père, he knows the score and is our shut-eye sentry. If Carol guesses, she won't talk. Thanks, Nancy." "Pas de quoi, mon cher père. Papa, is it true that Ted doesn't have to go back tonight?" "Ted goes back with me Sunday night. Special duty assigned to me, and I sold him body and soul to your mother, who may kill him by then." "Oh, no!" Both my daughter and I said it. "Or not, but she'll try. Now get along, darling, and set that door to latch as you close it." Nancy did so. My husband turned to me. "Flametop, it is now 5:40. Can you figure out a way to entertain Ted and me for the next 25 minutes? I took a deep breath. "I'll try." Chapter 14. Black Tuesday. World as myth. Much as I love Hilda, much as I love Jubal and respect his analytical genius, world as myth doesn't explain anything. As Dr. Will Durant would put it, it is an insufficient hypothesis. I studied philosophy under Dr. Durant in Kansas City in 1921 and 22, not long after he left the Catholic Church, and turned agnostic, socialist, and Benedict, all through sniffing a 14-year-old girl half his age. Dr. Durant must have been a disappointment to Mrs. Grundy. He married his jailbait sweetheart and stayed married to her till his death in his 90s, with never a breath of scandal. For Mrs. Grundy it must have been a case of, some days it is hardly worth while to listen at keyholes. The Church's loss was the world's gain. A horny young teacher's inability to keep his hands off a pretty, smart, and noble student gave several universes a great teacher in history and philosophy, and gave Maureen her introduction to metaphysics, my greatest intellectual adventure since Father introduced me to Professor Thomas Henry Huxley. Professor Huxley introduced me to the fact that theology is a study with no answers because it has no subject matter. No subject matter. That's right, no subject matter whatever, just colored water with artificial sweetening. Theo equals God, and logi equals words. That is, any word ending in ology means talk about, or discussion of, or words concerning, or study of, a subject named in the first part of the word, whether it is hippology or astrology, or proctology or eschatology or scatology or something else. But to discuss any subject, it is first necessary to agree on what it is you are discussing. Hippology presents no problem. Everybody has seen a horse. Proctology, everybody has seen an arsehole. Or if you have been so carefully brought up that you've never seen one, go down to your city hall. You will find the place full of them. But the subject tagged by the spell symbol theology is a horse of another color. God or God or gods, have you ever seen God? If so, where and when? How tall was she and what did she weigh? What was her skin color? Did she have a belly button, and if so, why? Did she have breasts? For what purpose? How about organs of reproduction and of excretion? Did she or didn't she? If you think I am making fun of the idea of a god fashioned in man's image or vice versa, you have much to go on. I will agree that the notion of an anthropomorphic god went out of fashion some time ago with most professional godsmen, but that doesn't get us any nearer to defining the English spell symbol, God. Let's consult fundamentalist preachers, because Episcopalians won't even let God into his sanctuary unless he shines his shoes and trims that awful beard, and Unitarians won't let him in at all. So let's listen to fundamentalists. God is the creator. He created the world. The existence of the world proves that it was created. Therefore there is a creator. That creator we call God. Let us all bow down and worship him, for he is almighty, and his works proclaim his might. Will someone please page Dr. S.I. Hayakawa? Or if he is busy, any student who received a B+ or better in Logic 101? I'm looking for someone able to discuss the fallacy of circular reasoning and also the concatenative process by which abstract words can be logically defined by building on concrete words. What is a concrete word? It is a spell symbol used to tag something you can point to and thereby agree on. For example, cat, sailboat, ice skating. Agree with such certainty that when you say sailboat, there is no chance whatever that I will think you mean a furry quadruped with retractile claws. With the spell symbol God, there is no way to achieve such agreement because there is nothing to point to. Circular reasoning can't get you out of this dilemma. Pointing to something, the physical world, and asserting that it has to have a creator, and this creator necessarily has such and such attributes, proves nothing save that you have made certain assertions without proof. You have pointed at a physical thing, the physical world. You have asserted that this physical thing has to have a creator. Who told you that? What's his mailing address? Who told him? But to assert that something physical was created out of nothing, not even empty space, by a thingamajig you can't point to, is not to make a philosophical statement or any sort of statement. It is mere noise, amphigory, sound and fury signifying nothing. Jesuits take 14 years to learn to talk that sort of nonsense. Southern fundamentalist preachers learn to talk it in a much shorter time. Either way, it's nonsense. Pardon me. Attempts to define God cause one to break out in hives. Unlike theology, metaphysics does have a subject, the physical world, the world that you can feel, taste, and see, the world of potholes and beautiful men and railroad tickets and barking dogs and wars and marshmallow sundaes. But, like theology, metaphysics has no answers, just questions. But what lovely questions! Was this world created? If so, when and by whom, and why? How is consciousness, me-ness, hooked to the physical world? What happens to this me-ness when this body I am wearing stops, dies, decays, and the worms eat it? Why am I here? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Why are you here? Are you here? Are you anywhere? Am I all alone? And many more. Metaphysics has polysyllabic words for all of these ideas, but you don't have to use them. Anglo-Saxon monosyllables do just as well for questions that have no answers. Persons who claim to have answers to these questions invariably are fakers after your money. No exceptions. If you point out their fakery, if you dare to say aloud that the emperor has no clothes, they will lynch you if possible, always from the highest of motives. That's the trouble I'm in now. I made the mistake of flapping my loose lower jaw before learning the power structure here, so now I am about to be hanged. I hope it is as gentle as hanging, for the capital crime of sacrilege. I should know better. I didn't think anyone would mind, in San Francisco, when I pointed out that the available evidence tended to indicate that Jesus was gay. But there were cries of rage from two groups, A, gays, B, non-gays. I was lucky to get out of town. I do wish Pixel would come back. On Friday we got my daughter Nancy and Jonathan Wetherall married. The bride wore white over a peanut-sized embryo that qualified her for Howard Foundation benefits, while the bride's mother wore a silly grin that resulted from her private activities that week, and the groom's mother wore a quieter smile and a faraway look in her eyes from similar, but not identical, private activities. I had gone to much trouble to slide Eleanor Wetherall under Sergeant Theodore. To their mutual joy, I know. My husband says that Eleanor is a world-class mattress dancer, but not solely for their amusement. Eleanor is a touchstone, able to detect lies when she is sexually linked and en rapport. Let's go back 2 days. On Wednesday, my zoo got home from the circus at 6:05 p.m. We had a picnic dinner in our backyard at 6:30, the exact timing being possible through Carol's having prepared it in the morning. At sundown, Brian lit the garden lights, and the younger ones played croquet while we elders, Brian, Father, Theodore, and I, sat in the garden glider swing and talked. Our talk started on the subject of human female fertility. Brian told Father that he wanted him to hear something Captain Long had said about the matter. But I must note first that I had gone to Father's room the night before, Tuesday, after the house was quiet, pledging him a King's X, then told him about a strange story Sergeant Theodore had given me earlier that night, after that silly unplanned visit to Electric Park, a story in which he claimed to be Captain Lazarus Long, a Howard from the future. Despite my promise of King's X, Father left the door ajar. Nancy tapped on it, and we invited her in. She perched on the other side of Father's bed, facing me, and listened soberly to my repetition. Father said, "Maureen, I take it you believe him. Time travel and ether ship and all." Father, he knew Woodrow's birth date. Did you tell him? No, I know your policy. He knew your birthday, too, not just the year, but the day and the month. Did you tell him? No, but it's no secret. I've set it down on all sorts of documents. But how would he know where to find one? And he knew Mother's birthday, day, year, and month. That's harder, but not impossible. Daughter, as you tell me he pointed out, anyone with access to the Foundation's files in Toledo could look up all of these dates. But why would he know Woodrow's birthday and not Nancy's? Father, he came here knowing quite a bit about all his ancestors, those he claims as ancestors, that is to say Woodrow and his ancestors, but not the birthdays of Woodrow's brothers and sisters. I don't know. If he did have access to Judge Sperling's files, he could have memorized just those data needed to back up his story. But the most interesting item is his assertion that the war will end on November 11th this year. I would have guessed sometime this summer, with bad news for Britain and worse news for France, and humiliation for us. Or not earlier than the summer of 1919, with victory for the Allies but a horribly expensive one. If it turns out that Ted is right, November 11th, 1918, then I'll believe him. All of it. Nancy said suddenly, I believe him. Father said, Why, Nancy? Grandpa, do you remember? No, you weren't here. It was the day war was declared a year ago. Papa had kissed us goodbye and left. Grandpa, you went out right after Papa left. Father nodded. I said, I remember. And, Mama, you had gone up to lie down. Uncle Ted telephoned. Oh, I know that he telephoned later, and you talked to him, Grandpa. You were mean to him. Nancy, I'm sorry about that. Oh, that was a misunderstanding. We all know that. This was before he talked to you. Maybe an hour before, maybe longer. I was upset and crying a bit, I guess, and Uncle Ted knew it. And he told me to stop worrying about Papa because he, Uncle Ted, I mean, had second sight and could tell the future. He told me that Papa would come home safely, and suddenly I quit worrying and have not worried since, not that way, because I knew that he was telling the truth. Uncle Ted does know the future, because he is from the future. Father? How can I tell, Maureen? Father looked terribly thoughtful. But I think we must assume, as least hypothesis, Occam's razor, that Ted believes his own story, which of course does not exclude the hypothesis that he is as loony as a June bug. Grandpa, you know Uncle Ted isn't crazy. I don't think he is, but his story sounds crazy. Nancy, I'm trying to be rational about this. Now don't scold, Grandpa. I'm doing the best I can. At worst, we'll know in about 5 months. November 11th.
which is little comfort to you now, Maureen, but it may make up somewhat for the dirty trick Woodrow played on you. You should have clobbered him on the spot."
"Not out in the woods at night, Papa, not a child that young. And now it's too late. Nancy, you remember that spot where Sergeant Theodore took you all on a picnic a year ago? We were there." Nancy's mouth dropped open. "Woody was with you? Then you didn't—" She chopped off what she was saying. Father put on his draw-poker face. I looked from one to the other. "You darlings, I confided my plans to each of you, but did not tell either of you that I had told the other. Yes, Nancy, I went out there with the precise purpose I told you about, to offer Sergeant Theodore the best warrior's farewell I could manage, if he would let me. And he was about to let me, and it turned out that Woodrow had hidden in the back seat of the car. Oh, how dreadful! I thought so. So we got out of there quickly, and went to Electric Park and never did have the privacy we needed." "Oh, poor Mamma!" Nancy leaned across Father's legs and grabbed my head and made mother hen sounds over me, exactly as I had over her for all those years whenever she needed sympathy. Then she straightened up. "Mamma, you should go do it right now." "Here? With a house full of children? My dear, no, no." "I'll jigger for you. Grandpa, don't you think she should?" Father kept quiet. I repeated, "No, dear, no. Too risky." She answered, "Mamma, if you're scared to here in the house, I certainly am not. Grandpa knows I'm pregnant, don't you, Grandpa? Or I wouldn't be getting married, and I know what Jonathan would say." She sat up straight, started to get off the edge of the bed. "I'm going straight down and give Uncle Ted a soldier's farewell, and tomorrow I'll tell Jonathan. And, Mamma, I have a message for you from Jonathan, but I'll tell you when I come back upstairs." I said, weakly and hopelessly, "Don't stay down too long. The boys get up at 4:30. Don't get caught by them." "I'll be careful. Bye." Father stopped her. "Nancy, sit back down. You are crowding in on your mother's prerogatives." "But, Grandpa—" "Pipe down. Maureen is going downstairs to finish what she started, as she should. Daughter, I will stand jigger, and Nancy can help me if she wishes. But take your own advice. Don't stay down too long. If you aren't upstairs by 3, I'm coming down to tap on the door." Nancy said eagerly, "Mamma, why don't we both go down? I bet Uncle Ted would like that." "I'll bet Uncle Ted would like that, too," Father said grimly, "but he's not going to get it tonight. If you want to give him a soldier's send-off, that's fine, but not tonight, and not until after you have consulted Jonathan. Now get for bed, dear. And you, Maureen, go downstairs and see Ted." I leaned over and kissed him and got quietly off the edge of the bed and started to leave. Father said, "Get along, Nancy. I'll take the first watch." She shoved out her lower lip. "No. Grandpa, I'm going to stay right here and bother you." I left, via the sleeping porch and my own room, then went downstairs barefooted and wearing just a wrapper, not stopping to see if Father threw Nancy out. If she had managed to tame Father when I had not been able to manage it in twice her years, I didn't want to know it. Not then. I thought about Theodore instead, so successfully that by the time I quietly opened the door to my sewing room I was as ready as a female animal can be. Quiet as I was, he heard me, and had me in his arms as I closed the door. I returned his embrace, then let go and shrugged off my wrapper and reached up to him again. At last I was naked in his arms. Which led inevitably to my sitting with Theodore and Brian and Father in our backyard glider swing after our picnic dinner on Wednesday, listening to a discussion between Father and Theodore, while our young people played croquet around us. At Bryony's request, Theodore had repeated his statements about when and how female H. sapiens could and could not get pregnant. The conversation drifted off from reproduction to obstetrics, and they started using ungrammatical Latin at each other, some difference of opinion about the best way to handle a particular sort of birth complication. They became more and more polite to each other the more they differed. I did not have any opinions, as birth complications are something I know about only from reading, since I have babies about as easily as a hen lays eggs. One big ouch and it's over. Bryony finally interrupted them, somewhat to my relief. I don't even want to hear about the horrible things that can happen if a birthing goes wrong. "This is all very interesting," Brian said, "but Ira, may I ask one question? Is Ted a medical doctor or not? Sorry, Ted." "Not at all, Brian." My whole story sounds phony, I know. That's why I avoid telling it. Father said, "Brian, haven't you heard me addressing Ted as doctor for the last 30 minutes? The thing that makes me so angry, so gravelled rather, is that Ted knows more about the art of medicine than I could ever possibly learn. Yet his shop talk makes me want to go back to the practice of medicine." Theodore cleared his throat, sounding just like Father. "Murph." "Dr. Johnson." "Yes, doctor." "I think my superior knowledge of therapy— correction, my knowledge of superior therapy— bothers you in part because you think of me as being younger than you are, but as I explained, I simply look young. In fact, I am older than you are." "How old?" I declined to answer that question when Mrs. Smith asked it. "Theodore, my name is Maureen." That exasperating man. "Little pitchers with big ears, Maureen," Theodore said quietly. "Dr. Johnson, the therapy of my time is not harder to learn than is therapy today. It is easier because less of it is empirical and more of it— most of it— is based on minutely developed and thoroughly tested theory. With correct and logical theory as a framework, you could catch up on what new has been learned in jig time, then go quickly into clinical work under a preceptor. You would not find it difficult." "Damn it, sir, I'll never have the chance." "But, doctor, that's what I'm trying to offer you. My sisters will pick me up at an agreed rendezvous in Arizona on August 2nd, 1926, 8 years from now. If you wish, I will be delighted to take you with me to my time and my planet where, if you wish, you can study therapy. I am chairman of the board of a medical school there, no problem. Then you can either stay on Tertius or return to Earth, to the exact spot and instant that you left, if that is your wish, but with your medical education updated and you yourself rejuvenated, and with renewed zest for life, that being merely a side effect, but a fine bonus of rejuvenation." Father looked strange, haunted. I heard him murmur, "Unto an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world." Sergeant Theodore answered, "And the glory of them." Matthew 4, verse 8. "But, doctor, I am not the devil, and I am not offering you treasure or power, simply the hospitality of my home, as I have enjoyed the hospitality of this home, plus an opportunity for a refresher course if you want it. But you don't have to make up your mind tonight. You have more than 8 years for that. You can postpone your decision right up to the last minute. Dora, that's my ship, has ample room." I turned and put my hand on Father's arm. "Father, do you remember what we did in 1893? I looked across at Ted. Father read medicine under a preceptor who never believed in germs. So, after Father had been in practice for many years, he went back to school at Northwestern University in 1893 to learn the latest knowledge about germ theory and asepsis and such things. Father, this is the same thing, and an incredible opportunity. Father accepts, Theodore. He's just slow to admit what he wants sometimes." "Mind your own business, Maureen. Ted said I could take 8 years to answer." "Carol would not take 8 years to answer, and neither would I, if Brian permitted. If Theodore can bring me back to the same hour and day—" "I can." "Would I meet Tamara?" "Of course." "Oh, my! Brian! Just a visit, and I can come home the same day?" Theodore put in, "Brian, you can come with her. A few days or a few months' vacation, and back the same day." Oh, heavens! Sergeant, you and I have a war to win first. Can we table this till we come back from France?" "Certainly, Captain." I don't recall how the talk got around to economics. First, I was sworn to silence about the periodic nature of female fertility, and took the oath with my fingers crossed. Fiddlesticks! Both doctors, Papa and Theodore, pointed out that my mucous membranes had never been invaded by bugs, gonococci, spirochete, treponema pallidum, and such, because I had been drilled in, always use a rubber except when you want a baby, and my girls had been trained the same way. I didn't mention the far more numerous times when I had happily skipped those pesky sheaths because I was pregnant and knew it, such as the night before. Avoiding disease does not depend on anything as trivial as a rubber purse. It depends on being very, very fussy about your intimates. A woman can catch something bad in her mouth or in her eyes just as quickly as in her vagina, and much easier. Am I going to copulate with a man without kissing him? Let's not be silly. I can't recall ever using a rubber after Theodore explained exactly how to chart my fertile span, or ever again failing to ring the cash register when I wished to. Then I heard October 29th, 1929. I blurted, "Huh? But you said you were leaving in 1926, August 2nd. My husband said, "Pay attention, Carrot Top. There will be a quiz Monday morning." Theodore said, "Maureen, I was speaking of Black Tuesday. That is what future historians will call the greatest stock market crash in all history." "You mean like 1907? "I'm not sure what happened in 1907 because, as I told you, I studied closely only the history of the decade I planned to spend here, from the year after the end of this war until shortly before Black Tuesday, the 29th of October, 1929. That 10 years from after the First World War—" "Hold it! Doctor, you said First World War? First?" "Dr. Johnson, except for this one golden age from November 11th, 1918 to October 29th, 1929, there are wars all through this century. The Second World War starts in 1939 and is longer and worse than this one. Then there are wars off and on, mostly on, the rest of this century. But the next century, the 21st century, is far worse." Father said, "Ted, the day war was declared, you were simply speaking the truth as you saw it, weren't you?" "Yes, sir." "Then why did you enlist? This isn't your war, Captain Long." Theodore answered very softly, "To gain your respect, ancestor, and to make Maureen proud of me."
"Murph, well, I hope that you will never regret it, sir."
"I never will." Thursday was a busy day indeed. Eleanor and I, with the aid of all my older children and all her older children, with much help from Sergeant Theodore as my aide-de-camp, dog robber he called it, and so did Father, I declined to let them get my goat. With some help from our spouses and from Father, Eleanor and I mounted a formal church wedding in only 24 hours. Oh, I must admit that Eleanor and I had done spade work ahead of time, guest lists, plans, alerting of minister and janitor and caterer as soon as Brian's first phone call had made it possible, engraving of invitations on Tuesday, envelopes addressed on Wednesday by her two best penmen, invitations delivered by my two boys and two of hers, with RSVP to Justin's office by telephone, etc., etc. We managed to have the bride dressed correctly and on time because Sergeant Theodore displayed another unexpected talent, ladies' seamstress. No, sempster. No, I think it must be ladies' tailor. I had already accomplished my prime purpose of using Eleanor's special telepathic talent by having Theodore drive me to Eleanor's house out south on Thursday morning, and there putting my problem to her bluntly, speeding things up by peeling my clothes off the instant the door was locked on Elle and me in her private apartment, then bringing her up to date. Then Eleanor had her maid show Theodore to Elle's private suite. Never mind the sweaty details. In another 30 minutes Eleanor reported to me, "Maureen, love, Theodore believes every word of what he has been telling us." Which Theodore countered by pointing out that every Napoleon in every insane asylum believed his own story just as firmly. "Captain Long," Eleanor had answered, "few males have a firm grip on reality. I can't see that it matters. You were telling me the truth as you know it when you told me about your home in the future, and you were again telling the truth when you told me that you love Maureen. Since I love her too, I hope to earn some portion of your love. Now please, if you will let me up, and thank you, sir, you pleasured me immensely." It was immediately after that we ran into a time conflict, how to get Eleanor's wedding dress and Nancy to Eleanor's seamstress at a time when Justin said that Jonathan must fetch Nancy and Brian to Justin's office so that all four could go to City Hall together to obtain the necessary special license, both principals being under age. Theodore said, "Why do we need a seamstress? Eleanor, doesn't that cabinet over there conceal a Singer sewing machine? And why do we need Nancy? Mamma Maureen, didn't you tell me that you and Nancy can wear the same clothes?" I agreed that Nancy and I could and did borrow clothes from each other. I'm an inch more in the thighs and about the same bigger in the bust, but Lazarus, we don't dare touch Eleanor's dress. Wait till you see it. Although Eleanor was taller and bigger than I, the wedding dress was close to my size as it had already been cut down once for her daughter Ruth, 3 inches shorter than her mother. It was a magnificent gown of white satin, lavishly beaded with seed pearls. It had a Belgian lace veil and a 10-foot train. It had originally had mutton leg sleeves and a derriere cut for a bustle. These had vanished in the alteration for Ruth. All the money in the world could not produce a wedding dress of that quality in the few hours until it would be needed. My Nancy was lucky that her Aunt Elle was willing to lend it to her. Eleanor fetched it. Theodore admired it, but did not seem intimidated by it. "Eleanor, let's fit it snugly to Mamma Maureen. Then there will be just room for its slip under it for Nancy. What other underclothes? Corset, brassiere, panties?" I said, "I've never put a corset on Nancy, and she says she's never going to start." "Good for Nancy," agreed Eleanor. "I wish I never had. Mo, Nancy doesn't need a brassiere. What about underpants? Can't wear bloomers with that dress. Both Emery Bird and Harsfeld carry sheer underpants, but they will still make lines under this dress if it is fitted as well as it should be." "No pants," I ruled. "Every old biddy there will know she's not wearing any," Eleanor said doubtfully. I explained in Chaucerian terms my lack of interest in what old biddies thought. "I'll put round garters on her. She can shift to hose supporters when she changes to leave." "At which time she can put on underpants," Theodore added. I was startled. "Why, Theodore, I'm surprised. What need has a bride for pants?" "The tiniest, scantiest, sheerest girl panties that are sold today, I mean, not bloomers. So Johnny can take them off when he gets her there, darling. Symbolic defloration, an old pagan rite. It tells her she's married." Elle and I giggled. "I must be sure to tell Nancy that. And I'll tell Jonathan so that he will make it a proper ceremony. Eleanor, let's put Maureen up on that low table and start shoving pins into her. Mamma Maureen, are you clean and dry all over? I'm about to turn this dress inside out. Satin shows watermarks something horrible." For the next 25 minutes Theodore was very busy, while I held still and Eleanor kept him supplied with pins. Presently Elle said, "Lazarus, where did you learn about women's clothes?" "In Paris, about 100 years from now." I wish I hadn't asked. "Are you descended from me, as well as from Maureen?" "I wish I were. I'm not, but I'm married to 3 of your descendants, Tamara, Ishtar, and Hamadryad, and co-husband to another, Ira Wetherall. Probably, certainly, other connections, but Maureen was right. I checked the archives only for my own ancestors. I didn't guess that I would meet you, Elle of the beautiful belly. I'm almost through. Shall I go ahead and make the alterations, or do we take this to your lady sempstress?" Elle said, "Maureen, I'm willing to risk the dress. I have confidence in Lazarus, I mean Monsieur Jacques Noir, but I won't risk it for Nancy's wedding without your permission." I answered, "I don't have any judgment about Theodore or Lazarus or whatever name he's using today. I mean this stud who's treating me like a dressmaker's dummy. But, Sergeant, didn't you tell me you have retailored your breeches yourself? Pegged them?" "Oui, madame." "Oui, madame, my tired back. Where did you leave your pants, Sergeant? You should always know where your pants are." "I know where they are," said Elle, and fetched them. "Around the knees, Elle. Turn them inside out and look." I joined her in checking Theodore's tailoring. Shortly I said, "Elle, I can't see where they were altered." "I can. See? The original thread is just barely faded. The thread he used in altering is the same shade as the cloth of the outlets, the cloth that has not been in sunlight." I agreed. Yes, once I get it into stronger light, if I look closely." Elle looked up. "You're hired, boy. Room, board, $10 a week, and all the tail you can use." Theodore looked thoughtful. "Well, all right, though I usually get paid extra for that." Elle looked surprised, then laughed merrily, ran to him, and started rubbing tits against his ribs. "I'll meet your terms, Captain. What is your stud fee?" "I usually get the pick of the litter." "It's a deal." The wedding was beautiful, and our Nancy was dazzlingly lovely in a magnificent dress that fitted her perfectly. Marie was flower girl, Richard was ring-bearer, both in Sunday white. Jonathan was, to my surprise, in formal cutaway, ascot in pearl grey with pearl stick-pin, grey striped trousers, spats. Theodore was his best man in uniform. Father was in uniform, and wearing his many medals and acting as usher and groomsman. Brian was utterly beautiful in boots and Sam Brown and spurs and sabre and his 98 medals and forest green jacket and pinks. Carol was maid of honor, and almost as dazzling as the bride in lime green tulle and her bouquet. Brian Jr. was the other usher and groomsman, and was dressed in his grammar school graduation suit, brand new only 2 weeks earlier, double-breasted blue serge and his first long pants, and very grown-up in his manner. George was charged with just one duty, to see to it that Woodrow kept quiet and behaved himself and was authorized to use force as necessary. Father gave George this instruction in Woodrow's presence, and Woodrow did behave himself. He could always be counted on to act in his own self-interest. Dr. Draper did not indulge in any of the nonsense with which the Reverend Timberley had almost spoiled my wedding. He used the M.E. service right straight out of the 1904 discipline, not a word more, not a word less. And in short order our Nancy was going back down the aisle on her husband's arm to the traditional strains of the Mendelssohn Recessional, and I sighed with relief. It had been a perfect wedding, no rough spots whatever, and I thought to myself how dumbfounded Mrs. Grundy would have been had she seen a majority of the wedding party 36 hours earlier, behind locked doors, in a gentle orgy inaugurating Carol's Day. It was the first celebration of the holiday that would spread at the wave front of the diaspora of the human race. Carol's Day, Carolmas, Carolita's birthday, it was not. Fiesta de Santa Carolita. Theodore had told us that it had become, would become, the midsummer fertility rite for all planets anywhen. Then he had toasted Carol's graduation to womanhood in champagne, and Carol had answered his toast with great seriousness and dignity, and got bubbles up her nose and gagged and coughed and had to be consoled. I did not know then, and do not know now, whether or not Theodore granted my second daughter the boon she craved. All I can say is that I gave them every opportunity. But with Theodore, stubborn, difficult man, one never knows. On Saturday afternoon there was a rump session of the trustees of the Ira Howard Foundation, Judge Sperling having come all the way from Toledo for that purpose. Judge Sperling, Mr. Arthur J. Chapman, Justin Wetherall, Brian Smith, by unanimous consent, Sergeant Theodore, and me, and Eleanor. When Judge Sperling cleared his throat, I understood the signal and started to withdraw, whereupon Theodore stood up to leave with me. There was some backing and filling, but the result was that I stayed, and Eleanor stayed, because Theodore headed for the door when we did. He did explain that the Howard families in their permanent organization used absolute equality of the sexes, and as Howard chairman in his own time, attending this meeting as a courtesy to the 20th Century Howard organization, he could not in conscience take part in any Howard meeting from which women were excluded. Once they got past that hurdle, the meeting simply consisted of Theodore's repeating his prediction of November 11th, 1918, as the day the war would end, followed by his prediction of Black Tuesday, October 29th, 1929. On being questioned, he embellished this latter with mention of devaluation of the dollar, from $20 to the ounce down to $35 to the ounce. President Roosevelt will do this by what amounts to decree, although Congress will ratify it, but this doesn't happen until early in 1933. Just a moment, Sergeant Bronson, or Captain Long, or whatever you call yourself. Are you saying that Colonel Roosevelt makes a comeback? I find that hard to swallow. In 1933 he will be, Mr. Chapman stopped to think. 75 years old, Judge Sperling put in. What's so unusual about that, Arthur? I'm older than that, but I have no intention of retiring any time soon. Theodore said, No, gentlemen, no, not Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, now Assistant Secretary to Mr. Josephus Daniels. Mr. Chapman shook his head. I find that even harder to believe. Theodore answered rather testily, It does not matter what you believe, Counselor. Mr. Roosevelt will be inaugurated in 1933, and shortly after that he will close all the banks and call in all gold and gold certificates and devalue the dollar. The dollar never does regain its present value. 50 years later an ounce of gold will fluctuate wildly, from around $100 an ounce to around $1,000 an ounce. Young man, Mr. Chapman pronounced, what you describe as anarchy. Not quite. It gets worse.
Much worse. Most historians call the second half of this century the crazy years. Socially, the crazy years start at the end of the next World War, but from a standpoint of the economy, the crazy years start on Black Tuesday, October 29th, 1929. For the rest of this century you can lose your shirt if you don't maintain a strong cash position, but it is a century of great opportunity, too, in almost every field. Mr. Chapman closed down his face. I could see that he had made up his mind not to believe anything, but Justin and Judge Spurling exchanged some side remarks. Then the judge said, "Captain Long, can you tell us what some of these great opportunities will be?" "I'll try. Commercial aviation, both for passengers and for freight. Railroads will be in deep trouble and will not recover. The present picture shows will add sound, talking pictures, television, stereo vision, space travel, atomic power, lasers, computers, electronics of every sort, mining on the moon, asteroid mining, rolling roadways, cryonics, artificial manipulation of genetics, personal body armor, sun power screens, frozen foods, hydroponics, microwave cooking. Do any of you know Dee Dee Harriman?" Chapman stood up. "Judge, I move we adjourn." "Sit down, Arthur, and behave yourself. Captain, you realize how shocking your predictions are, do you not?" "Certainly," Theodore answered. "The only way I can listen to your words with equanimity is to recall the changes I have seen in my own lifetime. If your prediction as to the day the war ends turns out to be accurate, then I feel that we must take your other predictions seriously. In the meantime, do you have anything more to tell us?" "I guess not. 2 things, maybe. Don't buy on margin after the middle of 1929, and don't sell short if a wrong guess could clean you out." "Good advice at any time. Thank you, sir." Carol and I and the children kissed them both good-bye on Sunday, June 30th, then went back inside as Captain Bosel's car drove away to cry in private. The news got worse and worse all that summer. Then in the late fall it began to be apparent that we were gaining on the Central Powers. The Kaiser abdicated and fled to Holland, and then we knew we were going to win. The false armistice came along, and my joy was shaded by the realization that it was not the 11th of November. And the real armistice did arrive, right on time, November the 11th, and every bell, every whistle, every siren and horn, anything that could make noise, all sounded at once. But not in our household. On Thursday, George fetched home from his route the Kansas City Post. In its casualties report it listed as "Missing in action, Bronson, Theo, Corporal, KCMO."